What's up, Rob?
We're live?
We are live.
What's going on?
It is 8 p.m. on Friday, so we got the stream
5
going.
p.m. on Friday.
8 p.m. Eastern. Yeah, I don't know, just hanging out. I got a bunch of stuff I want to talk about. I know you got a stack of records you want to show, so we'll
Well, I will start off that I went to a brand new record store called Commune in Pasadena. And I had heard a rumor the guy who owns it was involved with Jackpot Records in Portland. So I went in there, very kind of nice boutique-y store. The guy was a manager for a long time at Jackpot.
Okay.
And he goes, well, I have enough records to last me forever. But I'm going to post a video maybe tonight.
Okay.
I did a short video tour of his store. It's not huge. He had a lot of nice records. To me, what he had might have been more on the pricier side of things.
Yeah.
Like he had two, there's that line of those contemporaries that were almost OJCs, but not really, but pressed the same way.
Mm-hmm.
And he had the Shelly Men at the Blackhawk, Volume 3 and 2. I needed Volume 3, but he had the OGC for $70, and that's way more than it goes for.
Wait, hold on. The Shelly Man at the Blackhawk Volume 3, do you remember the price?
$70 for an OJ. It wasn't an OJC, but it was the contemporaries that are sort of OJCs.
No, yeah, I have a bunch of those. Those sound really good.
Yeah, no, they're 70s. They're good jackets. I had picked this up that I've been looking for. This is an unreleased live session, double record at the Village Vanguard. And it's Eddie Gomez and Philly Joe Jones on drums.
Mm-hmm.
And he was selling it for most of the copies are in Europe. Okay. So that's kind of what it goes for. So I didn't mind supporting him. I wanted to buy a record.
Yeah, no, that's cool.
And I'm again, I have way too many records to listen to, but yeah. So I recommend the store. If you're in LA, go by there. It's in Old Town Pasadena, and it's a cool little store.
The the thing is that Shelly Man Volume 3, it's kind of a hard record to get. It's not like there's a bunch of copies online.
I understand, but I looked it up online.
No, I know. So I wouldn't pay $70 for that.
We discussed, me and Mike, about another record that I'm probably going to go back and get. I'd rather spend that amount of money on that record, right?
Oh, so, yes, I think so. Yeah, definitely. Yeah. Especially if you already have a few of those Shelly Man.
Yeah, I mean, I have 3 of the Shelly Mans. There's, I think, 6 or 7. Some didn't come out on vinyl at the Blackhawk.
Mm-hmm.
So, what's up, peoples?
We got Brandon.
Hey, hi guys.
Welcome.
Oh, hey, shush. Hold on. Let me get rid of these guys.
Lock them in the broom closet.
So, Rob, we have a question about the records behind you. How do you select the records behind you?
Well, there's no records inside of them. They're just the covers, so they'll stay up there, won't fall off.
Do you have the records, or is it just jackets that you just have?
Well, this jacket. So I had found an OG copy of this in VG Plus, and this jacket's kind of very VG minus. Yep. And Mike sent me a VG plus cover.
Yeah.
And I was able to sell it for the price it goes for, because I had the Vinyl Me Please. I thought it sounded better.
But how did it sound? Like, even though the Vinyl Me Please sounded better, does the original sound very good?
I mean, the original sounded fine, but the Vinyl Me Please sounded better. It's brighter. To me, these people that kind of debate, because I think the OG Impulses, which I do have some, I don't know if the Vinyl Me Please sounds better. It's just
you have the acoustic sounds Pharoah Sanders Karma, correct?
Yes.
Now, have you ever compared that against an early pressing?
Well, I have a couple of Pharoah Sanders, but they're quads.
Yeah, I think that's what I have.
So,
because I found this a couple weeks ago, and I already showed this, but I had a compilation that has all these tracks on it. So the Analog Productions, but they listed it for $30, and it is like the cover's beat up, but I mean the record is like perfect.
And
I was so surprised how good it is.
Is it the ABC or is it the first pressing with the rainbow?
It's the 72
Yeah,
pressing.
that's the first pressing.
Well, it has the ABC disconnected from the Impulse, so that I think that means it's 72.
It's second.
I think so, but still,
anyway,
it like is so much better than that compilation.
I sort of disagree with Rob because I love the way the Impulses sound in the late 60s, 70s on my system, though.
No. I have several of those. Like my Chico Hamiltons sound amazing.
Yeah.
But
stereo or mono.
All I can do is compare. My decision was between selling my Vinyl Me Please or my OG. The Vinyl Me Please is mint.
I'm interested because I don't have any. I don't think I have any Vinyl Me Please pressing, so I don't know, and I'm interested in hearing what people say. I've heard all kinds of things. Like some people say they used to be good and now they're not as good. I've heard mint.
Well, how about it's just a case by case basis.
Yeah. I think overall they're getting better. Vinyl Me Please.
Okay, that's good to
overall,
know.
Yeah.
And Brandon, their jazz releases, they list who mastered it, where it's pressed, what the source material is, and generally it's the same as all the audio files.
I just haven't picked any up. I haven't seen very many used, and I haven't picked any up new. But I'm totally down with trying them out.
To answer your question, Brandon, so I picked up a record today.
Oh, I love that record.
All right. So I have the Vinyl Me Please of this. Okay. And this is an OG mono.
Yeah, I have an OG mono. I have that.
I can do a comparison, but the Vinyl Me Please is very good.
Okay, you can send me the Vinyl Me Please and I'll do a comparison.
It's still available. That wasn't one of their better sellers, I think.
Yeah. I can imagine. I don't remember that Phineas Newborn as sounding amazing on the original either. So it sounds to me like they could probably do a good job with it. I haven't. Yeah. That's the original mono, right? They didn't do a stereo.
No, there might be a stereo of this.
And so Vinyl Me Please, some of my favorites, Brandon, the vocals, the Dinah Washington.
Okay.
It is really good, right? You guys have it, right?
Mm-hmm. I don't have any yet. But I'm not discounting like getting some. I just like to hear what people say.
The Vinyl Me Please, I think here I have it over here.
So the Dinah Washington, there's two more.
They did that Billie Holiday.
The Billie Holiday is really good. I have it.
Yeah.
No, two more.
I noticed they did a lot of the Herbie Hancock's like late 60s, early 70s.
They made a box.
Okay.
Rob, does it say it's stereo? If not, it's probably the mono.
It's mono.
Mono.
Oh, okay.
It's Atlantic Black Label, yeah. Blossom Dairy. Thank you, MD.
Oh yeah, I have that. That's
the Blossom Dairy. And there's one more. There's one more.
Is it the first one?
It's an early one.
Just the self-titled.
Yes. Mm-hmm. That is a killer one.
Yeah, that is a really. I don't know.
You know what? Their cover. This is lighter than this cover.
Yeah, but they do their covers look good for the most part.
Yeah.
I mean, I've seen a lot of them. I just haven't picked one up yet. So I haven't seen you guys in a couple of weeks. I got a lot of stuff.
All right, you want to do a show and tell?
Yeah, because I'm going to whip everyone's ass today with what I picked up.
I got some. It started off. I started off really cheap because I was broke. New tires, new brakes, and dog bill. But I did pick up this.
I liked it.
Monday after.
I liked it.
Huh?
I liked it.
I love it. I mean, I like. So I got introduced to Chet Baker watching the Let's Get Lost movie. I think I was 20. I was in college, and my best friend who introduced me to a ton of jazz, my friend George, who was he was 10 years older than me, and he was cool. And he introduced me to like all the Brazilian stuff and Eric Dolphy and Chet Baker and all kinds of stuff. So he was like, "Oh, let's rent this movie. It's really cool." I think we watched it on VHS, actually. I'm pretty sure. Yeah, we watched it on VHS. I got that. which I really like. The Walter Bishop was sold. That was the only other one I was thinking about.
Bishop the
Anyway,
Bank.
my Sunny Fortune continues. This was off Discogs, and I think it was like maybe $7, so maybe like $11 or $12 shipped.
Now, what was that on?
Atlantic. This is not my favorite. It's called With Sound Reason. I got two more Sunny Fortunes that I like a lot more than this one, but it's still got good people. Ray Gomez, Willie Weeks, Mark Egan, and Sammy Figueroa, who's plays on a lot of people's stuff at this time. But this one is a lot more interesting to me, and this is Sunny Fortune Serengeti Minstrel. Okay. And this is, I believe this is 78. Let me double check. I think it's 78. But the people on this are pretty cool. Hold on, I need my little light. It's got Jack DeJohnette, Kenny Barron, Gary King is on guitar, Sammy Figueroa again on congas. So yeah, just once I saw Kenny Barron was on it, I picked it up. This one's really good. I think it was $8 maybe. And then this is probably my favorite of all the Sunny Fortunes that I've picked up so far.
Oh, cool cover.
Yeah, it's got a great cover. And the cover kind of tells you it's a little bit slightly on the spiritual side. It's got Charles Sullivan, Kenny Barron again, and Billy Hart, John Hicks. But this is really good, and I've really been getting into Charles Sullivan a lot too, and anything with Kenny Barron. So I'd highly recommend this one, Awakening, and I believe it's 77. It's 77 or 78.
Now, are these for all the same?
This is on Horizon. Okay. The other two were on Atlantic.
Uh-huh.
This is on Horizon, which he was on briefly in like the mid 70s, and then he went to Atlantic.
How does that sound? Because the Horizons don't sound the best.
I think it sounds fine. Like it's probably about the same. It doesn't. Maybe it's just a touch. To me, Atlantics are so. On my system, Atlantics sound great, and this still sounds really pretty great. So it's also a really clean copy. But I'm not gonna. I don't think the Horizons. The two that I've got that are Sunny Fortunes sound pretty good. So.
Now, on all of those, he's doing original compositions?
Mostly originals, yeah. It's, let me just check.
I have a Sunny Fortune record. They're not expensive.
So, first song's a Kenny Barron original. Second song's a Sunny Fortune original. Third song's a Sunny Fortune original. Grant Rogers does the third one. A fourth one, I'm sorry, and I don't know the fourth one is someone I don't know, but yeah, it's mostly originals, and I really dig it. So, and for the price, you can't really beat it, you know. They're all under $10, or maybe a mint one might be 12 to 15. So. There was a big sale at this record shop, Mississippi Records, that's near me. And Eric, the owner, he'll just throw stuff out when he has a sale. And like this was $5.
Oh, I have that.
And it's great.
Yeah.
It's pretty much mostly hard bop.
What year is that from?
77. It's Sam Jones, Blue Mitchell, Slide Hampton, Bob Berg, Barry Harris, and Lewis Hayes.
Yeah.
So cool. There you go on Xanadu.
I need to get. I don't know if I have any later Sam Jones stuff. And
yeah, he had both. I picked up this. This was $5 as well. This Mickey Tucker.
I have that one too.
Yes, I kind of once I see,
he was like
there's like Bill Hardman Jr., Cook, and Cecil McBee. I'm kind of pick it up. So.
He was like the Xanadu house piano.
Yeah, Exactly.
Right.
Exactly. He plays on a lot of them, and it's like, oh, we don't have any. How about Mickey Tucker?
Yeah. I think he did 2 or 3 albums for them.
This was in the bargain bin.
Oh, I just played that. You have Did you steal my records?
I did. I stole all your records. Oh no, only the good ones.
Those Concords sound amazing. They're so well recorded.
The contemporaries.
But the look at the bottom on the back.
Oh. Contemporary Records, Los Angeles.
I think they were all the same because they were the same company by then, I think, right? So because there's that solar energy, all those Ray Brown records, and they're kind of the same lineup.
And this is 70. Roy Dunan was still doing these. It's still Roy Dunan in 78. So he was still doing this engineering. I don't think he was doing all of them because I have some 70s contemporaries where he doesn't do the engineering, but he did the engineering on this.
Can you show the label on that?
Yeah. It's the later, the contemporary with where it's got a lot of text kind of jammed in.
Yeah. Yeah, I have a few of those. They're really good.
Looks similar to the originals, but it's a little more yellow, and they jam it. This was cool. $10. Dollar Brand.
Oh, nice.
African Space Program. Lots of good pick. Roy Brooks, Cecil McBee. I can never. How does it? Is it Hamiet Blueiet? How does he? Blue A?
No, Blue
It. John Stubblefield, who's actually a friend of mine's dad. Growing up, Brandon. His son's name is Brandon Stubblefield, and I knew him as a kid. Sonny Fortune, Charles Sullivan, and Dollar Brand. So that's pretty good deal. Here's another.
Mike
this
knows
also in the $4 bargain bin.
Oh, nice.
Nice. Contemporary Chico Freeman. This one's actually pretty good.
You did steal my record.
I did. Well, it's because I was being cheap for a week, so that's probably where they're all. And then this was another. I think this was $3.
Wow.
Well, listen, man, I'm sick of it.
And it's got Cecil McBee, all kinds of good people on here.
Here you go.
This was cool. Another bargain bin. Gato Barbieri. I think it was $5. I like that.
People backstage. Sorry, guys.
It's a beautiful cover.
Yeah, cool. It's on Flying Dutchman. Let me look who's on this.
Happy Cinco de Mayo.
There you go.
Yeah. Hey, we're in a flow, Mazzy. Don't ruin it.
No, I'm having a margarita.
I'm trying to think of the famous people. Charlie Hayden's on bass. Richard Landrum does percussion. Roswell Rudd is on trombone.
Nice.
So there's your Gato Barbieri. Your Argentinian for Cinco de Mayo.
Well,
Awesome. This was at Eric's Super Sale, the Mississippi Records. $12.
Yeah.
Mono. VG++. Totally plays fantastic.
where do you live in Portland?
I live in Northeast.
Don't tell him.
No, my son.
You should come down and I'll take you record shopping.
You should come down
Actually, I've been there a lot. I have friends there. My son lives in Portland.
Yeah, but you don't know the places I know.
Yeah.
Okay, I will.
Yeah,
Okay,
take them to that ravine where they dump the body.
This was always.
hey,
so
look.
I was- This
Go
was.
ahead.
This is great. Jimmy Owens, Kenny Barron. I think it's 69. Let me look here.
69.
69. Woo.
I'm going to be 69 in a few
No,
months.
it's 60. It's 67. This was still under 20. It's mint. These Jimmy Owens are actually really easy. They're really cheap.
My son lives on Southeast 10th.
I finally picked up. Vinyl's a little jacked.
Oh,
I mean, the vinyl's good. The jacket's a little jacked.
have you listened to it?
Oh yeah.
Yeah. I just
Yeah.
like to listen.
I think this record is just the
I had it on CD. I didn't love it at first because I was way more into Speak No Evil and Juju, and I was into a different type of Wayne Shorter when I got the CD. So it wasn't really what I wanted, but I'm into it now.
Is Brandon going to take me to New York to Too Many Records?
No, I'm not.
Can you take them there and leave them there? Hey, I got that record too.
I won't go there.
It kind of sounds like his stuff he did with Miles. That's what it sounds like to me.
Okay. Which I like, but it doesn't sound like the stuff with Miles to me. It sounds different. It sounds more Eastern to me. Anyway, this is pretty cool. This is more soul funky. I like it. I like anything CTI. It's fun. This was cool. This was at Eric's sale too. It's basically mint. It's the OGC.
Oh, nice. I have the OGC of that. I listened to
Mazzy,
it.
you sold that.
I should have kept it, but I liked it. I played it.
Yeah.
There was a time in my life where I really wanted an OG, and I had a little bit more money, and a friend of mine.
That's a great cover.
I almost got an OG. Yeah, the cover's amazing.
The cover is a great photograph. I mean,
Can you show that again?
It's one of the best. I'm going to tell you that his name's Ed. Yeah, I always check the photographers. Ed Edwards.
Yeah. That almost looks like Mike taking the train into Manhattan.
It's like a Caltrain station, right?
Right.
And, this was back. At this time it wasn't until the 70s that, before it was all like medium format photography, and they use these really.
So nice that new trombone is Curtis Fuller's first lead record. It's his debut album.
Yeah.
It's from 1957. It has Sonny Red on alto, Hank Jones piano, Doug Watkins bass, and Louis Hayes drums.
Yeah.
And they do mostly Fuller compositions and a couple standards.
It's a great record.
Mike is the best. He's like Sherman and Peabody.
Yeah.
He's so cool.
Yeah, and you're like what comes out of comes out of Mr. Peabody.
I've almost got all the later Peppers. I've been trying to get them all. This one's
good.
Do
you have Sgt. Pepper?
Yeah, I have Sgt. Pepper. That was actually, do you want to know a true story? My first two records cost me $0.25 at a garage sale, and they were Sgt. Pepper's and Houses of the Holy from a neighbor. Those are the first two records I bought when I was 8 years old.
And I bet you liked Houses of the Holy better at that time.
I did.
Yeah, probably. I could tell. It's a generational thing, but I get it.
It was also a much better, in much better condition. I remember.
Got it. Okay.
All right. This was Eric's sale. This was $6. And although I don't love it, the first two tracks are great, and then it kind of peters out. This is this is Donald Byrd Creeper. It still has a great. It's not really Creeper though, because it doesn't creep up on you. It kind of starts off good and then it fizzles out. But it's got good people, and it's not bad actually. And it was $6.
Yeah, it's a great price.
Yeah, that was a great price.
I actually have that in my want list.
Okay, this is Felipe's favorite. To continue my collection, I got because I had part 2. This is a Japanese pressing. This was also at Eric's sale, and it was $30. And
I have an OG.
It's really good. You have an OG? I thought you hated Don Cherry.
Of course.
He likes cherry cola, COLA cola.
Don Cherry Cola.
Much better. Cherry cola with rum is much better.
Yeah. Okay.
There's another bargain. Do you guys know these guys?
I don't know.
I
think I've seen the name before, but I don't know their stuff.
Yeah, it's Art Farmer, James Moody, Tommy Flanagan, Richard Davis, and Albert Heath. That's who the New York Jazz Sextet is.
What year is that?
I want to say it's early 60s. It doesn't say on here.
They were trying to jump on the MJQ bandwagon.
Yeah. And it's cheap too, because I don't think anybody knows these records. But yeah, Art Farmer, James Moody, Tommy Flanagan, Richard Davis, and Albert Heath.
So, yeah, I guess that's just an evolution of the jazz tet.
D-Love, we don't play music here. We just talk about music. That's the next thing.
I think it's the jazz tet without Benny Golson.
Or Curtis Fuller, right?
Yeah. Well, it's got...
Does it have Fuller on it? Okay.
No, it doesn't. Now, I kind of anything with Cecil. I'm really digging this. Do you guys know David Schnitter?
After the stream, I got to take a schnitter.
Yeah. He should have changed his name. I'm sorry. He should have taken his wife's name.
Especially when he's squatting on the cover.
He's definitely taking a schnitter here. Or leaving a schnitter. Oh, look, that's the first track. No, actually, the first track, it starts off kind of hard bop, and then halfway through it kind of goes into some cool, becomes more post bop and interesting.
That looks really cool.
It's really good. So Cecil McBee, Eddie Moore, who I don't know.
Okay, so he's the drummer.
Yeah,
he's not on that much stuff.
Anyway, I liked it so much.
You bought the company.
I'm not just
And it's engineers Van Gelder.
Oh, there you go.
Is Van Gelder in the dead wax of that? Just curious.
Let me check. So it's 78 Muse, and I bought the Muse that's right after it, 79, and I think it's coming in Discogs. I think it was $8. Yeah, there is. Van Gelder and the Dead Wax.
There's literally copies online for like $2.50.
Yeah, it's cheap. It was this one's really clean. I think I paid $8.
That's a clean. Wait. What you're saying is that's a clean schnitter?
It's a clean schnitter.
Yeah, Rob was dead on Rachel's stream this morning. He's livened up finally. He woke up.
Well, yeah. You're like my kryptonite, Mazzy.
This was cool. So Lester Bowie, Joseph Bowie. This actually has. This is a reissue. The original was called. Let me see. I think it was called Fast Last.
Yeah, I have that. I have that,
and it's pretty cool. It's a little avant, but not. It gets a little out there, but it actually always comes back.
What is he? He's doing all the Hello Dolly songs, or just that song?
There's a Hello Dolly, but I don't know if you'd say, "Oh, that's definitely Hello Dolly," because
he's some weird ass shit. But it'd be cool to hear it that way.
It's pretty cool. I like it a lot, and it made me get this one, Ropa-Dope. Which is pretty similar. And I think it's almost the same. Joseph Bowie, Raymond Chang, who comes in, and Bobo Shaw and Malachi Favors.
Bobo Shaw is great. There's another one, I think, I don't want to, that
where it's just him and Braxton?
Yeah. No, him and Bobo Shaw and Lester Bowie.
Oh yeah.
That's really good.
Yeah, it's just the two of them.
Yeah, that is excellent.
I actually almost grabbed it, but the cover was so jacked I didn't. This was kind of a pleasant surprise. I'm a big Teddy Edwards fan.
Yeah, that's a good one.
And he's not that well known. He's the West Coast tenors don't get as much love as they should. But I think he's great. He's He's very precise. He's clean. Maybe not out there enough for some people. This is really cool.
Well, I was just going to quickly show this Teddy Edwards.
I love that record. That record's awesome.
I think he came out of big band, which is why I think he like swings and kind of has that type of style. So, but this one's cool. It has Leroy Vinegar, Billy Higgins, and Joe Castro.
He has a great one that's on. I'll find it. It's on Muse.
And this is a 70s. This is one of those 70s contemporaries.
Yeah, I think I have the same one as you.
Sounds good.
This is really cool. Jackie McLean and Gary Bartz on Steeplechase, and this was another one that was at Eric's sale where it was super cheap.
Is that a duo? Is it just the two of them?
Yeah, no. It's a full band. Here's the vinyl. It is. I want to say there's some expats on here. Jackie McLean, Gary Bartz, Thomas Clausen piano, Bo Steve bass, and Alex Riel drums. And I think those are the same guys that are on. No, I think it's Orsted Henning Peterson, but I think Alex Riel is on some of the other Jackie McLean's with Dexter Gordon, but I'm not positive.
I have several of the Jackie McLean.
Yeah, the Source. There's the Source with Dexter Gordon, and they're both really good. He has 2 with Dexter Gordon on Steeplechase. This is one of those ones that Tubby Hayes.
Oh yeah,
who I love. It's just hard bop, but
is that the Jazzland?
This is the Jazzland. It was an original. It was sitting at the shop. And it was like,
is that mono or stereo?
No, it's mono. And it was like $16 forever, and I've been sitting there, and it dropped down to 12, and I grabbed it.
Yeah, I heard that's really good. That was before he came to the United States, and I've heard people say that his best stuff is when he was back in the UK.
Yeah, it's great. And on top of that, because I really do dig the British hard bop scene, this one I've been looking for a while, and it popped up at Eric's sale. It's Joe Harriet's his main guy was Harry South, was the guy he played with, piano player. And so Joe Harriet and Harry South write most of those songs. These are all British guys. But it's great. There's a little picture of Joe Harriet there, blown away. But the cover's awesome too.
Yeah.
And this was a big one. I had to trade, the Mike and Felipe, my extra Bill Evans Waltz for Debbie, the one that was a little beat.
Yep.
I traded that and the Art Farmer and another thing, and I got a pretty mint original.
Pretty awesome.
Original promo quadraphonic of Awakening.
That's a great album.
Yeah, I don't think I would really go. There's only a few of the black jazz that I really go crazy that I would spend, or in this case trade a lot for, and it's the Awakening records and that Walter Bishop choral keys.
Right, and they weren't great pressings necessarily back then.
They sound fine.
They sound good, but they're not.
I disagree. They sound pretty good. I keep hearing that, and they do sound They do sound a little bit better than the reissues. I think they sound.
Is the vinyl lightweight?
No, it's medium. I would guess
150.
Yeah, most of the black jazz stuff is pretty light.
Yeah, because the one I have,
it's almost like Dynaflex. It's like one step up from that.
No,
it might even be one step down.
This is definitely not in any way like a Dynaflex.
Maybe
well, but I mean, it's thin vinyl for the 70s. It's not.
But mine is way flimsier than that.
Especially when you compare a lot of other jazz stuff at that time. That's
probably
much thinner, but
120, 125 grams.
Yeah, the sound quality is not any poorer than.
I don't know if this one's because it's a promo. This one's pretty thick. It's actually pretty beefy.
Yeah, maybe
I've done this before, but this is my OG black jazz. Is it making me big here? And just this
one's not
really flimsy.
Yeah, this one's definitely not.
And I think Brandon. I think that one's one of the later ones too. That one's from 73.
73.
Yeah. So I wonder if maybe by the time they got to that, some of those were a little bit.
It sounds great.
A little hardier. But yeah,
mine sounds awesome.
The sound quality is great.
I'll compare it to my Doug Carnes, but I think those are both 73 as well.
Yeah.
And those are the only other two originals. I have a couple Doug Carnes, 72, 73, I think.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, also at Eric's record sale.
Sorry, Angelo.
This is awesome.
Oh yeah.
And I love anything Mal Waldron pretty much, but this has Steve Lacy and Manfred Schoof, who played with him, and then it's got a Japanese guy, Makaya Nishoko, on drums, and Jimmy Wood on bass. It's great. This is really cool. It's Mal Waldron. And then this is my this is I got this yesterday and I'm totally stoked.
Yeah, that's a great one.
It's amazing, and it's this it had been sitting there for a while, and it's this seller that has like most of his records are just beat to hell, but this one is perfect. It was pretty amazing.
That is a horrible cover.
I can only think that people thought the exact same thing that I thought and just figured it was just trashed because all of his records are always trashed. And so finally I just went, and it was like record behind the counter. You had to, come and look at it, and I played it, and I was like, I'll take it. It was cheap.
Is that a Crossroads?
Damn. Do you know?
That was at Crossroads.
That's an expensive record, Brandon.
Yeah, this thing's mint, and
what row is it?
No, he's in the back. Most of his stuff is terrible.
Not by the big metal display, the Doom metal display in the very back. No,
he's in the very back.
Okay,
he's in the very back.
I know that store. Yeah,
you knew that store.
Crossroads is basically like a antique mall for.
It's like a mercantile.
Yeah,
there's something like 35 sellers in there.
Yeah,
and you just go to the group, and there's like 4 really good ones, and the rest are kind of junk. Unless, it's all relative. If there's, because I don't go to,
it's hit and miss. There's things you depends what looking for.
Honestly, I've been going there for like before it moved to where it is. I've been going there for 10 years, and it has it's not as there's not as much stuff coming in. So it isn't. It used to be the best place, and now it's probably maybe the 4th best place, 4th or 5th.
Can we blame too many records for that?
Well, all I got to say is go Brandon. Go Brandon.
What the hell? I don't go with that.
Oh, gosh.
I don't.
I know Rob's got a shitload of stuff. I just want to show one record for the whole night. It's my favorite record of the day.
No.
Yeah, I'm done. That's it.
Congratulations. That's a great haul.
That's 2 weeks of going crazy.
Nice job.
You know what? You don't belong on the shitter for those records.
The
It's
schnitter.
my favorite record of the day. I played it 3 times today. It might not be everyone's cup of tea.
It better be jazz, Mazzy.
It is jazz. It's jazz with a bluesy New Orleans feel. It's the new Tone Poet.
It better not be the Yusuf. Oh, okay.
Oh yeah.
This is fucking. This is amazing. Now it's got a bluesy New Orleans feel. His, Gil Evans orchestrated big thing. I love this. It's amazing, amazing.
I have. There's so many versions of that record. Like I've sold. If you get the Gil Evans Blue Note reissue series 2 it's in there. I have the one that has. It's Cannonball Adderley with.
It's still. This is great. This is great. If you're into the Tone Poets, you don't have it. This is the way to go. So.
Well, no, there's 28 different versions of that record.
Yeah, but
there's only like 2 different covers or 3 different covers. I have the OG.
Yeah,
I have the one that says Gil Evans with Cannonball Adderley.
It's so good. It's so good.
I think there might be a later version too, but those are the 2 from the era.
No, and then this one. It's on here. Both Tone Poets are in this too.
Brandon, can you show the label? Is that the first pressing? Is that mono or stereo?
It's mono.
And then
mono.
Mazzy, is yours a mono as well?
No, it's actually
the Tone Poet.
It's fun. It doesn't say so. I suppose it. Oh, it's stereo. Look at this.
Can you show the label?
Yeah, the label's cool ass.
Oh, nice. Yeah, very nice.
This is great. Whatever. I don't need another version after this.
Yeah, those are the old Pacific Jazz stereo labels, the gold.
For me to play it 3 times, it's got to be good. I haven't played Pepper 3 times in 50 years, 40 years.
Yeah, but they're the mother labels. We're Pacifics, not Pacific Jazz. That's why it's green.
Anyway, that's it. That's all I got.
I got a couple things.
Well, hold on. So Felipe, it's your birthday.
Oh yeah.
Okay. Yes.
45.
Happy birthday.
Actually, it was yesterday.
It was yesterday.
Thank you.
You and Ron Carter.
Yeah, me and Ron Carter. Yeah. And I think Mingo's own was recorded yesterday or today. Yeah. So I haven't been getting much stuff. I'm being more focused on my searches recently, but I got some cool stuff coming through the week, and some that came on Saturday after the last streaming. So I haven't showed those yet. One of them, I'm not sure if I showed this before, but if I show, I'm sure Rob is gonna make fun of me, but that's okay.
So good, so good.
Yeah.
And that's a OG, and it came like.
You're just gonna as you crack it.
I have a King pressing. If anybody's interested, it came from Brandon. It plays really well. Brandon knows.
Yeah, I sold it him when I got my OG.
Yeah.
Does it come with the OB?
No.
Well, it has an insert, right?
Yeah, it has an insert. Yes. Yeah. And then let me see what else I got here. So this one also came through the week. Gatsmith Mulligan. I think I showed you this last week. Sorry. Yeah. Jazz Messengers, number 3.
What?
That's a Japanese pressing only.
Yeah. The third. It's the one that.
What songs?
Extra tracks.
Yeah, it has the extra tracks. They made it as a Lexington label. Where is it? Ladybird, What's New, Deciphering the Message, Just One of Those Things, Hank Symphony, and Gone with the Wind. And there's the classic Jazz Messengers from that session: Kenny Dorham, Hank Mobley, Horace Silver, Doug Watkins, and Art Blakey. So there's no Lee Morgan here or Wayne Shorter. It's Hank Mobley and Kenny Dorham and Horace Silver. It's a great record. Really, it sounds amazing. As good as well as the Blue Notes.
John, I don't know if we're equipped to answer this, but why did Jackie play sharp?
I think he kind of played sharp and flat, right? He just kind of waver through. That's kind of what's great about him is he kind of push it kind of slightly out and then back in. That's what's so cool about Jackie McLaren, right?
Yeah, and I think Jackie's development has something to do with Miles as well. He played with Miles in the mid-50s, and Miles kind of pushed him out because Jackie was not too much into practicing. So Miles put him on a hiatus, and he didn't get many gigs, and he just devoted himself to rehearsing and practicing and training for a couple of years before he came back. And then he even played with Miles back again. But Miles wasn't very happy with the fact that Jackie was not too much into practicing, apparently.
Felipe, I think he also got kicked out of he wasn't allowed to go to a lot of the clubs. He lost his, whatever they called it, the
cabaret card.
Yeah, his cabaret card. He lost it. So he only relied on recordings. And that's why the late 50s, early 60s, you have so many sessions that he's on is because that was the only way he was making any money.
Do you know why they took it away from him? Was it drugs or something?
I think it was drugs, yeah.
Probably, yeah.
Wax can't go to any sales anymore because he doesn't have his Vax card.
I think Charlie Mingus also
but you have the ass
pulled
card.
a knife on him at one session, too.
Yeah.
Session. I think Charlie Mingus pulled a knife on him.
I don't know why I thought it was the other way around. But
maybe it was the other way around, but it was some altercation with him and Mingus.
There's something between them for sure.
Yeah, I can't remember which way it went, but you might be right.
But that's typical. I don't say typical Mingus, but
Yeah.
he had his share of. He was always trying to intimidate musicians.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just one more for now, then I'll come back later. This is one of Joe Hart's recommendations.
Oh, cool.
Finally came in. Steeplechase. It is pretty good. Or Spartan's one of my favorites. Or Spartan, Sonny Clark.
It's really good.
Yeah, this is a really good record.
Mm-hmm.
I have some more coming tomorrow from the Joe Harleys. And let me see. And I think one thing I like to discuss, maybe it'll be nice. I mean, we always talk about bop, before bop. The guy that sold me one of my OGs last week, he sent me this as a gift. And I can't stop playing this thing. It's so good. It's so good.
Sidney Bechet, man.
This is a comp, 2 sessions from 47, another one from 38. You can hear the difference in the sessions, but the music is so compelling. It's so good, beautiful, and
I have the Pure Pleasure reissue of that.
And that's a 6i and sounds perfect. I think I'm gonna try to take a dive here. I gotta go check more. I was really.
Yeah, they're pretty affordable too.
Oh yeah. Yeah, I think even his Bill just saying he posted a Blue Note Bechet. Yeah, I think a 10-inch yesterday, and it's such great music.
Mosaic did a box that was really good,
and it's one of the cheapest box out there.
Yeah.
So he primarily plays clarinet, right? Or only plays
and tenor. Tenor.
Okay.
So soprano and clarinet.
I thought he only played clarinet.
No.
He plays soprano. Yeah.
That's cool.
Yeah.
Does anyone want to see what I was able to find today?
Yes.
Go for it. Yeah.
All right. So I already had this. Well, I look like Felipe.
Hold on. Why won't this work? Damn it. Here we go.
Oh. So I had this mono. This Duke Pearson on X mono.
Mm-hmm.
And I found the stereo today.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, it's there. Nice. It's a really good record. It's kind of similar to the Blue Note, you know.
Yeah, it's more of a big band.
Yeah.
Bigger band.
But it's similar. Music is very similar to me.
Yeah, it is good. His other, do you know his other one, Prairie Dog on Atlantic?
No, I don't.
That record's fantastic. It's so good.
One
song is kind of goofy, but the rest of it is great.
Yeah.
And that's probably same year.
I think about the OG from you, Brandon.
Yeah.
So Record Safari, if you follow them on Instagram, he went to North Dakota and bought a jazz DJ's collection, like 20,000 records. And he said he would parcel stuff out, and he put a bunch of stuff out today. I was able to get this.
Yeah. Have you played it yet?
No. I just picked up everything today.
That's
I got to
one of
clean.
Is that ABC? Is that ABC?
It's ABC.
Yeah.
So 68.
Right.
That's another record store. I picked this up.
Oh, cool.
Yeah.
Oh gosh, he looks possessed.
Yeah. So I don't know if I'll keep it, or some of these I might not keep. I already sold a copy of this, so he had another one. I picked it up. This is it's funny. This is looks like Impulse, but I've never seen the rainbow ones in these same covers.
That's the MCA when they took.
No, I understand, but I've never seen the rainbow ones like in gatefold.
With the gatefold, yeah. Usually they skip
the cheaped out then, yeah.
Okay, I'll show the two killer ones. Pick this up.
Yeah. Cool. Who's on that again?
This is John Abercrombie, Warren Smith, Terry Silverlight, Lou Tabbitt, and Pat Marino, and Victor Gaskin. This was an autograph.
Does Barry Miles play at Rhodes, or just what's he play on that?
He plays electric and acoustic and vibes. He plays vibes on this too. This I bought. This David Murray Low Class Conspiracy.
Yeah,
he autographed it.
Yeah, look who's on drums, Sheldon. I have that.
Our favorite Butch. No, not Butch. Just Stanley Crouch.
Yeah.
This I have the other Hairland on Mainstream. Yeah. This white label DJ. I've never seen it say DJ copy.
The mainstreams say that. All the mainstreams, their promos.
I have the other Hair Lamb. It's an outstanding album. So he put a copy of this out. I grabbed.
You know the first psychedelic rock band mainstream signed?
What?
Big Brother with Janis Joplin, their first album.
So this was the killer of the day of everything I'm going to show, but this one.
Oh yeah,
this is a mono, beautiful copy.
Isn't Bobby Hutcherson's on that, right?
Bobby Hutcherson, Henry Grimes, and Joe Chambers.
That's one of the coolest Archie Sheps.
Yeah, this isn't like free jazzy.
It's like put it on and it's almost like ambient music. It's so cool. Plays
Ellington song on here.
Yeah.
I went to another record store and this guy bought a jazz collection, not in the best shape. I love these previously unreleased recordings.
Yeah.
He plays with Paul Chambers on this one. But they don't really list everyone that's on here. This is a great album if you find it. I have a beat up thrift store copy and a CD of this. I want to say this might be his last album, Vince Guaraldi. But he also plays electric guitar on this.
Oh, cool.
And it's not bad. This is a white label promo, by the way. Looks cool, Warner Brothers. But I highly recommend getting this. The other Don Romano is on here.
Oh, cool.
But yeah, it says right there, guitar, that Vince Guaraldi on guitar solo.
So I'm guessing it's Brazilian forward.
Yeah, it's Latin jazz. It's good. I highly recommend this. If you're, got the Charlie Brown phobia, pick this up, the OG copy of this.
Yeah, that one's great.
Yeah.
That's a great one, Rob. I love this one.
It's like an all-star cast.
Yeah. I want to see how this cleans up because it's got I cleaned a record that had surface scuffs, but you couldn't hear any of it.
No, okay, the vinyl is not the most silent on this one.
I'm doing my Brandon imitation. So.
Oh, right.
You do never pass up a Chico Freeman album. They're typically
cheap.
But if they're the Indian Navigation, they're not cheap. So.
Oh yeah, right. Those two are out of control.
I find these Columbia late 70s reissues, 81, early 80s.
Is that like a twofer?
No, it's a single one, but they have these lame covers, but they sound great.
Yeah,
that was a gold stamp promo. This is Ben Webster, Sweet Citizen. There you go.
Cool. Not terrible covers, but not great.
No. This I never seen before.
I listened to that the other day in the listening station.
That's really good.
It's got great people. I didn't jive with it.
I love the Dizzy collection.
I was shocked that I didn't like Dizzy Reese and Ted Curson.
It wasn't that much money. This looks great. I have not listened to it. This Keith Jarrett. This is when Impulse. This is on Impulse. But
is it Jack DeJohnette and
well, here's what's funny. They say playing the music of Dewey Redman, Charlie Hayden, Alex Wilder, and Keith Jarrett. But here
except they're on it.
Well, everyone but Alex Wilder.
Okay.
It's the American quartet.
Oh, Paul Motion is drums.
Right. This is a similar lineup. So
oh, cool. What is that, like 78 or?
Yeah, but these are like these last Impulse titles. Like they came out as these green labels.
Why is everyone ignoring the classical guy?
Because
why is there a True Sounds of Liberty record on your wall?
Well, I don't need your shit right now, Michael.
Because TSOL kicks ass.
Michael, Rob is bitter. He's bitter.
And here's this one. That it was $2, but I have a couple of the Norman Cousins Cobblestone Muse.
Well, Norman Cousins is Rachel.
Norman Connors.
Oh,
but this, I know he went more disco funky later, but this is not bad. Herbie Hancock's on here, and Carlos Gurnett and Eddie Henderson and Gary Bartz.
Oh, cool.
So, but for $2, I was willing to give it a try.
Yeah, I'll get anything with Gary Bartz. That sounds awesome.
So that's what I picked up the last 2 days.
How many people had to die for you to get this record?
Well, there's one person that's going to die. So I'll let you know who it is.
So just acknowledging Roberto, thank you very much. I am still trying to get the Utah Hip record. If you want to start a donor for that, help me out, okay?
I got that cover at an estate sale. There was no record. I just asked, can I have the cover? So it's up there.
So Mike, do you have records? Anybody?
I only got one record in. I could show it. It's pretty cool.
Hey, I look like Mike.
You look nothing like Mike.
Yeah.
Sunglasses.
So
No.
Harley mentioned this on the interview and it came in. This is a soul note. It's this is Misha Mengelberg with Steve Lacy, George Lewis, Haran Gorder, and Han Bennick. And this is, I thought they're supposed to do all Herbie Nichols songs. Of the 6 tracks, I was able to attribute 4 of them to Herbie Nichols. And then there's 2 of them in here, which I think are unrecorded compositions by him, which is why I'm having difficulty finding where those are. But anyway, this is pretty cool. So this has 1 track from the Prophetic Herbie Nichols. This was recently released on Classic. So there's 1 track on this, and then there's 3 other tracks that are coming out on the Herbie Nichols trio. That's going to be a Tone Poet. So anyway, so it's cool. Been enjoying this, and I didn't realize diving into this. Apparently, Roswell Rudd was a huge champion of Herbie Nichols. Put out I think 3 records or CDs of his compositions. So yeah, I want to get more into Roswell Rudd because I think this stuff's pretty cool. And this is also George Lewis plays trombone on this, and he's like front and center the whole time, which I didn't really know what to expect when I first played it, but this is very much a trombone record.
Yeah,
so cool.
I mentioned
really cool.
Now, just with sort of the piggyback on what Mike. Now this is the
let me get you big, Mike.
This is the I guess the
squeaky.
sister,
what's that noise?
my dog.
Who's got a squeaky toy?
Do you want one, Mazzy?
I have one.
Please give him one.
Oh, cool.
That
looks amazing.
And
Roberto gave you guys a dono, by the way.
It's Roswell
thank you, Roberto.
instead of George Lewis. And one side is Herbie Nichols tunes, and the other is Thelonious Monk. I actually like this one better than the
Misha Mengelberg.
Lewis. And I listened to it for a 3rd time today, and it's really good. It's really good. So, yeah.
What jazz artist plays the closest to a dog squeaky toy?
No, that's easy.
I would say Albert Ayler. Albert Ayler.
Jan Garbarek.
Or that
Ornette Coleman.
Oh, sorry.
That sounds nothing like a squeaky toy, man.
That's an Ornette Coleman track, 70s.
All right, Joe, do you have any updates on any new acquisitions?
I got a few new things. I haven't picked anything up this last week, but there's some things that I've gotten in the last week and a half or so. I did, Mike, talk to the guy at Elm City about that.
Oh, right.
I talked to him yesterday, so I was able to get it, and he thinks something. It was sealed, so it was sealed.
Okay.
And I just was like, this is the opportunity to get it, and so hopefully that'll be here next week. He said he was going to ship it today, but I'm just waiting. I don't know if he's going to send a tracking number or not, so we'll see what.
Yeah. Did he move on price at all, or was it what we expected?
No, he was he. But what I did was because he asked if I wanted to do PayPal or like a credit card over the phone, and so I just said, well, whatever works better for you. And he said PayPal, which I was like, okay, that's fine, whatever. But I did goods and services, so I'm hoping that if it doesn't work out, I can somehow send it back type thing. But I don't think that he would have an issue with that, but hopefully that'll be here next week. So
your main concern is if it's warped since it's sealed?
Yeah, I mean, and he said it was flat. And so I'm like, all right, we'll see what it is and go
I'm
from
sorry.
there.
What record was it?
It's Albert Eiler Spiritual Unity. He had a sealed 73, so it was like a second pressing. It was like the black cover, and then like the image was white. So it was kind of like flipped from what the original kind of looked like. So it was, but I mean, something I've been looking for, and so we'll see. Hopefully that works out. But some things I got, I think, Mike, I told you about this a few days ago, but Jazz Bums, Mike. But this is one for John, Frank Wright, Needle Groove, Kieran lives in Montreal. He went to Jazz Record Center a few weeks ago, and he found this, and the kind of cover photo really intrigued me. So I looked at it, and I was able to find a copy on eBay for a pretty good price. So was happy about this. I mean, free jazz type stuff. So opening track is kind of a in memoriam to Coltrane. So kind of as the title alludes, but
do they like chant John Coltrane on it, like his name?
I think yeah. Okay. There's a part that's like that. So I grabbed this. Speaking of Albert Eiler, this one's My Name is Albert Eiler. This is the UK version that came out in the late 60s. So this isn't the original cover. But just this is kind of an interesting album because he's doing mostly standards. So it's like Bye Bye Blackbird, Billy's Bounce, Summertime, On Green, Dolphin Street. And then he has one, the last track is his own composition, but it's like a free jazz interpretation of these standards. So they kind of start out real melodic, and you can hear the melody of these great standards, and then he just starts going bananas. So it's an enjoyable album for free jazz. I mean, again, if you don't like free jazz, then Albert Eiler's not someone that's going to be really approachable in any sense. And this one is probably, I don't even know if I would say this one is the most approachable one, but this was a good one. This one's not an easy one to find, but I got this Carolina Soul auction for like $25. So it was not, I don't know if it flew under people's radar or people were looking for early copies, but
maybe people were looking for an OG.
Yeah, I'm not sure, but I was surprised how low I was expecting this to go. I mean, this is not the UK, again, this is on Fontana, was not an expensive one at Discogs. It was only, if I remember, it might have been $40, $50. And I mean, it was again $25. So
right, but
really great.
Really he always grades his stuff. It's better than what he grades it at usually. Like he's really good at that.
Yeah. I found that I can trust if it's VG plus, I can trust that. So I'm happy. I've always been happy with that. This one, it was a big one that I found. Lush Life, John Coltrane. This is an original. Very happy to have found this. This is one of the last Coltrane ones that I wanted to find. Along with
I think this one sounds really close to the analog productions. It's a really good sounding record.
Yeah, it sounds, fidelity is really good, and I mean the early Prestige, or even really kind of the New York labels, and then into the Bergenfield labels, it can be tough to find in good condition. This one's in really nice condition for what it is. This was actually, I'm pretty sure this was the owner of the Bop Shop in Rochester. This was his copy, and he was kind of offloading some stuff. So I'm pretty sure that's where this came from. But this was a really nice find and not something I expected. So I was happy about that. And then
Joe, did you consider getting that Record Store Day box, the Albert Eiler box?
I did. I ended up getting that. Yeah, I haven't listened to it yet. Okay. But I have to listen to that one. And then I actually found maybe a month ago the last year's Albert Eiler box set as well. I was able to find it actually at the Bop Shop for pretty much retail. So they had, for some reason, he had like 2 stashed in the back. I'm not sure what he was planning on doing with them, but how
did that sound to you?
What'd you say?
How did that sound to you?
It was good. It sounded really nice. And I I had found the first volume that had come out on Shandar. I didn't have the original. I had like this early 2000s one that was on this label called Water, which when I looked at it seemed to have some affiliation with like Four Men with Beards, but it sounded okay for what it was. I mean, it's a live album. I don't know what the original source material kind of was like or what the sound quality was like, but it sounded okay. But the box set was really nice for what it was. But yeah, I've heard good things about the one that came out this year, but I do. Yeah, that's something I still need to listen to. The last thing that I picked up recently, I wasn't familiar with this one at all. This is In Line, Bill Frisell. This is his first album.
It's a beautiful cover.
Yeah, it's a real, and it's a textured cover too.
Nice.
So it's on ECM. It kind of weaves between. I think it's described as like contemporary jazz. So it's like jazz of the time in the late 70s. I think this is from early 80s. It's like 82, 83. So it's got kind of a smoother jazz sound, but it's also like ambient as well.
Is it just guitar? Or?
It's mostly guitar. He plays electric, and then there's 2 songs that he plays acoustic, and then there's a guy named Harold Anderson playing the bass.
Yeah.
On a few. Again, I'm not familiar with Bill Frisell, but this one was one of the reasons why I bought this was that it was just really unique. I don't really have any other jazz that sounds like this, so I wanted to just, I don't know, get something different. But yeah, it's very ambient, just mostly guitar stuff. So it's a really cool one. A lot of his stuff is not super expensive, but this one's actually a little bit tougher to find.
Yeah, I'm looking at the Discogs right now. There's 3 LPs on Discogs, and none of them are in the United States.
Yeah,
and they're basically like starting at like 60 euros, 75 pounds. Yep. So it's a tough one to get.
Yeah, but it's a cool one. Again, it's just something different from what I found. So especially listening. Going from free jazz to that is a big jump. So.
Loki, there you go. There's copies in Europe.
Yeah.
But you've been playing Blackbird today, right?
You're talking to me?
You're playing Blackbird today, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a great one.
Yeah.
I think those 70s, Donald Byrd don't get much credit, but a couple more I found this week. Totally random find, pretty decent price. It's a contemporary.
All right, hold on. There we go.
What do we got? Upside down. Oh no, it's not.
Oh, Phineas Newborn.
That's a great one. It's a trio record. The Newborn Touch with Leroy Vinegar and Frank Butter.
Yeah, I have that one with the red cover. Have you ever seen that?
Yeah, I've never seen that cover. What's the original look like?
Here, let me pull mine.
This is a mono one. And interesting. Oh, that's a stereo. Maybe this is a separate stereo and mono.
Yep. Well, this is, I think, one of those 70s. It's an OJC, actually.
Oh, okay.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah, this is the. I don't think it's OJC. No, it's not this one.
That looks like a 70s Felipe.
No, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, cool.
Yeah. It's a cool finding. I wasn't expecting to find it, so I'm quite happy. I haven't played it. There's a 66 press actually.
Okay.
Yeah. And then on the same day, I found 2 Sonny Rollins that I put together with my other 2 Milestones. I think he has a great production of Milestones on Milestone. And these are the first 2 I got a couple weeks ago. I think I showed you guys the Cutting Edge.
Oh yeah.
And Horn Culture.
Now does he play with the same? Is it the same band?
No, Cutting Edge is a live record. It's a Montreux Jazz, I think. Let me just double check. Yeah, Monterey Jazz Festival. Stanley Cowell, Masuo, Bob Crenshaw, Dave Lee, Matumi, and Ruffus Harley. It's very funky, very good one, cutting edge.
Very cool.
Monterey. Then I've got this other one here, Corn Culture. And then I found two more this week. Nucleus. Anybody familiar with this one?
Yeah, I've seen it.
It is really good. I mean, those milestones, they are almost all of them are Van Gelder. So this one is Sonny Rollins, Raul de Souza, which is Brazilian, Benny Maupin, George Duke, David Amaro guitar and Blackbird guitar, Bob Crenshaw, Eddie Moore. It's a great record. I really dig it.
Very cool.
And lastly, on Sonny Rollins on Milestone, this one was actually sealed. I was talking to the guy at the store, and he was like, I don't even know if it's an OG or not. It is an OG. It's a 2-record set, also live. It's called Don't Stop the Carnival. This thing is killer. It has Tony Williams on drums. Oh my goodness. Tony Williams, Mark Solskin, Oil Ray, Jerry Harris, and Donald Byrd. This is a killer session. This record is really good.
Yeah.
Don't Stop the Carnival. I see it's still sealed. I haven't even opened yet. I just cracked the
That's one of those records. He has like 16 reed instruments in his mouth at once.
So that's a good one.
Well, not quite 16, but a lot.
Yeah.
Several.
And one last milestone, I picked up an OG as well. I think 75. It's a Van Gelder. It has Van Gelder and Deadwax. Also, great sounding record. Ron Carter.
Yeah. Parade.
This is a great record. Tony Williams, Joe Henderson, Chick Corea, and Ron Carter. What else can you want, right?
Yeah.
And it's dirty cheap. It was a $7 record.
Yeah. It's a bargain.
RVG on the Deadwax in mint condition.
Very nice.
Yeah, those milestones, man, I'm getting more and more of those. They're great. They're really good.
That's cool.
The Joe Henderson stuff, there's just so much. Yeah. All right. Anybody else?
Well, I got one that Felipe might like. It's a reissue. It's Gal Costa Gal.
Okay.
And it's a reissue of it.
That's
but
a
it's
second.
Cool.
Yeah.
It actually sounds pretty good.
Yeah.
It was at that sale. It was the only non-jazz that I got at the record store sale.
That's nice. That's a good record. It's very out there for like a vocal record.
It starts off kind of rock and roll with some, psychedelic guitar, and then it goes into her.
It's a very psych record. Vocals,
like psych into samba. It's pretty cool.
Yeah. It's a really good record, and it's not a cheap one to find OG.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This is like a UK 2002 or reissue or something like that. But it sounds pretty good.
Nice.
All right. I did want to ask Mike how the Vanguard was last night.
It was great. I saw Emmanuel Wilkins at
cool.
Vanguard.
Let me get you big on that.
Sold out all week. I even tried to get tickets again for Sunday night. Sold out the 10 p.m. show, and it was the second one of the two best performances I've seen this year. The first being, it ranks up there with the James Brandon Lewis performance. I saw it right at the beginning of the year.
I'm glad you got there early, but that drum set looked so lonely to me last night.
Yeah, I had to get there early because.
Oh, totally.
Yeah, when I got there, it was already a line. I got there. There was a line. I think I went to a wine bar, had a glass of wine, came back, and then by the time I got in line and I turned around and looked, the line was around the corner.
It's not a big club.
No. But
I've only been there 3 times. I know he said the back wall, but it's still pretty close.
Yeah. And
you
know, I came in and one of the guys there said, "Oh, you want to sit up front?" And I was like, "Yeah." I guess they had like the table I was sitting at, like one chair was reserved for somebody.
And it's reserved for YouTubers like you.
Yeah. I had to sit there, and it was cool because I was like right in front of Emmanuel Wilkins, and it was just an excellent group. The drummer, what's his name? I'm gonna mispronounce it probably.
And did you get them to sign your record?
Yeah, he signed it.
That's really cool.
How is that? Tell me about. I keep seeing that record. So you like it a lot, Mike?
Yeah, I've been following him since before he had before Blue Note signed him. So I've always liked his music. 'Cause, he's not beholden to one, yeah. He plays with avant-garde guys. He plays with straight ahead guys. He has his own vision. He went to Juilliard, played with Wynton Marsalis. He plays with Cooper Moore, and he has all that in his music, And this is I say this album is spiritual without having those spiritual jazz cliches that I get a little tired of, So that's what I really like about it.
He's pretty young, right?
Yeah, he's not. He may be 25. I don't even know if he's 25.
Yeah.
Wow. So really young.
Wow, I thought he was older than that.
Yeah, no.
And didn't you say that like Spike Lee's daughter did the photograph on
that?
Yeah,
she did the photograph, the album cover for this one, though.
Yeah, it's a great cover.
And then, he's actually pretty personable because they hang out in the Vanguard. It's like the kitchen area, even though they don't have a kitchen, a working kitchen there. So, after the show we were talking, and I told him, I think the last time I saw him where he co-led a show was with Jason Moran. And him and his manager, she started laughing also. She said, "Oh wow, that's like pandemic," because it was because people had masks on in the office and the audience and stuff like that. And then I saw him in, I want to say December at the Vanguard with Kenny Barron, and he was fabulous. And it doesn't seem strange that he was with Kenny Barron. Because Kenny Barron's a Philadelphia musician, and he's from outside. Emmanuel Wilkins is from the Philadelphia area. So, there's that connection. And it was just a really intense show. I was, glad I got there early.
Yeah, were you there for the first set or?
Yeah, I got there for the 8 o'clock set, and then like I said, when I left, the line was there was already the line around the block for the 10 p.m. show.
That's awesome.
And even when I first got when he opened the door, when they opened the door, he came out and said, reservations only were sold out for 10 o'clock also. So, if you're trying to get in, forget it.
Chris NYC in the chat said he tried to get tickets for tonight, but they were sold out.
Yeah.
It's great that these things are selling out, these jazz artists.
Yeah. The Vanguard actually sells out pretty frequently because they get a good tourist audience.
It's a tiny venue. What does it hold?
Yeah.
300?
Not even 300.
Like 250?
Maybe I'd say maybe like close to 200 and something.
Yeah.
It's definitely not.
It's a tiny place.
Yeah, I was gonna say maybe it's 175.
Yeah,
but it might be a little
you're probably
more.
right. Yeah, it's tiny.
Yeah. But they pack you in there, and that's part of the reason I got there early because I didn't have anyone in front of me, so that was really good.
Yeah, it's probably like Chris's area without his Rush posters. No, I don't know what I'm talking about. I'm just making that.
And I want to show one thing. Also, it's not an LP; it's a CD. But this right here.
Where's Chris?
He can't make it tonight.
He refused to come on with you, Mazzy.
This is awesome. And I don't, it just, I don't know the rationale why Blue Note didn't decide to do vinyl with this.
That's a little tiny record.
This is really and it's trio and solo performances. Yeah, he does, Herbie Hancock, Thelonious Monk, Bud Powell, Sonny Rollins, and it is freaking fabulous. Wow. I mean, it's one of the best recordings I picked up all year.
What does Arturo play?
He plays piano, and he leads. He has a sort of a larger ensemble called the Afro-Cuban Big Band Orchestra. And he does trio work from time to time, and this is like a return to some of his trio work. And his son, he has two sons. His son's playing drums on here. Zach is playing drums on here, and he's a phenomenal drummer. He has another son that is an excellent trumpet player. Also has recordings out under his own name, Adam. I mean, I highly recommend. I know at the end of the year it's going to be on my list of favorites.
Is he playing with an orchestra on that one, or is it just
no? It's just it's trios. It's trio and solo.
Solo. Okay, yeah. That sounds right up my alley.
It is. I mean, I've listened to it 3 times already, and I got it like 3 days ago.
I have that. Yeah.
Mike, can you show that Aaron Leaney record, Lockdown?
Oh yeah, hold on. Let me get it.
So Mike posted a little clip on Facebook, and I heard it, and I immediately purchased it. I thought it was pretty cool. I'll drop the link to their Bandcamp. This is a new record. It says it's limited to 400 copies for this pressing. So if anybody's interested.
Yeah. I have a question. I'm really in love with this record. And it's because we were talking about the Village Vanguard. Does anybody have the Get Go, which is also part of this?
No, but I was recently looking at that.
Yeah, I have the CD. I like that one better.
I've only seen this maybe twice, and I've never seen I've seen the Get Go maybe once.
Yeah, I can't recall ever seeing it on vinyl.
Which one do you like better, Mike?
I like what you have better.
Okay.
The one that's harder to find.
This record's amazing. This record is the second side, which is so. Now, you guys know who's on this? It's Woody Shaw.
Yes.
Charlie Rouse. And Reggie Workman and Ed Blackwell. And Reggie Workman plays he bows his bass on the second track, and it's incredible.
Yeah.
The song is, and I guess that's where the seagulls come from, because he starts making these seagull sounds with his bass in the high register.
He was influenced by Chekhov. That's a literary joke.
Yeah, we're all influenced by Chekhov.
You're all in on that one.
That's okay.
Can you give us a 3-page document that explains all your jokes, Mazzy?
What? Chekhov, the seagull. Oh, never mind.
Mike, did you want to show that?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, you showed that. Yeah, I saw that.
Yeah, I showed it on.
I like that. Yeah.
And then it comes with here's the insert. And I said they do really excellent. They put out excellent stuff and very inexpensive. This, I guess, I actually didn't buy this directly on Bandcamp, but usually they're around $20.
Yeah.
And I ordered this one from Dusty Groove, and it was with their little discount they seem to add on everything, it was like $16.
Yeah.
And I love it. It's just duo. It's duo performance. This guy plays Aaron Leaney plays tenor alto. and he plays a little flute and bells, and then the drummer guy plays drums, toms, cowbells, gongs, and percussion. I really enjoyed it.
You know,
They're
you guys.
My favorite place to order from.
Yeah, me too. I've got a whole bunch of things that I pre-ordered from them, and actually some of the stuff just got shipped. I just got an email that it's.
I know it's old news, but you guys haven't talked about the OGCs again tonight, since I know you did on the midstream with the Rob. But I reached out to the guy because I don't know if I know Mike probably, and a couple of you follow the Hoffman forums, and there's all this talk about Waltz for Debbie. And a question about, even though they're saying all analog master tapes, not that I personally don't care, but
Mazzy, you don't follow the Discord, do you?
I don't. Okay.
John Bandy did all the work for you.
Okay, I don't follow. Well, did they respond to him?
You got to follow the Discord. We're not going to tell you.
Okay.
John Bandy.
No, the reason I asked, because today, I did the thing on the Bebop thing, and my connection to the marketing guy from Kraft I wrote to today, he's out till Monday, but I asked him that. And so I've, specifically that, if he can share any information. So you're not going to share. I have to go to Discords and find like 6,000 posts. You're not going to just tell me the answer here.
You can just search.
Yeah.
How do you fucking search?
A good friend would go, hey, everyone.
I'm an elderly man. I don't know how to search.
Hey, everyone, go watch Rob's stream. Support his channel.
I was on your stream and I don't know the fucking answer. So, out of the kindness of your heart, you're not just going to tell me. And
John Bandy, do you want to come up and school everybody?
Anyone who tells Mazzy will consider a traitor and excommunicated from the Discord channel.
Come on. I'm asking a question.
This is fun.
What is their answer? Just
All right. Waltz for Debbie was made out of a cassette tape that was traded between 3 drug addicts, and
it's from the porno film. It's from the audio. It's from the optical track from the movie Debbie Does Dallas, and they took it from that. Okay.
Yeah.
John Bandy, come on up and give us the demo.
When she fired the shot.
John Bandy, help me out here.
It's the same recording, but there's moaning in the background instead of
it's with Art Blakey.
Hey, Brandon, I think there's a weird connection to the shitter. What's
God damn it.
Schnitter album?
Schnitters.
I can't stand this abuse.
Felipe, get off the schnitter.
You right, guys are cruel.
John's going to come up and give us.
Now I get the whole thing about jazz fans are so snooty.
No, there's much worse.
Hey, listen, it's one margarita.
Yes. Prog fans are worse than jazz fans. Exactly.
Classic rock people are the worst.
No, prog are worse than classic.
We love everybody here.
No, the classic rock guys are like.
No, but they're like the classic rock. Classic rock is so vast, Brandon.
No, but those crazy guys take over.
Well, I'm guilty as charged. So come on, just Waltz for Debbie.
Even crazier than you.
He's coming up, right? John's coming up, right?
Yeah, he just said give him a minute.
Okay.
Mazzy, you have to stay awake for his explanation, please.
Oh, and we were Mike was talking about Wynton Marsalis. I noticed that on this Chico Freeman 81, there must be a very young Wynton Marsalis on this one.
Yeah, oh yeah, because I think they did it. It's funny. They had Columbia had an album, and it had to be in the early '80s, where it was, the Marsalis family,
right,
and then Chico and Vaughn Freeman.
Okay.
Yeah,
Huh?
I noticed something on that Howard Land album. I got his sons on there playing piano.
Yeah. He's on 2 of those mainstreams. His son's on it.
Actually, this is good too.
Oh, did it come out? That's right. It just came out.
Yeah,
that's a good record.
Now, but that's a mishmash album, right?
Oh, so what? It's a mishmash. Don't get all high and mighty. Every time you go through a dead people's apartment, it's a mishmash.
Well, you know what? I plan to going through a dead person's house in about a month.
I think what is it that No Room for Squares is one of Hank Mobley's best records, and people put it down because it's 2 sessions. It's fantastic. Who cares?
I'm just asking.
No.
It's over the course of a bunch of years, though, right? I'm just asking.
It's a mishmash. It's a mishmash potato.
But this was released in '67.
Yeah, that's a great. That's
I love that one. It has Big Black on congas.
But I'm not going to tell you guys any fucking thing because you won't share shit with me.
Well, you're starting to slur your words, so tell us,
Brandon.
Well, it's Cinco de Mayo. I had 2 margaritas. Give me a break.
No Room for Squares. One of the sessions from that was also on the Turnaround, and that album, like, at least this is my opinion, but for whatever reason, there's like a few tracks that end up on the Turnaround. I think is that what it's called, the Turnaround?
Yeah, talking about? I got them both. The Turnaround has the big swoosh.
Yeah, it's like a white cover, and that one, at least, and again, this is just my opinion, it pales in comparison to No Room for Squares. It's like, it's bizarre how there could be tracks that come from the same session that are on No Room for Squares, and then the ones that were on Turnaround, again, same session as the No Room for Squares.
I got you.
And those songs it's like Hank Mobley didn't get any sleep the night before.
Yeah, the Turnaround's probably not his greatest.
Yeah, it's so lackluster. It's like he's not. I don't know what it is. But
this might be one of my few albums that I have a euphonium on by.
Bernard.
You just have to put a cream on it, and it'll come right off.
Yeah.
But hey, Joe,
doctor, and then my euphonium went away.
I'll tell you something. I have the 75th of No Room.
Go Brandon.
I think he plays that on Open Sesame too.
The 75th sounds really good
and
on
Sesame Street 1. Yeah.
I don't think Mike. Is he on? I don't think he's on Open Sesame.
So where?
I think it's euphonium. I mean,
where's his Brandy?
No, that's what I'm saying. I don't think there's a euphonic on.
You could have told me the answer by the time you got Brandy up here. Just Brandy.
I think there's another early. I don't know if it's Ready for Freddie.
Maybe
have a euphonium.
Yeah.
There's another early Freddie Hubbard, but I don't. Open Sesame just has Tina Brooks, and then it's just the rhythm section.
You guys are so wankers.
Yeah,
hold on.
We know what?
You're gonna make.
It's Ready for Freddie. You're right.
He's gonna get everything. He's gonna give you the correct information. We're not gonna leave.
Hey, now you're in trouble.
Okay. The nicest, coolest guy in the vinyl community.
Let's support the jazz.
Mazzy's up here trying to steal my thunder.
Yeah.
How dare you?
I think we're Hollywood Squares. I stole the thunder from Mazzy's George Goebbels.
Well, let's let Mr. Bandy.
Hey, John Bandy, can you flick your cigarette at Mazzy's margarita? It's a Tonight Show joke.
My goodness.
All right, so can you set it up? What was the initial
controversy? So the story with this is we're at the Hoffman forums, of course. We were so the controversy. I'm getting an echo here. Hold on.
Yeah, take your time.
What's your handle on the Hoffman forum?
There we go. Is that better?
Yeah, you sound good. John, what's your handle on the Hoffman forum so people can attack you?
Oh, Mazzy's not gonna like this. It's M. Payan.
I know exactly. Okay,
I'm your nemesis over there, Mazzy.
Yeah, no, what? But I'm not cruel. I'm not cruel to you, am I?
No.
Okay,
We've had
I know
some back
exactly.
and forth.
Okay, this is
the
good.
secret's out.
Perfect. I will not reveal your identity. This is great. I know who Batman is.
Wait a second. Does that mean John Bandy's sort of a Fred Dobbsian person and all?
No, people have phony. See, I put my fucking name out there. Most people don't. So I know he's a regular. He's a big regular. Okay.
There we go. Okay, I see I had another window open. I was getting all kind of echo. I'm sorry. Okay, so the story with this is that there was always a rumor that the tapes for Waltz for Debbie were either damaged or something. They weren't good.
Right.
Where that came from was historically, this album hasn't been remastered or reissued in 20-something years.
Basically, Hoffman bullshit.
Yeah, for a while.
Yeah.
So, and also MoFi, I believe, secondhand information came from them that they didn't use the tape because it was damaged. I don't know if MoFi actually ever officially said that, but there was some question about that. ERC also was mentioned that possibly they weren't able to use the tape either because it was damaged.
Isn't there a mono and a stereo tape, or am I wrong about that?
I believe there is. I believe there is a dedicated mono and no, there isn't. I believe according to Steve Hoffman, there is not.
I like that John Bandy uses a kind of this European kind of international name on the Hoffman film.
Oh, yeah. Mazzy will be thinking about this all night.
There's a story behind that, but
okay.
Hold on. So John, to your point, the reason why MoFi and Electric Recording Company is coming up is because they did Sunday at the Village Vanguard, right?
Yes.
MoFi did from the original tape. That's one of the few one steps that they claim they used the original tape for.
The one step, right?
But then so did ERC, but they didn't use they didn't put out Waltz for
They
Dead.
passed on it. Yeah.
So what is the Analog Productions one? Then what is the Analog Productions?
That was a while ago. That might be from
back in 2002. It was confirmed by Hoffman that those tapes are fine. There was a little bit of I can't remember I think it was on the first song. There was a little bit of dribble there or something going on, but he said that's on every reissue that's been and the original also. So it's not like that was there from the beginning. Yeah, right.
So the OJCs coming out are stereo. No?
Yes. As far as I know, they're stereo.
I just told my OG mom.
So the tapes are good. Is that the bottom line?
Okay, so what happened is when that was all going on, you know how it is over there. We're all trying to cut each other's throats and everything. So everybody was arguing about it, saying, you're wrong, you're going to hell, And so anyhow, I knew that Steve Westman, he may be still here. And really, the credit needs to go to him. And I did note him that he was the really the one who confirmed this with Kevin.
He talked.
So I left a couple of notes. I dropped a couple of notes to Steve Westman in his videos. Annoyingly, I'm sure, as usual. But anyhow, I don't know if he happened to be on the phone with Kevin or he initiated it and was like, yeah, we need to figure this out. But anyhow, at the same time that I did that, it wasn't very long after, maybe 45 minutes, that Steve answered my reply to my comments on YouTube. And basically, he had talked to Kevin on the phone, and Kevin confirmed that the master tapes for Waltz for Debbie are fine, and that's the tapes that they used for the new OJC. So there is no controversy about whether or not they were using a digital file or a copy tape. This is from the original master tapes.
As long as we believe Steve Westman, who's a Canadian.
Right.
I love you, Steve. I texted
you. Well, it was very generous of him to offer the information and to do that. I have a feeling, I didn't confirm this with Steve, but I have a feeling that this initiated the phone call for him to talk to Kevin. I may be wrong on that, but regardless, the tapes for Waltz are fine, and he confirmed that the tapes for Sunday are fine also. I know that's
thank you for that. I appreciate it. I'll be interested to see if this guy from Kraft responds to me, because I wrote him today. The guy that is he's a PR marketing guy, but he's been sending me stuff, and so I asked him about that because I did that OJC preview. So we'll see if he answered what his.
It's all good news. I think the real news for me anyway. Of course, it's nice to have the AAA. I'm not such a purist on that. I've changed my stance somewhat on that. Anytime I can have AAA, of course, yes. But digital transfers are fine with me. But anyhow, regardless of that, I think the good news on this is that those tapes are historically sound, that they're in great shape, and that such an iconic album. I don't know about you guys, but Waltz goes up there as that's me. Waltz goes up.
Can you make it big, please?
Yeah, hold on.
Waltz goes up there with me as one of the top-notch jazz albums for this rather nippy. Oh my goodness, in some big screen. Yeah,
okay. I was duped. I would never have guessed this is that person.
Yeah, Patrick was also for quite a while. Yeah, I'm much better.
Dynaflector 20x2.
I'm much better articulation in the forum than I am on air. I think perhaps, and people are not used to me here, and rather a more serious John on that. But yeah, so that's a story. That's a great thing.
I will not reveal
yes,
your
John,
true identity on the Hoffman forums. I will be.
Oh, that's okay. I'm sure it's out there. A lot of people know, and they're kind of just keeping.
But I would never do that. That's not my. It's not
the Hoffman forum doesn't. It's a weird thing because the Hoffman forum means something probably to a handful of people, maybe in the VC, including you and me. But for a lot of people, I think probably in the group I'm talking to right now, it's like, who cares what they have to say? And that's true to an extent, but you can learn some information over there. And that was one thing that came through. That
I will mock it when I mock it, but I've been on it for, 14 years, and I get a lot out of it. There's a lot easily to mock, like on YouTube, but there's some great stuff there too. I agree.
I use it as a primary resource for. I'll just search like in Google, like Hoffman forums, and then if there's a pressing that I haven't heard of that I want to hear. I recently ordered a Japanese pressing from Dusty Groove of this new Clifford Brown from this Japanese label. I forget the name now, but I've never heard of it. So I went to Hoffman Forum to see if anybody has mentioned it at all. And I found like a few data points that at least, basically the verdict was that these sound pretty good. They're okay. So that was at least something that could help inform.
The other thing that came from this little discovery controversy to me is, and again, it may not apply here, but if there's any doubt, about Kraft and their sources that they're using, that would be one that would be the big questionable one, the Waltz for Debbie. That being confirmed, man, that really solidifies my trust that Kraft, just as Kevin said in the interview with Steve Westman, that they are using all analog sources. I think this really solidifies that, we don't have to really worry about that they're not doing that. I think it's a similar scenario as what Blue Note has, right? Because everything's in-house there. And with Kraft, they have control of all those tapes.
If anyone's going to do it, they're going to do it.
Yeah. So I'm kind of, after all the MoFi stuff and everything, I'm real leery, and I think some people are paranoid about the dubious sourcing from companies.
This is off topic a little bit, but it relates because of the Kevin Gray and Steve Westman connection. I did a video about the MoFi Warren Zevon Excitable Boy, which I absolutely love. And I like the original, but I think the MoFi beats it. And MoFi decided after they announced it, they're not doing the first Asylum Warren Zevon record. Okay. They didn't say why, whatever. And I did a video, and I have an original, which sounds to me amazing. And I have the Kevin Gray cut that was 2009. And again, a few years ago, and I hated it. It's like
I didn't like it either.
But the thing is, Steve Westman, I said that on Steve Westman's video. I was on with Steve Westman, and Kevin Gray watched the video and said, the tapes are great. I don't get what he's talking about. I mean, he didn't put me down personally, but he thinks they sound great. And I think
wow.
Which was really interesting. This was, it's not a big secret, but he made a point to tell Steve Westman that first Warren Zevon, no issues. Yet this is where the conspiracy or whatever comes in, that MoFi, after announcing it, decide not to do it. We don't know why.
Yeah, I think we just have to be careful a lot of times. And I'm guilty of it too, of saying, I wonder what's going on here, if these guys are using the tapes or if it's fake or blah, 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 blah. And we just have to be very careful. And I think it's really a treat and a privilege that Kevin comes on and is fairly forthright with the information. A lot of times he can't say, and what I take when you can't say something is I always say, well, it's probably a digital source if he's not because these guys are going to brag if it's AAA.
I like Mike here will know. I work with ad agencies. I sign NDAs sometimes for certain products. There's stuff you can't talk about, and he's working with these clients over and over again. There's certain things he has to be careful about. So I do admire that, and I do understand that.
Absolutely, it's a good thing. We all want all analog. That's why we pick up these used records a lot of times, is to get a.
Hey, Sean, I got a copy of it, and then I wrote to Dr. Rhino back in the day, and they sent me a second copy of that Warren Zevon, and it was exactly the same. So I have two copies.
If you come to my auction tomorrow, I am auctioning off.
Wow.
This OG mono.
Now, what are you going to start that at?
I do not know. It plays with noise. It is VG, but it has some marks on it, but it sounds good.
Just start it at $3 and see where it goes.
Yeah, thank you, Mazzy.
That's
I did ultrasonic. You can see one mark on there, but that's not so audible. But that's the surface mark. But it's good. I already sold my walls for Debbie.
Yeah,
just to a regular person who comes around. So.
And again, just one more thing on that waltz thing. I want to give all credit due to Steve Westman. Honestly, he's the one. He's the one that found this out for us. So
if you think about these OJCs, they're Kevin Gray, they're RTI, and they're getting a nice jacket for them. I mean, that's like the formula for a tone poet too. So
that's $35, right?
For $40. So even the same price, around the same price point too.
But they'll be 180 grand.
This might be. They're probably going to be similar quality to Chad's reissue series that he does like QRP, but these are probably going to be great.
Hey, I will tell you something. I listened to both these monos. Obviously, I have the box with the stereos, and I would give the slight edge to the stereos for me. But the monos sound amazing. So, not that I'm stuck with, the box.
Yeah.
I always think of, again, this comes from influence of being on that forum so much, I think, but I always think of mixes this way. What serves the music the best? Is it, it's something separated out, but it has better fidelity than the mono, meaning the mono may not be the best recorded mix, then you kind of put up with that separation because of the fidelity, and you can hear the instrumentation. And then on some monos, it sounds more like a live band's in front of you. The instruments are defined, and some mono recordings can sound almost like you're listening to a stereo recording. They sound so good. So to me, mono and stereo is one of those things where I have to listen to both. I pick out what album that I want, that I enjoy. Then that's the next step that I do when I'm picking out an album, whether it be jazz or rock, is I say, which mix serves the music best? That's the way I think.
I can tell you this, John. Think about this. The distinct thing about the Village Vanguard and the Waltz for Debbie is you can hear the crowd clanking their drinks and eating and chatting. Yeah. And I think the stereo separates them out a little more because they're part of the recording.
You feel like you're more in a space.
You're more in a space because there are plenty of live recordings where the instruments were mic'd, the people on stage were mic'd, the audience wasn't. And in a mono situation, I think maybe that works better. Yeah, but when you have a lot of these club things where the audience is loud,
but when you're in a small club, you hear a lot of times, I don't know what Mike thought last night or whenever he was there. When I'm in a small club, I hear the bass on one side, I hear the guitar on the other side. I don't hear it dead center like in a mono record. I hear it from left and right and wide sometimes. Yes, sometimes they're mic'd through a PA system and you hear it centered somewhat, but you hear, a lot of stuff in a small club that's not mic'd, and you hear it in a very spatial area.
But you're mentally out getting.
I'm not mental anything, Rob. Shut the fuck up, dude.
You're mentally. Let me finish my point before your ass attacks me.
Do I get to be in the middle of? Do I get to be in the middle of a Mazzy Rob?
Yeah.
Yes.
Rob
Wait,
is
Wait,
saying
hold on.
that
I have a
Chad
question.
I can't even finish.
You're
Hold on.
no Chad Castle. I know Chad.
Hey, calm down, everybody.
I'm 1/8 Jew, I think.
I love.
Well,
I think this is so far the best comment of the night. Audiophile glass clinking.
yes.
And then also, for those of you who picked up the AP 45 box, Bill Evans Riverside box, are you also going to get these OJCs, or are you good? And Nicole, let us know if you're going to pick these
Will
up.
I be allowed to talk? Hey, I would get them. I would get them if the opinion is they're superior, and then maybe if they were cheaper than the list price for me. But I don't. I mean, it's not like the investment was huge. That's not my point. The listening experience. I always say the listening experience is different for me if it's a different version and all that stuff. So
I'm going to put in my 2 cents on John's comment, and I'm not going to go off like Barton Fink or anything. And I play I have mono set up on one and stereo on the other. I have 2 turntables. And when I put on those old Van Gelder monos, I have an open kitchen, and I go into my kitchen and I turn it up to just about halfway, and it sounds like the band is playing in my living room. That's what's really cool about the monos. There is a way those monos punch and they bounce off the walls, and it's really cool that it sounds like the band's playing. And it's not the you don't get all the spatial thing that's going on. Oh, here go my dogs. But it's just a really cool thing that the monos kind of bring when I'm listening. And when I'm doing stuff in my kitchen, it really sounds like the band's kind of
So
there.
to enjoy mono, we have to go in our kitchen.
So for you,
can I?
But I like them all.
This is one thing that always I never seem to get, and maybe it's just being jaded and being going to a lot of jazz clubs. This thing about the band being in your room, and all this stuff, I just always find that or as it makes me feel like I'm in a jazz club. I'm like, no, I just
then they go through your refrigerator.
No, it doesn't sound like
steal your toilet
paper. It doesn't sound like a jazz club at all.
Or just a band being in your room. I don't.
No, it sounds like they're recording.
Okay,
Nicole.
Can I address that?
Been in a recording session? At a recording session?
Can I address that?
One of the ways I listen to music is I turn it up and I go and I let it bounce. I have wood floors and I just let it bounce around, and it sounds really cool and different than sitting in that spot where the music's supposed to all come, or that point. It just bounces around the house, and it sounds different in different rooms, and it sounds really.
I get amazing. That, but I don't know.
I made a comment about something sounding lifelike in Discord, and a lot of folks were saying what Mike is saying right now, actually, and I get what he's saying. I really do. Now, my experience with jazz clubs, tiny. I think I've seen maybe. Yeah. I'm not going to say what it is, So I can see where you're going with that. I think what I mean by like the band seems more real and in the room in certain masterings, in certain mixes, is that, for instance, like on the MMJs, there are certain qualities and dimensions to the tone that I can hear that makes the sax, for instance, maybe sound more realistic. It sounds, I can actually hear them spitting into the reed or something like this. Probably a bad example, but the dimensionality of the sound comes through more to where, wow, that sounds like the sax is right here with me. Mm-hmm. It doesn't necessarily mean that I feel like I'm sitting in a club, and with live music there. That's kind of an impossible thing to have happen. But as far as the recording itself, the instruments, the individual instruments, at times are more. The clarity comes through. The separation comes through more. The realness when they hit the snare, it sounds like a snare the decay, everything sounds more realistic. So that's what I mean by more lifelike.
Mike's been to way more concerts than I've been to. I don't mean it sounds like a live show, but I've also never been to a live recording. But in my mind, it sounds like the band is recording in my living room, in my mind. And that's what I like about mono recordings. Whether that's true or not, it's just it sounds to me like there's a band or there's musicians close by. And
can I say something about this?
Sounds to me.
Yeah, jump in.
So one thing I'll say is I gotta go in a second, but I've always, I mean, as long as I've collected jazz, when it came to like Blue Note, everybody's saying mono is kind of the king. You want those. I mean, and after whatever it is, 60, 62, everything is just a fold down of the stereo type thing. But when it comes to like a Love Supreme, you haven't heard a Love Supreme unless you've heard it in mono. And I got some shit on Instagram posting that because someone was like, well, what's the difference between stereo and mono? Like, what do you mean when you're saying that mono is better? Like, and it's like, you haven't heard it in mono then, because for whatever reason, you hear so much more of Coltrane on the saxophone. And I mean, and
is he
like,
more up front on the mono, Joe? Is that what you're saying?
It's more punchy, and there's just
showcases him more.
The sound is just fuller, and it's not that the stereo doesn't sound good, but there's just some extra aspect to the mono. And for me, I mean, I've seen a lot of videos of people kind of breaking down like the mono. If this and this sound great, and I don't have a huge musical background. I can't pick out like, oh, this instrument sounds so much better. You can definitely tell that blah 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 whatever. Like, no, I can't tell any of that. But when I hear something that sounds good, you know what I mean, that I'm gonna take note of that. And especially, I don't have a lot of records where I have multiple pressings of that I can compare. But when it comes to Love Supreme, that is one thing that I have where the mono just sounds unbelievable.
I tell you, the reason why I like to discuss this isn't to say, oh, well, you don't know what you're talking about. This is what you need to listen to.
Yeah.
My whole meaning behind even bringing sound up into the situation is honestly to get you guys who know a heck of a lot more about jazz than I do, and in this area, and to see what you guys like in as far as a version or a mix, and why you like that. To me, that's very important, because then I can say, okay, well, I want to try that because, hey, Mike says, that he really enjoys the stereo version of this, and this is why. It's very interesting to me, because I feel like sound and music are very connected. So that's my only reason for bringing it up.
I enjoy it too. Like, I just want to go to one thing, and I know Mike has a totally different opinion on this. You go to the Shape of Jazz to Come. There's the mono of that, to me, blows the stereo out of the freaking water. Because
why do you say that?
That is an intense performance.
Uh-huh.
And when you get that intense performance coming right at you, on the mono, is different from the stereo when Don Cherry's here, Ornette's here. It's just totally.
That's why
it really, you get that right. You get that right there.
I think that is a matter of preference, because I think one of the reasons why I like that separation is because I think it helps detangle some of what I'm hearing, and I think for me, just personally, that's literally like the opposite of what you were saying. Like, you like it to be pulled together and kind of come at you like as a
cohesive.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know. You also you get the whole thing. If you think about it historically, and you think about how I'm thinking the whole Ornette thing, 1959. How upset people were when they heard that music. You don't get that feeling on the stereo. You don't get that feeling that made Max Roach go up and punch Ornette when you listen to the stereo. when you hear the mono and how visceral it is, you're like, oh damn.
But I think
it shows the emotional content of the music.
Yeah.
I'm also my opinion was also rooted in the Speaker's Corner, which was done by Kevin Gray, and the Vinyl Me Please, which was done by Ryan K. Smith. And I think they're both very good. I said, when I did speak about this, if you have either of these, you're fine. Like, I think they're both good. But I also thought that the sonic like mastering of Kevin Gray's, I preferred that result just a touch better too. So it was the mastering, and then I did like the separation because I felt like I just imagined, and maybe this is wrong, Mike, but I just thought what Ornette was doing and thinking like more into the future of what do I want to do? How do I want to make my voice sound different? I just think like stereo just makes sense. Like it is the next thing that's coming. Like I would think he'd want to. He like in his mind. I wonder what his opinion was on using stereo. Like is that like?
I don't agree.
I don't look at it that way. I look at it that group. If you think Ornette, that group, Don Cherry, Billy Higgins, Charlie Hayden, that was a group where he finally he got guys. You can talk about the contemporary stuff and all that stuff, but when he did In the Shape of Jazz to Come, those were guys that were locked into his vision, and you get that on the mono. Whereas on the stereo, it sort of separates it out. Yeah. You just feel it. You just feel it. But it depends. Here's the guys that bought into. They bought into.
Could you say it's two different experiences that you guys are experiencing?
Yeah, I think maybe it depends how it's recorded and
here mixed. Wait, I'm going to say this, and you guys can tear me up for it, but I feel like there's an audiophile idea of remastering something. So everything sort of becomes like equal. So if the drums are low, they bring up the drums and everything's sitting in its own space. Like if you imagine all these trains coming into a station and they're all in these tracks way far away. And here's the trumpet and here's this. And that's not really, it's like an idea of perfection and this idea that technology makes it better. But a horn being way higher than a drum might be how the recording's supposed to be, or how the experience is supposed to be.
Well, to that point,
wait, let me finish here. So, Mazzy, stop.
I didn't say anything.
You were about to. You're like, hands are coming in. I think that there's this idea that the perfection is like all things being equal or somehow, and you remaster it. And that's not how music is. I mean, sometimes the drums are really hot and sometimes the horns are really hot. And that's what's really cool about those mono recordings is sometimes something just comes through. And the thing that, from what I understand of Van Gelder, and I can hear it, is he recorded hot. So those tracks are pushing it. So it's like you're getting like a visceral feeling from those horns because of the way they're recorded. And if someone comes back and says, well, I want everything to be sort of even, that's not really how the experience was or what the music is about. And it's the idea of perfecting things. And jazz is all about imperfections. Art is about imperfections. And that's all I'm going to say about it.
Well, those are great points, Brandon. I mean, it also goes into just also what a listener is maybe used to also in this historical connection that is given there. One of the things I just briefly like to say, because I know I'm butting into Mazzy here, but one of the things that I would like to address as far as like where the instruments sit, you're talking usually about a mixing thing there. The mastering engineer won't go in and remix. What I think we're hearing with these audiophile records is basically what's on the tape. What Rudy and them did was to emphasize more things through the way he mastered. Not saying either one is right or wrong. I'm just making the point that I think the reason why the audiophile recordings sound the way they do is actually quite the opposite. It's what they're gathering from the tape without so much of the enhancements that were done in the past. Not saying either way is wrong.
Yeah.
I've listened to very few. I don't have a lot of OGs, but the ones that I've compared, I like both for different reasons.
Yeah.
And
I've honestly heard, and maybe I'm just like I'm old fashioned, but I've honestly heard like so many like audiophile remasters saying this is how the tape should have sounded. And we brought out the things, and this is what it's supposed to be like, or we brought out things that weren't in it because the original master wasn't there. And I hear that, and that's fine. Like if you want to, if you like this one better, or you like the later ones better, but I just sometimes people throw it in your face like this one's way better.
No,
yeah, that's not right to do.
No, it happens all the time.
It's so subjective. It's literally where you get on the bus. And I want to go back to what Nicole said, because Nicole and I share experience, probably a little like Mike, where we've seen a lot of live music and a lot of live jazz. And there's a place that it's called the Bach Dancing Dynamite Society. It's down the coast from San Francisco, in Montera, just before Half Moon Bay. And every Sunday, they used to have all the jazz artists that used to play at the Keystone Corner play in this basically a beach house. And at first you could go for free. You take a beer, you donate money, and you take a beer and you watch them unmiked. The artists weren't mic'd in this beach house with a little loft area. I saw Bill Evans there. I saw so many I saw probably 30 artists there that would play like 4 nights at the Keystone, and then they go down and play on the coast. And it's so subjective. That's how we heard it. And that's where the music was bouncing off the walls. Nobody was mic'd. It was very acoustic, even if they had, they didn't have electronic. They had saxophones, drums, things, all just natural, like new wave and indie bands playing in the house shows in your living room or in your basement or whatever. That's exactly what, you get used to that. And you like the stuff surrounding.
But there was a point I was going to make before with Mazzy. When you're in a live concert, your brain is doing certain things.
Sure.
You're tuning out the person next to you that's, making loud noises and going woo-hoo and clapping. So I don't know how you can truly make a connection that you were at a live show and had a live experience. Now you're at home, deciphering between a mono and a stereo recording. I think they're two.
Well, it depends on your room and your refrigerator and all the stuff.
Yeah, but you're grasping a little further, Mazzy.
That's too much.
I've been to a ton of live concerts throughout my life. I tune out people that annoy me. The guy in front of me is too tall or too short or tapping on their phone and recording. I tune it out. When you're home in a personal experience with your setup, listening to a mono or stereo recording, then your mind does something else.
Depending on your room, depending on your setup.
But it's your experience, Mazzy.
Absolutely.
If you don't know, you don't know.
It's your
experience. Here's my point. That's why I like to say listening to the mono version is a different experience than listening to the stereo version.
Listening to a Japanese version.
In honor of Felipe's belated birthday, we need to let Felipe talk. Where did Felipe go?
We kicked him out.
Come
back, Felipe.
Felipe, come back.
I gotta get going, guys.
But I
bet you that.
One other thing. Sorry, Brandon. I got to get going in a second. But I just want to say, too, that, and it's kind of what Brandon was saying. I don't know if this is completely what he was thinking. I've always been a vintage pressings person. I do collect Tone Poets, Classic Series, whatever, all the new jazz stuff, if it's stuff that I really want. But the one thing that I have an issue with are people that say 100% that new records, especially like these Blue Notes, sound so much better as these new pressings than they did as the originals. And I think that there's nothing wrong with that because it is a subjective point.
It's just different.
But the thing is that I always question, are what people hearing, is it better or is it just the fact that they're listening to a brand new record that you clean it, you do whatever it is, and you put it on your turntable, and you're the first person that's listening to that versus
it's a different sound.
you're listening
it's a different
to
choice.
a record that's 65, 70 years old that Granny Smith owned for 40 years in her humid basement, and then it went to Rob, who for 25 years
it's just a different sound.
No. Joe's point is also that like some people will get on a bandwagon and kind of go like, I love these press. But it's just as bad to be the person that says, you know, only OGs.
Right. Exactly.
Only the originals sound the best.
Right. There are some records.
Hold on. It's just as bad to like go one way as the other.
Absolutely.
And I do think monos and stereos are often like it really sometimes, and you may change your mind on a recording, but sometimes the mono will, like I have some where I have records I like so much where I have a stereo, and like Blue Train, I have a stereo and a mono. Soul Station, I have, there's certain records I have both because I like them so much. And I like to be able to hear both. Love Supreme is one of those ones too. I like to be able to hear both. But I'm sure that within the next 5 or 6 years, I'll probably change my mind on this, on certain recordings where I think that one sounds the best.
Well, that's a guarantee. You're going to,
everything changes, but I do not believe. Here's the one thing. I've watched this go with photography and digital recording and all kinds of things. I do not believe that technology is making things always better. That the new technology. So it's like people get really excited about a new recording and the new gear and the new things that's used to make this recording with this assumption that technology is always going up. And I don't buy into that theory. I think there are plenty of times in my lifetime where I saw digital recording sounding terrible and getting better and stuff. So this kind of idea that technology
misuse of technology more so, Brandon?
No, I just think that there are certain things, and I'm not going to say like Rudy Van Gelder's recordings were the best things that ever happened. I'm never going to say that. But there are certain things that people will automatically assume that if they buy like a new pressing that's done with the modern technology, that it just naturally sounds better, that technology is getting better. That's what
there's definitely
the same thing with photography, that the more megapixels will get you a better picture.
Yeah, we know that's bullshit. But
Mike, it's the same with music. It's the same with everything.
Yeah. Mike talked to Joe Harley like I did. And the thing we both learned and what he said, and he's one opinion like everyone else. When him and Rom Brombach started doing those MMJs, they were going to do basically what Van Gelder did on reissuing those records. And they just said, after listening, wait a second, there's stuff on the tape that Rudy couldn't do at the time because of people's gear, not necessarily better technology, just, better tracking, better turntables, not high end, modern stuff really, but just better turntables. So he could do more bass, more high ends and things. And that was a choice. Is it a better choice? It's just a different choice.
It's a different choice.
It's a different, exactly. That's all.
I just want to say I appreciate you guys that have been doing this and been listening to the originals and have collections that are just amazing. Your input on this, I really do appreciate it.
Can I say something to John Bandy? John Bandy, you ruined the stream by coming up and starting all. So thank you.
I knew you were going to do that, Rob.
Hey, Mike, can never you get a form again with a straight face, John Bandy.
Anyway, this is a funny title,
I can get Analog J dumping on me from now on. Jesus
I gotta
Christ.
go, guys. I'll talk to you later. It was good
Somebody enlarge Brandon. I didn't see that.
I was just ironic that the title of this is one-upmanship. And then,
I try not to think of it as a one-upmanship, but I understand where you guys are coming from both sides of it. People can be really passionate about what they believe, and they can be rude about it too. They can be insulting about it, and it's like I hate that that's that way. I wish it wasn't that way, where it's this audiophile versus originals, especially in the jazz front, because I don't feel that way. I don't feel that way at all. And I,
I, can, say, I, can, 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 I, I'm going back to the late '80s to now. It's so much better. It's people are much nicer and willing to listen. I can when I started first listening, it was drag out. It was knockdown, drag out. Any type of argument you had involved in jazz. It wasn't. I'm gonna listen to you. It was. Let's go.
But Mike, but back then we didn't talk about pressings or versions. We talked about like listening.
No, people talk. No, people talk.
Yeah.
You know, it wasn't maybe
not in my time.
It was the whole the digital thing. It was the whole digital thing.
Well, but here,
Ron McMaster doesn't know what he's doing.
Okay.
You know,
that's later.
Mike, what was your opinion on the digitals back then?
I think Ron McMaster gets a lot of, he's harshly criticized, but you got to that was first generational stuff he was doing. He was, I think he was just trying to be safe. He said, I'm not going to screw this up. And he did a pretty good job. I mean, I still have some of those original Blue Notes on CDs. I have a lot of them, and they sound fine. Now the stuff that's come later is better.
Yeah.
Now, and I prefer to listen to, like, okay, Joe Harley did some. He did some those Blue Note reissues he did on CD. Those
the Rudy Van Gelder.
No, these are the ones,
the recent ones, right?
Mike, if you heard you may be talking about the El Nishidos, the Waves,
yes.
CDs. Those are awesome.
Yeah, those are better than the Ron McMasters. But it's the later generation. They got used to the technology, so they could do certain things, and they actually sound better than the Rudy Van Gelder remastered CD.
Yoshido knows what he is doing.
Well, the Japanese ones sound really good too.
See, and the ones that we're talking about sound better than the Japanese.
Okay. Because when I was in college and which was like 1988 to 1992 was when I got into Blue Note, but that was CD time. So
right. We're the same period.
I bought all the CDs and they were those first generation CDs and they sound okay. Right. I have them now. And they go into my car, but the ones I listen to are the Rudy Van Gelder ones, like that I have like records I really like Speak No Evil or whatever. Mm-hmm. So you're saying that the ones the other ones are way better than the Rudy Van Gelder.
I think they didn't do a whole bunch of them. So my problem with some of those Van Gelder CDs, it sort of accentuates the stuff that Rudy, they're very hot.
Yeah.
And that's my recollection of them.
Rudy became very pro digital, correct?
Yeah. It's a little too bright on some of those CDs. It varies because I've got the Japanese Wayne Shorters that Rudy did, and I've got a bunch of them. And some of them just, and also it's system dependent. I had BMWs at the time, and I really stopped playing them on those speakers, through those speakers, because it was just so harsh. I think the ones that Joe Harley did, like Bluesnik, Jackie McLean's Bluesnik, I have like 3 freaking versions on CD of that, and I have the most recent classic, and the Joe Harley version that they did on CD is excellent, and the classic LP. Those are the go-to ones.
These are the ones that we're talking about.
Those are freaking amazing.
Do you think the classic LPs are a little bright in some cases?
No, I don't.
I'm thinking on the rock and roll side. I think like the Who and a few others are pretty bright.
And these are like very cheap. They usually, when they went out of print, Soul Station jumped up to like $300, but they're like on the used market now. You get them for $19-20, and I think they're like $27 new. So they're not like crazy. And I'm telling you, they're very competitive to anything I've heard, they're just very nice sounding. Now, there's not a lot of titles. There's only 28 titles.
Right. That's the problem.
But there's some good titles in there. They just came out. We waited like 10 years for them to come out with the last 5 titles.
Yeah.
And, they finally did. And yeah, it's a good little set to have. You know, $300 for all those. Yeah, I would do that in a heartbeat.
I mean, the Tina Brooks is excellent on that.
Yes.
Yeah. I'm guessing it's True Blue, right?
And it's another one too. Gosh.
This one's great.
Yeah. Hold on. Let me see if I can grab mine.
Well, we can get in.
Yeah, you know, sound is a funny thing. It can get contentious, but you know, I hope I didn't mean to bring any hard feelings into the stream.
Okay.
It's an interesting topic to me, and I really enjoy talking about it. And I have my thoughts about it, but I don't think me sitting here, because I basically agree with what Patrick wrote. I will always think that the new ones do sound better, but that doesn't mean that I don't want to understand what Brandon thinks about what this is and why he thinks, because that's important to understand, so I can understand what a person's hearing, and then I can relate it to what, you know what, maybe I can change my mind about what it is I'm listening for.
I think I think about this stuff too much in my brain, and then it comes out as sound like I'm preaching, but I'm not preaching.
You're just passionate. You're just passionate.
I'm going to get a fuck the shut up dude from Brandon. Shut the fuck up, Mazzy dude. I'm going to get one of those.
Yeah, that's a good one.
Yeah.
Did I tell you to shut the fuck up?
Yeah, Brandon.
No, this is but I'm paraphrasing. Okay.
Yeah.
This is the other one.
And this is really good.
I'm going to make you drive me around.
I think that record's great.
I'm
going to make Brandon. I'm going to make you drive me around Portland.
I just listened to I listened to the whole Mosaic box, and that thing sounds awesome.
Oh, it does. I mean, I guess I have any Tina Brooks in whatever form I have it, because
I think he's great.
Yeah, the day I got that Mosaic box set back in the 90s, I was like, I love this guy. So I have it in every, if it's on Tina Brooks, whatever format, I have
Love you, Rachel.
Brandon,
Brandon, do you have a stereo and mono copy of Love Supreme?
Yes.
So what do you think about Joe's opinion about the mono?
Well, let's see. I'm gonna have. I mean, I listened to both, and I guess I should totally. He made me think once I thought about it. I think my clean original is a stereo, and my mono isn't as clean. So I think I tend to listen to that one more just because it's so nice.
But and then to your earlier point, Brandon, I have the Analog Productions Love Supreme, or Acoustic Sounds Love Supreme, and I went to my friend's. He had a second pressing stereo, and that thing had John way more up front than my copy. So I don't know if there was any like balancing that happened during mastering, or just my system doesn't reveal that. But I was so surprised by how much more in front of the band John sounds in that left channel. I thought it was really cool because it makes him feel even more present in the music. So,
yeah, I kind of think that and here's kind of my theory. You know, when mono was the thing to do, you know, when it was kind of the main thing to do, and that's kind of what things were being released, those recordings tend to like really sound accurate to the time in a certain way. And Love Supreme is kind of that time where things are starting to, you know, stereo is becoming much more prevalent. So I don't know if I kind of like my stereo copy a lot, and I think I like it.
Don't you think it's subjective?
Because I don't know, but now he made me want to listen to the mono again. So
it's just subjective taste, and a month from now you might be into the mono, and the next year stereo. You know, It's like somebody take a.
I've gone through phases where I wanted monos of everything, and then I got so many, and then 2 years later, I've gotten so many monos, and then I'm like, man, this I want this, the stereo sounds better or whatever. I go through these phases for
Mike,
sure.
you might have a Pinot this weekend. Next weekend, you have a Zinfandel. You trade it out, or you have a white once in a while. You might go.
Hey, yeah, why don't you talk down to Mike and make a comparison about what?
No, but seriously, it's a taste thing. It's the mood you're in.
I don't even want to go into changing speakers because sometimes I just like these speakers sound terrible. And
Mike talks about I have BMWs too, and they're considered a bright speaker. And last year when I got this Hagel amp, which is like crazy power, it changed entirely my sound system. Like more bass, more mid range on my. I used to have this Rotel thing for 18 years, and that amp toned down these speakers, and it's like getting a whole new set of speakers, whole new stereo.
No, you're right. And someone has a question. To Blandia asking about those RVG remastered CDs from the early '90s. He's talking about. I think he's specifically talking about the Blue Note ones.
Right.
And I had a lot of problems with those. I was wondering if Rudy was having hearing problems because some of them were so bright. I just couldn't. Yeah. I really could not stand them. But equipment changes. You change speakers. You change. I still think they're a little too bright. Like I have. What's the one? Dexter Gordon. One flight up.
One flight up.
I can't stand my RVG remaster.
Whenever a mastering engineer masters that CD bright, and they bake that in basically, you can try and EQ that out all you want to. You can change all the equipment you want to, but there is going to be something within the mastering that is weak, and you cannot fix that with equipment nor EQ without causing detriment to other sound qualities within that recording.
That's like those Royco.
Well, Mike just brought up. So One Flight Up that's one of those records. That's one of my favorite records of all time. Mm-hmm. And I will tell you this. That's one where I've owned original stereos and original monos. And I will tell you that the stereo sounds much better on that one because the mono almost distorts when they start playing together, when they come in and they're kind of just wavering. It's almost too much. And because I've listened, that's one of those records I've listened to 100 times, both versions, and I love the stereo more. But
all right, we got Felipe back.
I am positive that the stereo on that one sounds better.
Did he just go eat his cake and blow out his candles? What's going on?
Yes.
Yes, Felipe, please give your opinion.
He disappeared.
You guys still talking stereo mono?
Yeah.
Whatever you want to talk about.
We're done. We're done.
Oh my goodness.
It's your birthday.
Okay, I got some things.
Well, to start with, I think it depends on how it was recorded, right? If it was a stereo recorder, mono, how many tracks, everything. Van Gelder, 50s to 60s to stay on the jazz side. He changed his equipment, of course, we know that, because that had to match what people are playing at home, what kind of taste was overall. And remember, till like mid-60s, everybody was seeing live music in clubs, small places, small venues. So everybody was kind of more used to this mono sound. Everything comes at once for one or two speakers. If you go to larger venues, things come from everywhere, movies and everything. So stereo gets more pleasing. Doesn't mean that different, better or worse. And I think John had a good point when saying, and even Mike, everything come at once at you. I have a couple, 2 or 3 music matters, right? So those records sound amazing; they're perfection. However, some of them they sound a little thin, a little light because things are spread out. A good example I have is my Inner Urge. My Inner Urge Music Matters is stereo. It sounds a little thin. I have an original mono. That thing sounds like a train running at you, running over you. It's just completely different presentation.
So Felipe, would you agree that choosing an album that you love, and then the next thing you would look at would possibly be the mix that's going to affect things? Would you say that?
I'm not even sure it's the mix, right? Because mono and stereo is like very few tracks. I think the mix wouldn't even matter. Would be mostly a matter of EQ there, right? I think that'll be the most important. And Rudy would do like EQ on the fly as the musicians were playing, right? So, and I think over the decades things changed so much, and I think we relate to those recordings depending on the way we learned and we liked it. Think about how did we get engaged with music? Boomboxes, crappy car stereos, not audiophile equipment. That's what made us turn into music. That's how we love it, and that's how it becomes very fun to us. I think now the audiophile thing is just a matter of like extracting as much as you can. Going back to the beginning, cartridge, of course, playing with a mono cart with a mono switch in your amp makes a huge difference. People that say I like mono or stereo better, and they're playing everything in stereo amp and with stereo stylus doesn't make much of a difference. You're not actually getting the whole experience.
Elliot Cruz brought something up. What do you think about the mono switches?
I have a mono switch. I had 2 turntables with 2 carts. I switched to a mono switch. I think probably and probably this switch many people got it. There's a guy Hoffman Forum. He makes excellent switches. He has many different kinds, flavors, sizes.
But compared to a dedicated mono cart, is there a difference for you?
To be honest, no. I sometimes switch the switch back and forth. I can see the difference.
Is that guy still making it on the Hoffman forums? He's
still making it. Yeah,
sell them for pretty cheap.
I think he's like, I think I got like the top of the line, and it was like $70.
Yeah.
And it ships overnight. It's great. It works fine. I didn't perceive much difference. I wanted to kind of trim down my stuff, just have 1 turntable. And you know that, Mazzy. You got the Riga, you cannot switch head shells. You have to stick with a cart.
Yeah. So I'm fine. I got an MC.
Because I hear that from time to time from guys, and I don't have opinion one way or the other on it, but I'll hear that from guys a lot of times that it does seem, especially on more on the jazz front, and I think the reason why is because you do have a higher fidelity usually with jazz recordings than you do with rock. Yeah. So they say that, well, you can't get the same with a mono switch as you would with a mono cartridge. I'm not trying to create controversy here. I'm just saying I don't understand why that would be possibly.
Because jazz fans are more snooty and more opinionated.
Don't do that, Mazzy.
I really like my mono cartridge, and I got one, and it made a difference. That was a Ortophon, and it made a pretty big difference. But someone recommended that I get this Denon because I didn't want to spend $1,000, so I got the $300 Denon, and I love it. So I think it sounds awesome.
Yeah, I'm not like a big mono stereo guy, but I have a dedicated mono turntable. I have about a $300 and something Grado mono, and I gotta say I enjoy playing those mono records.
It doesn't. It's whatever you like. It doesn't matter what anyone else says. If you like it in your room,
exactly,
that's all that matters.
Actually, I'm going to honestly say the 2 biggest things that my 2 favorite purchases are probably an ultrasonic cleaner and a mono cartridge for music. I would say those are the 2. And I like my speakers. I've gone through a bunch of speakers, and now I don't like them, but I know I like them.
Brandon, do you have a mono switch? Do you have a mono switch also that you compare, or no?
I don't need it. Yeah, no, I don't need it.
I was curious if
because
for you
I have
the same.
No, I have 2 turntables set up, and my receivers. Both my receivers have 2 phono inputs.
Okay.
So it's mono no matter what.
So you've never had to even try one of those switches at all, period.
Oh no, I've used those switches my whole life.
Oh, okay.
You know,
I never have.
So they compare. Do they compare well?
No, I mean the mono switch on the receiver.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Receivers have a mono switch.
The three things for me that changed was changing to an MC cart was a huge difference. That amp upgrade, and the third one, which sounds weird when Coleman was here and we did it, and I couldn't believe it was a real thing. We took my amp plug out of a power strip and plugged it directly in its own plug, and I heard a difference in the own wall.
Yeah.
And I heard it literally. I heard a difference.
Yeah.
I know that's jumbo to some people, but
when we did the house remodel, I made sure the electricians made sure that every plug was on its own.
Yeah.
I had that in San Francisco dedicated thing. I don't have it here, unfortunately.
I had them do the plugs dedicated.
Oh, it makes a difference. Yeah,
it does make a difference.
What's funny is what I didn't do. So there's a.
I think it's just
from your power.
Yeah, I think it's just the way that the houses are wired. There's so much. They put like things in groups. So yeah.
You want your microwave, your blender, your coffee machine not in the same circuit as your stereo.
No,
I'm going to show Rob something I got here.
Well,
he'll be proud of me.
Well, I have before you do that, John. I have a question for Mazzy. How does your pacemaker affect the sound?
Boy, I can't wait till we have like a camp out weekend here.
It keeps the musicians in sync, Rob.
We're gonna stay up all night and tell stories around the fire.
I'm gonna be afraid that you might murder me in my sleep.
Got all three of the volumes, Rob. You proud of me?
Oh, well, okay. Can I throw something in your face, John? I found there's a fourth one, John Bandy.
Yes. The Japanese one you got?
Yeah, because I ordered like 7 records from Japan.
This guy was cool. This guy was cool to me. He I asked for stickers, like record store stickers, because I collect them. And he threw this in. I've never seen this before.
I had known I would have put some in your package.
Yeah. He threw this in. It's round.
That's nice.
Those come
awesome.
From the Blue Note one.
Yeah, those come from they come from those French DMM.
Yeah. I have a Dexter Gordon DMM, and that came in. Actually, I got rid of it years ago. But
I just picked up the Juju and then the Art Blakey at Birdland, which those going back to the point, those are digital. Those DMMs, and I like the way they sound.
Wax. You and I are Juju.
But I got all 3 volumes, Rob, for like I think it was $90.
2 Live Jews.
That's about the price. I mean, they're like going like $30 a piece.
I thought it was a pretty good deal. They're Stone Mint.
Yeah, but you've listened to them yet?
Yes, I have. They
sound, don't they? I mean,
they're great.
I'm collecting all our Pepper stuff, but you don't really need anything else other than that. That's him and his best.
And for us little West Texas boys, something like this is like impressive.
West Texas.
John, I meant to ask you that Joe Henderson. How'd you like that?
It's great. It's great. I hadn't commented. Yes. It cleaned up nicely. I actually cleaned it again. Yeah.
Okay. We were talking about live shows and mono and stereo. It's about the music. That show with Joe Henderson and Woody Shaw, I just want to be there. It just was like that. Yeah. The Lighthouse, which I've never been. I mean, I've been to her most.
Very exciting concert.
Yeah, but it's just magic.
Yeah, it really is. I really have enjoyed it ever since I heard it. I wasn't aware of it. I have the Live in Japan, the Joe Henderson Live in Japan, that I enjoy a lot. Yeah. But I had never heard that particular album, the Lighthouse one, and I didn't even know it existed. Then when I heard it, I was like, "Wow, I think I have it on CD or something."
But here's a funny thing. So I had that collection I bought. There was a OG. It's Joe Henderson Live at the Lighthouse.
Yeah,
There was an OG copy and then a Milestone reissue, which were only a few years apart. I listened to both, and the Milestone one sounded better to me than the OG. But, not much. It's just an outstanding record. So,
did you buy?
How would you say it sounds better, Rob? What sounds better about it to you?
I felt there was.
Here I go again.
No. I mean, seriously, answering said seriously. It felt like there's. I mean, it is a live show, but it felt like there was a little more separation in it.
Did you buy that from the OBC?
We don't talk about the OBC here.
Rob, is it like you're in the club?
Huh?
Is it like you're in the club?
Yes, it felt like I'm in the. Actually, felt like I was in the men's room.
Don't you feel like you're actually on the moon?
I felt like I was right inside the trombone.
Wait. It's almost like I was with Mazzy at the concert, but I chose to ignore.
I don't want to be in the room. I want to be in my room with
until I can be in a tuba.
Bathrooms
I'm not
there. I don't
satisfied.
just go piss next to some wanker. You know, I don't want to be in the room. I want to be in my house.
Good point.
You know, I guess it's all comes from also where you approach is from. You know, total transparency here. I started out in jazz right in the deep water as far as cost, as far as doing the whole thing. I fell in love with the sound of those MMJs. I went for it. I had no jazz at the time, none. That's kind of crazy.
But you got in a good time.
Everybody thought I was crazy.
You got in.
So that affects. I think that affects the way I think of things. And then you guys, man, you guys were the lucky ones. You got to, you know, you live in places where you can pick up those OGs, and you hear that, and that's what you guys are like. Wow, yeah, that's what it's supposed to sound like. So I think that also plays into it.
I got those OG, not all of them, but I didn't get all the original Blue Note stuff. But I have a lot of OGs and 70s and things, and I still like the most of the Music Matters jazz and the Tone Poets better. I mean, that's a preference. It's
somebody asked what my thoughts were on the stereo mono. I mentioned that I A-B'd the Ornette Coleman before. I generally am happy with whichever pressing I can get. I don't usually double up, and I do like to have a selection. Like I like to have some MMJs. I like to have some Tone Poets. I like to have some United Artists and Liberties and DMMs, and just to know what they all sound like. So I'm just aware of it. And generally, like for all of those, the music sounds good. Like there are very few records that I have behind me that sound bad. There are significant differences, but I still enjoy, like I have the Dexter Gordon Clubhouse LT series as opposed to the Tone Poet. And I brought that to my friend's house and we A-B'd it. The Tone Poet is definitely way better, but that one sounds really good still. And not like I'm not going to get that Tone Poet because when I want to listen to that record, I'm content with that. So I just feel like in my own like personal collecting style, I like to have a little bit of everything to know what everything kind of sounds like. And I know it varies from every single session, every single record, but I just like to be able to just know, you know, and be able to have my own personal experience with it.
Who would not want Milestone and Muse to go on Tone Poets? Wow. Huh? Wouldn't that be cool?
So I picked this up the other day at Amoeba. This is the regular Concord issue of this album. On the wall, I think there was a Japanese company that did a 45 version of this. That was like $60. I paid $7 for this. This sounds outstanding. So it makes me feel like it was a good recording to begin with, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Do you feel like you're there in the men's room?
Actually, this is a live recording with Stanley Tarantine playing saxophone. He's the
Quarantine?
Yeah. Stanley
Quarantine. He sounds good.
So Rob,
another margarita, please.
Yeah. So Rob, is a discussion I usually have with John. We praise too much the master engineers. If the sound engineer, if the recording engineer didn't do a good job to start with, there's no magic they can play with. And people give very little credit to them. I think a good example, go back and watch everybody, Get Back. Look at what Glyn Jones working in that room like crazy to get a good sound.
But he did a terrible mix of that record.
Yeah. But I mean,
I know we got it in the box set, but it was terrible.
Yeah.
Okay, so on this album, Jim Anderson was the recording engineer, but George Horn.
Jim Anderson is. No. All right, I want to talk about Jim Anderson. He's one of the best recording engineers. and you know, sometimes on Instagram when I'll post an album, it's a Jim Anderson album. and he'll respond, and he'll say like he'll talk about some of the Billy Harper albums he did, and he'll say like the Steeplechase stuff. He said Steeplechase, they would come over twice a year to the United States, and we'd have these sessions. They book a week in the studio. We'd do everything. It would be live, direct recording, and the sessions were back to back. And he's like to me, he's sort of. I mean, he's up there with Van Gelder in my opinion, in terms of recording jazz, and he's a guy that'll talk to you about the recordings. If you follow him on Instagram, he's a nice guy. His wife is also a recording engineer. She
cool.
does mostly classical.
That's really a gift. That's really a gift for somebody to come out and talk like that.
Yeah, Mike. Someone asked you earlier here, like 3 hours in the Peanut Gallery ago, about Tom Dowd.
Tom Dowd.
And Tom Dowd was a great producer, but his albums sound like shit.
He
really
butchered a lot of Atlantic recordings.
Yeah, they don't.
It's often been said about Tom that he couldn't mix an egg.
Right, but he got great performances. You got to take that off the table.
Yeah,
but he produced some of the greatest albums ever.
Right, exactly.
And it's the sound we know. That gets back to a little bit of the OG Blue Notes. That sound on Layla, that's the sound we know.
And it's not a great sounding record, but you're right. I agree.
But it hits the spot that we know.
Now I get who you are. You and I had a big argument because I hate the Mo-Fi Layla.
We've had many arguments, Mazzy. Many arguments.
Right.
But remember, Mazzy, I'm the most normal guy in the VC.
I'm taking it all back. No, okay. But wait a second. But you like the Mo-Fi Layla, right? Because I don't like it.
Layla?
The Mo-Fi Layla.
No, I like the Polydor UK.
Oh, okay. But then you're not the one. Okay.
No.
I couldn't stand. I had the Mo-Fi Layla, and I couldn't stand it. I sent it to Coleman. He didn't like it, and he traded it in. And everyone, like on the Hoffman forums, loves it. Same with the 50th anniversary Electric Ladyland box. I didn't like that version of it, and everyone thinks I'm crazy, which is fine.
I'm not like a huge Layla fan, so I'm good with the UK. I don't think it's going to get better.
Okay, but you're not the one then. Never mind.
No, we've had plenty of other fights, though.
Okay, that's fair. That's fair.
I just want to show one thing.
I'll be more gentle from now on.
And we were talking about like sound, live recordings and sound. I've shown this before, but I can't. This Tommy Flanagan Nights at the Vanguard. The performance is everything about this recording is great. This package and everything. The performance is great. This was Rudy Van Gelder's like first live recording in like 12 years at the Vanguard when he did this, and it's a really beautiful sounding recording. It's on Uptown Records. You can find this, and it's really cheap. And even the liner notes are freaking great. Everything about it, but I'd recommend it in terms of everything: performance, sound of a live recording. It's just
the only thing, Mike, I'm familiar with, honestly, with Tommy Flanagan is overseas.
I know
that's everybody, you know.
Late career Tommy Flanagan, it's so much better. It's really so much better.
That looks like Rob.
Here's because Flanagan did, he did overseas, and after that period, he did 2 stints as Ella Fitzgerald's musical director.
Okay.
And then I think like on his last stint, I think he had a heart attack, and he just, I'm not doing that touring, and he just started recording more. There's a lot of good
He's on the
Tommy
Pablo
Flanagan
records.
trio stuff. Angel.
He's on the Pablo with Ella. Yeah, Pablo with Ella.
Yeah, but the Inja stuff, the Tommy Flanagan stuff on Inja is when he really becomes, he comes into his own with the trio. A lot of stuff was with George Mraz. He has some stuff with Elvin Jones on drums. all excellent stuff. Yes, that's a really good one. I have that one.
Tubalandia. Fillmore East Allman Brothers might be the best sounding record he ever did. Maybe. I agree.
See, now this is what I like. I like learning stuff like this because I don't know anything but overseas. Everybody talks about that album. I have it. Yeah, and it's great.
I'm going to show one more that's really really good.
This is one that Mike recommended I pick up, and they obviously do Giant Steps, which is one of my favorite jazz songs.
It's fairly reasonable price to pick up.
Yeah,
those
yes, this is very very affordable. I forget what I paid. I wouldn't be surprised if it was like $15.
You know what I thought you guys were saying before I just read Enga, E-N-G-A. I thought you guys were saying engines. I was like, what? Like Indians, like the slang for Indians. I was like, what a horrible name for a label, engines.
And I thought they were saying Steely Dan.
They do Giant Steps. They also do. I'm gonna maybe mispronounce this, but Nama, isn't that like a Miles song?
Nama.
Miles.
No, it's not Coltrane.
That's Coltrane too. Oh yeah, okay, yeah.
Naima.
And look how great that picture is on the back.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah.
Oh, it's amazing.
And then here's one. This is really good too. You could probably find this. You can.
Hold on, Mike. Your camera's off.
Oh, sorry. Yeah. This one, Thelonious.
Cool.
And then it's got a picture.
I have that. It's on Enja?
Yeah, that's the original label. You might be on Inner City or something like that.
I think mine. I thought it was for some reason. I thought it was MPS, but it's on Enja. It's the cover.
Can we get ourselves straight? What is the record we're selling out tonight?
I think it should be
Donald Byrne of Sam Records.
This Sunny Fortune.
This is another one that's really good. And this one, this Tommy Flanagan, Helen Merrill actually sings.
That's nice.
Who sings on that one?
Yeah, and it's playing the music of Harold Arlen.
Who sings on it? Helen Merrill.
Yep.
Oh wow, that's cool.
That's great.
Yeah,
she's in good voice, huh?
Yeah, she's one of the producers of it actually.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
So Tommy Flanagan just had a really revival in the late part of his career. Then.
Oh yeah, I mean, I saw him at the Vanguard 2 or 3 times. And it was really good. There's one album that I wish they would reissue. He did with Kenny Burrell late this year.
He did. He was on the tour that Tone was introducing, and the last one that came out, the Andy Warhol. He's in both records.
Yes, also. And then like later in the something the Bluebird, Beyond the Bluebird, which is the club that they all played at in Detroit.
Mm-hmm.
And it really deserves a vinyl reissue. I mean, I don't think it's ever been on vinyl, but it's beautiful. Yeah. If you can find it on CD, it is amazing. Kenny Burrell is at the top of his game, and they're like simpatico. It's like it's like it's like that old friends getting together, haven't been together for so long, and they're like, okay.
Mike, here's a broad question for you. Speaking of this topic of later careers, who would you say that maybe what I consider myself a newbie to jazz, or somebody who's maybe middle road into jazz, who in their later career would you say is like Tommy Flanagan, where you guys need to listen to what he did here? Not necessarily the most famous one, but how about what he did here?
You mean who gets better with age?
Yeah, okay, yeah.
Like probably has a list.
I find that really interesting.
This is, I guess, and I don't know, this may be, maybe pushing it for some people. Paul Motion.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Paul Motion. I think Paul Motion became, was the great band leader. I love his work as a leader, and I'm talking about right up he died. I have a classic Paul Motion from I think it's the 80s or the 90s. That's great.
So Mike, going in that direction, would you say that Herbie Hancock got better with age after in the 70s, late 60s?
But that's not age. I mean, he's still in his 30s.
Progression. Yeah, in a
Yeah.
sense.
Leonard Cohen.
Cohen was just trying more.
Yeah.
He's experimenting more. I would say I love all Mal Waldron, but I think when he does, I like it all, but in 1970 is when he does Spanish Bitch, and then all the stuff on Inner City or Enja, and all that stuff from the 70s to me is like the best.
This Enja label sounds like something I need to explore.
I'm selling the Mal Waldron Enja tomorrow. Come to the auction.
Oh, and if you get a record where Mal Waldron has a cigarette in his mouth, buy it if you see it.
Is that Quest or no?
No, I don't think Quest is just his face, and that's early. That's on. Is that New Jazz or? Yeah, it's on New Jazz.
New Jazz, yeah.
No, but the Up Jump the Devil and this one he's got. Well, he's just got his cigarette. This is one of my favorite Mal Waldrons. I like the way he plays with Steve Lacy. I just think it's
If you can find any Mal Waldron with Steve Lacy, it's worth getting.
Yeah, they just play good together. Kind of like the same way I love Jackie McLean with Larry Willis.
Oh yes,
they play good together. You know.
All right, so here's a Paul Motion that I wanted to, and it's a difficult cover to see, but he did these series of recordings. They were called On Broadway, and he's doing standards. But the group is Joe Lovano on tenor, Bill Frisell on guitar, and Charlie Hayden on bass.
Oh, nice.
These this is volume. This is volume 2 that I have, and then there's another volume that I have on CD. It's hard to find on vinyl. Lee Konitz is also playing.
Stylistically, what is that like? Would you say?
I guess people would call it like post bop or whatever, but it's motion. Yeah, it's a lot of space in the playing, and Joe Lovano is. I mean, they're all fabulous.
Oh, Joe Lovano's on it. Okay.
And Charlie Hayden is great. This is when I really got into Bill Frisell. When I listened to this, I was like, okay, now I get what people are saying about how he plays. And this is such a good. It's on. This is a German label. I believe it's JMT. They went out of business, but you can still find their stuff.
But is it mono or stereo? No, I'm just joking.
But if you can find those on Broadway recordings, I highly recommend them.
Okay.
It's like it's not. It's a sort of a different take on a more expansive take on the American songbook, which I think is good, which I love.
I could jump in with a recommendation for John. So somebody that I've followed and am getting more of his stuff, who really changes throughout his career.
Oh yeah,
I think is Clifford Jordan.
Oh yeah.
And I have I actually got into Clifford Jordan like his early stuff, and I was on
MRC.
What's that?
Was he on MRC stuff?
He may have been Sideman. I don't think he had any lead records on MRC.
It was Riverside, right?
Well, he had Blue Note, so he had Cliff Craft. He had Rob. What was the one that we were just talking about?
That's a good record. I like that record.
Great record. But anyway, so I knew his early stuff, and I was on Fred Putterman's stream, or maybe he was on this stream, but it came up, and I was like, I don't really. This was a while ago, and I also have this Riverside one that he did, Spellbound.
So that's like hugely rare.
Yeah, I'm really happy I got this. This was a really killer find. But then what I learned is he really, like in the 70s. Actually, I don't know if this is 70s, but this is Muse, Inward Fire. This sounds completely different than his early. I mean, I say completely. I mean, I think it's very different than listening to something where he's doing like a hard bop thing.
Yeah, well, he was just doing hard bop, and then Actually, that he does that one on Strata East is really cool too.
So I have that. So there is right now a Japanese reissue that's coming out that's on Dusty Groove, and I think you can pre-order it elsewhere. But Dusty Groove has the best price of Glass Bead Games. And then Mike, do you remember the name of the other one that's on Strata East that they're putting out? It's the Double 45. No. Well, there's another Strata East. They're both coming out at the same time, so I have both of those pre-ordered.
Yeah. Let me go back to.
But that's a guy who a lot of people. I mean, I think his whole career is great.
Glass Beads. It's called Glass Beads. Something.
There's another one coming out too.
I'll bring it up. I'll tell you in a second.
And
I gotta go back to this one.
But John, so this is a guy that I think I don't know if people prefer his later stuff, but I think he's a guy that he was able to reinvent and make himself like I don't know, just great throughout his career. So that's who came to mind thinking about like early and later career and just having a level of consistency.
Perhaps artistically, perhaps he's more valued and later in his career. Correct?
Maybe. I don't know.
So Mike, it's Clifford Jordan in the world.
In the world, and it's coming out as a double 45, which is pretty cool.
Yeah.
Who's
really
putting that out?
What label is doing this?
It's a Japanese label.
It's called
Peavine.
It's Peavine. You pee on the vine, remember?
Yeah, but they Peavine, but they have a different name, like Groover.
Oh, okay.
There's
Peavine did a lot of blues stuff. I had a lot of blues stuff in Peavine.
They just put out
exactly.
I have gospel. I have P-line Vine gospel stuff.
Well, you have P-line infection.
Yeah, that's right. They do a lot of blues. That's right, Mazzy. They do a lot of blues.
Dude.
When I was so earlier when I mentioned I was looking at a record on the Hoffman forums as an example, I was looking at Peavine. That's what I was looking at, and people were saying that they had blues records from them.
Yeah, so, Howlin' Wolf, just a lot of.
And they said it sounded like they were okay, like and frankly, like originals of those Clifford Jordans on Strata East are like, they're just. I'm just not gonna buy that. That's like ridiculous. So,
actually, that double album goes for not as much as you'd think.
Which one?
The Glass Beads. It actually sells for less than a lot of those Strata East, but I think get whatever you're getting.
Brandon, have you looked recently? I mean, I don't know what's expensive.
I know. I feel like I'm in the past. I'm thinking like 4 years ago, and I look at stuff.
What would you guess? A reasonable prices for that now for VG Plus?
I thought it sold for like $60 or something.
No.
Where? Lead me to it.
Okay. All right. So I'll answer John's question because I was always really into Mal Waldron, but everything I had was like the early Prestige. I had Japanese reissues of the early Prestige, and then I had an original of the New Jazz Impressions, I think, and had him on different albums as a sideman, and I really liked him. And then my friend, who's kind of like he's a little bit of a dealer, he'll hook me up with something, and then all of a sudden I'm hooked.
That's like Coffee Dave.
And so he's like
one more record, just with the Clifford Jordan, but he does a lot of sidemen work. And one of the ones that I think really was a standout for me was this Lee Morgan. I think that Clifford Jordan and Lee Morgan as like a duo. I actually don't know how many records they did together. So I don't want to say I wish they did more stuff, but this one is I got on Vinyl Me Please, and I have that, I think it's an outstanding record, and I know that
I think it was the only one, Mike. So Lee was kind of trying to put together a band to keep going his career. I think that was the only time they recorded.
I think he got kicked out of Blue Note, and he basically got himself sober over the next course of time, and this was his first record back. So people have criticized some of his playing on it. I don't hear that. I think it's a blowing session. So if you're not into that, then maybe you won't like it. But I think this is a really good one. And originals come up, I've seen, for like $40, $50 sometimes. So it's not like it's a crazy hard record to get.
Or the OJC sounds good. I have the
and then Brandon, an original Glass Bead Games in like VG Plus condition can easily fetch like $400 or $500.
Okay, never mind. I don't know what I was looking at. I thought I saw one sell on eBay for $70.
Yeah, I recently got a good deal on that. for $250. So
okay,
no,
never mind.
Yeah,
I don't know.
$250. Yeah.
Anyway, back to John.
Ridiculous.
Like my friend showed me Spanish Bitch, which is a trio record, one of my favorite trio records that Mel Waldron did on a Japanese label in 1970. And it's actually says it's on ECM, but it's actually on Globe. And that got me into like his Enja stuff, which this is great.
Which one is no?
Huh?
No, because I thought they were making you. Oh, okay. Now I can see.
Okay, so this is Up Jump the Devil, and this is with Reggie Workman and Billy Higgins, and Reggie Workman, who's kind of becoming my favorite bass player right now. This is a solo piano. Mingus Lives on Enja. Sorry, the light went out. And
I'm seeing it. I'm seeing it.
That's all right. That's
in
fine.
Halloween, I'm like the killer.
Very, very 70s covers.
This is the one I just showed, One Upmanship, which is great. This is with Steve Lacy. He's got another live one. I have a bunch. He's got a live record with Steve Lacy. I have a bunch more, but that got me on. And then this is what I just got, which is basically, I got this yesterday. I've played it like 8 times. So
would you say that his style just got more explorative, or why do you think he
went free jazz? He did go free jazz.
He became more creative.
Get him, Mike.
I don't want to say that
early 70s, in the early 70s.
No, his sound became darker.
Yeah,
he had a nervous breakdown, and after the breakdown, you can really hear the change in his playing. And it's a really darker,
introspective.
Sort of I guess maybe it's the way my life kind of turned out and stuff. But I love Mal Waldron. I love I love Bill Evans later when he gets darker and sadder. And I love Mike.
I love
British. There's this British guy, Mike Taylor, that only made 2 albums, and he was like, he was messed up on everything. He was just drinking, living on the streets, and he made these 2 records that are just amazing, and they're dark and sad, but that's kind of where I go. And I really love, that's why I love later Bill Evans. I like the later Chet Baker because he kind of goes there. I guess I just kind of go to that somber music. Also, there's a lot more space as he kind of goes. Like, I don't want to say hard bop has rules, but there are certain kind of formulas, and I think a lot of musicians aren't not necessarily constrained, but they're doing something. And when they get into whatever you call the post bop in the mid to late 60s, they open up a little bit, and things become, to my ears, a little more interesting because it doesn't have as much constraints.
Well, painful experiences can create great art. That's just the way it is.
Well,
sorry. Go ahead.
Oh, no, I'm going to do this is to Rob's. I think this should be the one to get because it's cheap, and this Sunny Fortune is also the other record I've played like 10 times in the last week. And just Charles Sullivan, Kenny Barron, Reggie Workman, Billy Hart. So
I have that one. That's like a $5 or $7 record.
It's a $7 record. It's worth. It should be worth $700.
What can we expect listening to that? Can you just do maybe just a high level?
It's slightly. It's post bop. It's slightly spiritual. It's cool stuff. You're gonna hear, wavering saxophones kind of drifting in the wind. It's cool. I think just looking at the lineup, you get some cool bass stuff. Reggie Workman plays a little bow. It's just a cool record,
I have a specific question about an album that I'm confused about. It's called I believe this is a John Coltrane record. It's got cards on the front. It's called The Dealers.
Yeah.
Are there two separate? Yeah. Is there 2 separate albums of that? How do I get that cheaper, or is there a cheaper? Something?
Get a Japanese, John.
Yeah,
Japanese.
I think that was
okay.
Yeah.
I think the original was. was Mal Waldron and Joel Coltrane and like the whole band, and then it was released later as Coltrane.
I really like that album. I streamed it a while ago, and then I ran it across again. I said, "Oh, I remember this album. I really wanted it, but I never could really find it for a good price, and I didn't know if it was a bunch of loose sessions all put together or what it was." You know?
Yeah. So this was interesting. It looks like the first pressing was put out by Status, which Status reissued a lot of earlier Prestige and other labels of theirs. But I did know that Status did have first pressings of some things as well. I guess this was one of them. And then the last thing to mention about Status is ones that I've had sound terrible. They're definitely using recycled vinyl. I would highly recommend avoiding them. But that said, I do know that people have said there are good Status pressings too. This might be one of them. I don't know.
I just played some of the Statuses sound really good, and some of them do sound bad. I just played Wynton Kelly and Steve Lacy that's on Status, and it sounds really good.
The only Status that I have is what is the I'm horrible with names and titles. What is the guy Nate that did the piece that Sam Records put out? Nate the live
Nathan
album.
Davis.
Nathan Davis, and it's called the 11th Room or something like that on Status.
Oh, that's a hard album to get.
I really like that. I grabbed that.
This Status actually sounds really good.
Is that Reflections? What is that?
It's Steve Lacy and Wynton Kelly. What is it? That's it. That's the title.
I have it.
The title is just the names of the guys.
Okay.
Just and just going back to you talking about later career musicians. I'm going to 3 Art Farmer recordings that I would recommend. They're all on the Contemporary label. And they're all from the late 80s.
Were those OJCs? There's a lot of
that's right.
They're not OJCs. This is like Contemporary's like last run at putting stuff out on vinyl, basically.
Okay.
This is Something to Live For, and he's basically doing all the music of Billy Strayhorn.
Oh right.
And this is Art Farmer, Clifford Jordan, James Williams, who was an excellent pianist, Rufus Reed, and Marty Smith on drums. What's really good, everything on this album it's beautiful playing. They do Billy Strayhorn's Blood Count, and there are like great versions of Blood Count. One is done by Stan Getz, Duke Ellington, of course, and the one on this one, top 3. Those are the top 3. It's just really good.
Would you say, Mike, that a lot of these albums are, since they're later albums, that they're cheaper to get? These later,
you can get these like
definitely
a lot. Starting at like $10, I would think.
This is the time to buy these.
$8.
This is Blame It On My Youth. This is really good. Also with Clifford Jordan again. Basically the same group. I think it's a different drummer. Victor Lewis. This is they do some Clifford Jordan tunes, and this is excellent. Actually, they do a Donald Brown tune. Donald Brown's an underrated pianist composer. And this one here, PhD.
Yeah.
Clifford Jordan, Kenny Burrell, Rufus Reed. This is all excellent. Yeah. I mean, and you can
do they all
be paying over 50.
Do they all actually?
So these guys on the horns, they stayed strong throughout their career. The ones that you're showing here, they just stayed strong, right?
Yeah, and Art Farmer, he switched the flugelhorn, so that made it a little easy for him. But after these series of albums, he started using another instrument called the flumpet.
Yeah.
And there's this guy, I think his name is Dave Monet. I think he's in the lives in Oregon. He makes the horn. He makes Wynton Marsaal's, Terrence Blanchard's horn, and he created this basically for Art Farmer. where you sort of get more of the trumpet tone, but it's not as hard on you physically.
Yeah,
I haven't since he passed. I haven't seen anyone use it. But
yeah,
it was a beautiful instrument.
He was an interesting guy, wasn't he, Art Farmer? I mean, it seemed like he had a interesting trajectory for his career.
Yeah, I was right before he passed. I was supposed to see him. He was going to do something at Lincoln Center, he was going to perform there, but he was also going to do like a little talk. Supposedly, he was like really into like wine and he was going to talk about wine and all this stuff. And wonderful. Then they canceled it, and then soon after that he passed away.
Mike, did Art Farmer ever go like post bop or go free or anything like that?
I don't think so.
Not,
right?
No.
Well, I'm just asking.
I'd say the closest is when he did that the album with the Basra rhythm section on Atlantic. That's probably the closest he went to kind of post bop, maybe.
Yeah.
It's that one's interesting. I like that record a lot, but
so he stayed within his element, basically.
It doesn't sound like what he was doing before.
Yeah. I mean, I think I just think he became, it's one of those guys. As he got older, I don't know. There was just more nuance to his playing. It was just he knew what the notes and the space.
But so much of that becomes secondary and second nature for these guys. I'm sure the basics.
Yeah. This body of work is immense. I mean, this guy was recording. There's like not a year starting in like 1953 until his death. Like basically, he did a bunch of records for Prestige. Then he jumped around a little bit. He did United Artists, Contemporary, Mercury, Argo. Scepter. I've never heard of Scepter.
Scepter, Scepter Records.
Scepter, thank you. Columbia, Enja in Europe. He has one on Enja. MPS from Vienna with Art with Jimmy Heath. That's cool.
Right. He relocated to Austria. For years.
He's on.
What's the name? What's the guy? Danny Kaye was actually friends with his son. I think growing up.
He did. East Wind, do you know that label?
Yeah, those are some great recordings. He did. I actually have some of those too.
Those are with they're really good. Walton, Sam Jones, and Billy Higgins.
Yeah,
I would say
Ellington.
Art Pepper is one of those people where probably 2 years ago I would have been like only. Because all the Art Pepper I had a couple years ago was 50s and 60s contemporary and the
Art Farmer or Art Pepper?
Art Pepper.
No,
I was talking about another person that got better with age.
Oh, yeah.
Well, I mean, he was in prison most of the time, so.
Well, yeah, there was a prison break there's a prison. Hey, come on, give the guy a break. There's a prison break.
The prison break was like 20 years, right?
He was in prison for it was like
all of the 60s, basically. All the 1960s.
The early to mid 60s to the 70s to like 70 something. I don't know. It's like 6 or 7 years. But when he came back, and I just because all I had was the contemporary and the Atlantic and the early stuff, the stuff on Score. And that's all I knew. And then someone introduced me. It's like, oh, check out this Galaxy pressing. And I was like, oh man, that looks terrible.
Yeah, I love those.
And then I started playing it, and I'm like, these are really good. And that got me into getting the later contemporaries. And then I picked up more of the Galaxies. And then I bought that box set when it came out on RSD, which has a bunch of stuff from the 80s.
Yeah, my friend put that out. And Brendan, they have a relationship with his widow. They just put a bunch of stuff out on CD, which I just sent to Mike, and I have some more for the other Mike.
Well, so what I'm saying is I'm starting to like the later Art Pepper more than the early Art Pepper, which a couple of years ago I'm into him all the time. Like I like all of his music, but I'm more into the later Art Pepper.
It took me a while to. It seemed I don't know. It seemed. I think for me, the Art Pepper early stuff was so lush and everything that the later stuff, I didn't understand his mindset. now that I understand his mindset, I think I can relate to the
Right.
aggressive playing that he was doing.
They got to release that first album, Surf Ride, with the surfer on the cover.
I have that.
Yeah,
I have a CD.
I have a CD.
I love that. I have a CD, a Japanese CD of that. I love that record.
Yeah. I'm a guy that also prefers later Art Pepper. You know, I have the earliest.
But that's such an unusual cover for, was it 52, 53?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, 56. Well, it was released in 56, recorded in 52 to 54.
Yeah, I mean, but 56 even having that surfer on the cover in 56.
Yeah,
that woman surfing.
But was there a time that Art Pepper was considered kind of lightweight? I always got that kind of ideal that people just didn't take it very seriously. Or has he always been like, you know, or was it more of the,
you know, you could
West Coast jazz?
You could argue that nobody took like the West Coast jazz was never as taken as quite as seriously as the East Coast jazz.
That is so bizarre for 1956. For a jazz record, for a jazz record.
Well, and
for a surf record.
Right? Yeah, exactly.
Girl in a bikini on a longboard. I mean, come on.
Here's another person you might want to check out, and his stuff is going to be dirt cheap. And the only reason I mention his name right now is because we were talking about Art Pepper.
What version?
And Art Pepper did a lot of time. You know, he did time at San Quentin.
Yeah.
And when he was in San Quentin, he played in the Wardens band.
What version is that, Rob?
So this came out 2016, Record Store Day.
How's that sound?
It's not the best. I had ordered from a record store in Puerto Rico, which you would think they can send you. They're part of the U.S.
I want to hear Mike's story
until they get two senators and become the 51st state. They're not going to give you good records.
No, they sent me this for free.
What's the San Quentin story?
So when Art Pepper was at San Quentin, he played in the Wardens band, and these are jazz musicians that were incarcerated, and this is their deal. I guess they got like special treatment because they're in the Wardens band. There's another alto player in that band, Frank Morgan.
Oh,
same. Came up, got under the influence of Charlie Parker, got addicted to drugs, spent basically probably around the same type of number of years incarcerated as Art Pepper. And then, in the 80s, in the mid 80s, Frank Morgan got his stuff together, started recording for Contemporary, did some classic recordings with backed by the Cedar Walton Trio. There's another one that on Contemporary that's called, I think it's Frank's Back. He's backed by McCoy Tyner Trio. They're all excellent, really cheap. You can find them.
And you know what? I've sampled.
Then there's also one that's called I think the All Stars, where it's Joe Henderson, Bobby Hutchison. I can't right off the top of my head, like Ron Carter, Al Foster. They're like, I think it's maybe like 5 albums that are just fabulous. I picked up the Joe Henderson, Bobby Hutchison one at the In Groove, like right before they, when we started traveling again after COVID, for $10, and it was mint. It was a beautiful copy. And any Frank Morgan, it's sort of like that period of of his resurgence is sort of like a classic sort of bop, sound, but it's excellent recordings.
Mike, do you know the record "Bebop Lives" with Johnny Cole, Cedar Walton,
Live at the Vanguard? Live at the Vanguard.
I've streamed that. I meant to actually pick it up. I think I might buy it right now. But
what years of the performance?
Well, it was released in '87, so it's later. I don't know when the performance is.
So the performance had to be, I think that was earlier. And maybe, I can't remember but after that came out, the next year was when I saw Frank Morgan at the Vanguard.
Okay. But I remember I really liked this. It was one of the later contemporaries, a year ago when I was sampling all of them, that I was just like, this one sounds fantastic.
Yeah. any of the Frank Morgan contemporaries are worth getting, and you
All right, they want to buy it.
they're not going to cost you that. They're not going to cost.
Yeah, I just got it for $17.
Yeah, I found one for $5.
Yeah.
How dare you?
Mm-hmm.
Well, I'm better than you at this.
Yeah, I don't really know too much about Frank Morgan, so I'm excited to get this.
Well, he played the wizard in The Wizard of Oz.
His father was actually, I think his father was a member of, what's the group called the Ink Spots.
A cappella group.
Yeah.
Oh, the Ink Spots.
Yeah.
Very famous group.
Yeah.
Great. Yeah, I love
that was one of Elvis Presley's favorite groups.
I love the Ink Spots. Yeah. I think Decca and MCA used to reissue the records. Yeah. I gotta go. I'm heading out, but nice to meet you, Mipan. Maybe
I'm just glad I got my thunder back.
Thanks for checking out. I know I'm sorry I don't follow your Discord stuff very much. It's just too much for me. But thanks for coming up here and explaining that. I haven't spoken to Steve Westman about it, but that's cool.
No
Maz, do you download the Discord app to your phone?
I have it on, and that's what I look at. But then by the time I look, I don't look the whole.
It's
not that. Do you toggle between the Jazz Bums Discord and the OBC?
No, I just do the Jazz Bum. I stay
right
on
now
one.
on the Discord server. They're really
I mean, I do it once in a while, but I do it once in a while.
Well, look, if one thing you could do is if you do any jazz videos, we have a channel for new videos. You could drop the link in for everybody to watch.
Well, see, people always piss me off for promoting my channel so much anyway. So
Mazzy just needs 300 more. Was it 300 more subs?
No, I need 3,000 more
3,000
subscribers to get to 30,000.
3,000.
Search for Norman Maslov on YouTube and sub him.
I'm going to take off too now. I have some more getting ready for the auction.
Yeah, we have to all go. I want the Jazz Discords to gang up and go to Rob's auction tomorrow and raise havoc.
So is the auction on Sunday or Saturday?
Please don't, Mazzy. Please don't.
Of course I'm not. You're having your auction on the Sabbath? On Our People's Sabbath?
Wow.
I'm trying to raise money to have you put in a good home, Mazzy.
Okay. The weekend of the
weekend. Everybody buy.
The weekend of June 23rd. If anyone goes to the big Pacific, the Seattle show at SeaTac, the audio show, that Saturday night there's a party here at my place. So if you're in that weekend, you have to ask for an invitation. We're gonna have a little party with my puny speakers. So,
Hey, Mazzy, I'm sorry I told you to shut up.
I don't take that bullshit, but I will call you on taking me around Portland, even though I know Portland, but you probably know stuff I don't know.
I know so much that you don't know.
Oh, I'm sure.
As far as Portland goes. I will take you. Any of the food that people told you about, I will take you to places that will blow your mind, and records.
Well, food, records, cocktails. That's what I want. Okay.
And that is true, Mazzy. Brando can cook some Brazilian food. Really good.
I can cook too, because I was a chef while I was in college.
Were you? Have you been a chef in Portland?
No.
Okay.
This is San Francisco 30 years ago.
This is being sold tomorrow.
Wow, that's good.
Cool.
Yeah.
Okay. Anybody? There's a couple records I'm looking for.
I'll be there, Rob.
I have a few. If anybody's interested,
I have some cool stuff, John.
I have some stuff for trade. If anybody, but here's what I'm looking for.
I have a Music Matters 45. I'm not trained.
This is a basically mint 1991 Japanese copy. I have an original. This is like mint minus. It's barely played, and it's worth about $50, $50 to $60.
Yeah.
In trade, it's it's mint.
Okay.
This is also pretty mint. It's a 91 Japanese of a 55 Savoy. That's Nat Adderley, and it's got a good group. So, Jerome Richardson on tenor, Kenny Clark on drums, and I'm trying to remember who's on piano. Hold on. Move the Obi. All right. Well, I'm gonna have to just. I think it's. Anyway, it's a super clean copy. I'm just not playing quite as much hard bop as I used to, so I'm making space. And then this is an original Hank Jones, and it's super clean.
Wow.
And it's basically this is a great bop record. I think it's 55 or 56. It's OG Savoy, red label, bright silver deep groove. It's VG plus. It plays better. And this is the lineup. Donald Byrd, Eddie Jones, Kenny Clark, and Hank Jones.
Wow.
What are you looking for on that one?
I want to say it's worth I think it's selling. I think this sells for about 60, so 50.
That's fair.
It's a really clean one, but what I'm looking for is there's a record that has eluded me, and I almost picked it up, and now it's worth way much, just like every record I really want. Now it's worth more. I really want Max Roach. Members Don't Get Weary. And
I just picked up an OG of that.
Trade you all these for that.
But I also have a Scorpio of it sealed too.
I don't want a Scorpio.
Scorpio Bite.
I trade you all these for Members Get Weary.
Scorpio bites.
Brendan, maybe let me listen to it again because it's a fucking awesome album.
I have a mini disc of it. Can I trade that?
Issued it.
But it goes.
You get 3 records for 1.
Rob, I'll trade you my mini disc for the Scorpio.
I'd gladly pay you.
Your mini disc of what? What's
the that title? We very rarely get to gang up on you, Rob.
Brandon, if that falls through, I'd be interested in that Kenny Dorham Afro Cuban.
Yeah, I actually.
It sounds great. I mean, it sounds really good, and it is.
Yeah,
I actually wasn't gonna sell it, but I just need to make space, and I do have.
Is that a Toshiba EMI one?
Yeah.
And that one, that's the original cover. There was a black cover with black and red cover, basically.
Yeah, right? The regular cover is cool cover.
That's the 10-inch cover, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah. Is
that a 10-inch? Is that a 10-inch?
It looks just like this.
Yeah, the 5000 series, just like it's in the.
This is like one of my prized possessions. It's a OG. I had to trade a bunch of stuff to get this.
Can you show the cover?
Yeah, it's got tape all around it.
That's okay.
Here, I'll take it out of the thing.
But try to find it.
Decided to put masking tape around the whole thing. And people did that. Anyway, that's an OG Lexington. Wow. It plays good too.
Wow.
I had to trade I traded some valuable records to get this because my dealer was like, I'm going to put it on Instagram. It'll sell in about 5 minutes.
What does that go for?
I don't know. I think I got it for $225 because of the cover.
Yeah.
But I feel like it sells for closer to 500.
Hey, Brendan, salivate.
Yeah, let's trade.
I took the shrink. It came with shrink. I took the shrink off, which I never did.
Oh no,
that's not a green. No. That's a green and red label.
Yeah, this is an OG.
Yeah, it's 69, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah, I totally want. I passed up on one for $80, and now it's going for
I picked mine up for less. I picked mine up for less, and I think this sells for way over 100.
Who's playing?
It sells for 150 now.
Who's on that record?
Stanley Cowell, Andy Bday, is it Jimmy Mayer?
Gary Bartz.
Yeah,
it's got everyone.
Charles Tolliver's on here.
Charles Tolliver, my favorite.
I mean, it's a record I've been looking for because that reissue that they put out is
sounds like shit.
Sounds like shit.
Is it?
That's not the.
I do have a sealed Scorpio.
I don't want that. Anyway, you can have your sealed Scorpio. Well,
is it funky-ish? What is it? What is it about the album that's so cool?
No, it's
slightly avant, getting cool and groovy.
And then they have, Andy Bday does, has a great vocal feature on there.
Yeah,
that's really, really
it's
good.
sort of like the sort of Coltrane, like Love Supreme kind of vocal.
Yeah, in that era.
Yeah, I have the other Roaches from that era on Atlantic, but I don't have that one. And it's kind of been eluding me.
It has an interesting title.
Went into this record store. There's a little record store near me. I go in every time I find cool shit. I don't know how they get it. This was on the wall for $60.
Yeah, I wouldn't have even like looked at it. I would have just bought it and walked out.
That's kind of what. Well, I had him play it because there was a mark, but I mean, the more I'm thinking about it, it's a kick-ass album.
It is. Okay, Mike and I were talking. This is my favorite. This is probably, I would put this in my top 5 Blue Notes.
So I have an OG.
My favorite Dexter Gordon, more than.
Oh yeah.
More than
stereo or mono.
More than Go, more than Our Man in Paris. This is my favorite Dexter Gordon. And this was not a Rudy Van Gelder. This was done in France.
In France, yeah.
Which is why I think the stereo sounds a lot better.
Yeah.
Partly, but we won't go into that.
I have the OG and I have the Tone Poet, and that OG sounds a little better.
I think so too. I have them both.
What do you guys?
I have a 70s copy too.
What do you guys think of the album that's, I guess, the most popular or most spoken of Max Roach album, We Insist? What's your opinions on that album?
I'm not going to say anything.
I like parts of it. I don't like some parts of it.
I love it. And I mean, that album, and then Abby Lincoln's album that came after that, they're like companion. They go together because basically some of the same.
It's one of the very few vocal albums with that I do like.
Yeah.
It took me a little while to understand it. Somebody actually had to explain it to me.
Yeah.
And then I warmed up to it more, and now I really do like it.
Well, the reissue sounds pretty good. Yeah. The new reissue sounds decent.
I have the Pure Pleasure one.
And you look at it, just going back in time, that's like pretty ahead of pretty ahead of the curve on that everything about that album, even the cover art.
Once I understood what it was about more.
That's like before March on Washington,
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, if you don't have it yet, that reissue that came out last year sounds pretty good.
I do have it. Yeah. I got it for RSD, I believe.
And the whole and the whole thing with those sessions too, Oscar Brown Jr. and Max Roach, they had conflict. Oscar Brown Jr. walks out of the session. And doesn't know that the damn thing is coming out until they contact him on the liner notes.
Yeah.
And then he comes back for the Abby Lincoln record.
Mm-hmm.
And then after that, the whole Downbeat thing that happened, because Downbeat attacked Abby Lincoln.
Oh, really?
Oh yeah. Big time.
They tried to destroy her, and then there was a whole big thing about that. And then I always thought Downbeat from that era, they had a bunch of knuckleheads. Right.
So historically, that album is pretty significant.
Yeah.
And
it's great music.
Mm-hmm.
Even earlier, John. So Mike, I ended up buying So What. I'm reading So What now.
Mm-hmm.
After I'm really at the start. So Miles going to New York, like 1944.
Yeah.
And there's a quote. I can't remember from who. They talk about Max Roach in the war. They say we're dropping bombs in Japan, and Max Roach is dropping hips on the drums here.
Yeah. I mean, Max, he's something else. I mean, the first time I saw him, it was before there was jazz at Lincoln Center. It was called Classical Jazz, and they were only doing it in the summer. And they did a whole retrospective of, for Max Roach. And what was really cool is that was the first time I saw Abby Lincoln, because he brought her out He also had a group of Max Roach Gospel Chorus. He brought them out, and then he opened up the show. He comes out, and he did this a lot of the times. It's just the hi-hat, and he just starts playing the hi-hat up and down just to open the show. It was like he was quite the showman. I mean, he was quite the showman.
Is he one of your top 3 drummers? Would you say, or no?
Yeah, I would. I mean, and a lot of that has to do not only with the quality of the music, just because I have a sort of like emotional connection. Mm-hmm. You know, he was like one of the great, like, you know, founding fathers of bebop that I actually got to see, and he was still at the top of his game.
Yeah.
Because the last time I saw
him,
you
got to see him live then?
Yeah, I saw him at Jazz what is now Jazz in Lincoln Center. It wasn't at the time.
Yeah.
And I saw him at the Vanguard. The night I saw him at the Vanguard was the night that Woody Shaw had his accident where he fell down the steps and into the train in New York, because Max had brought Woody Shaw, had a driver pick Woody Shaw up and bring him to the club. And Max told the driver, take this guy home. Don't let him, you know. But Woody Shaw started like going off on the driver, and the driver was like, what am I going to do? Let him off.
Yeah.
Woody was doing his thing. Ends up.
What did he want? Did he want to go drinking?
Mm-hmm.
See you,
Rob.
Yeah.
See you tomorrow.
Yeah.
See you, Rob.
Thanks, Rob.
Yeah.
Bye.
Later.
So yeah. Sorry, Mike.
And that was a great. That was a great show, man. Max was. He was in fine form. I mean, he was in such a good mood.
That's cool.
Because, you know, he pointed out, you know, Woody Shaw. Because Woody Shaw was at the bar at the Vanguard. He introduced him, and, you know, and then Stanley Crouch the Crick was there. He was joking with Stanley Crouch, and he was just playing so well. And because I had taken a friend of mine that I went to that I was in college with, and he wasn't into jazz, but he was a drummer, and I was like, this, you know, you want to see a drummer? We'll see a drummer. Mm-hmm. So we went on it was a Sunday, and we got to see he did 3 sets. We stayed the whole night, and then I didn't know about the Woody Shaw thing. We worked at the same job besides going to the same school, and he comes to me with the New York Post and goes, "Hey, isn't this the dude that your guy introduced at the club?" And it has the story of Woody Shaw, you know, how he fell down the subway steps and into the freaking train.
That's amazing.
So Mike, Brandon, I mean, everybody else. So speaking of, you mentioned emotional connection, Mike, to Max Roach. And we know that Max Roach, he had an emotional connection to Clifford Brown. His style was never the same after Clifford Brown passed.
I was just going to say something.
What's your take on that?
Well, hold on. Before you answer, collect your thoughts. I want to quickly, I just pulled my Clifford Brown, Max Roach records. Mm-hmm. So I think that this is if you want to get into Max Roach, there are plenty of entry points, but this is my entry point. And I fell in love with him because him and Clifford, I feel like were, you know, they were, I think, the best thing in jazz when they were doing it. Right. And I'm generalizing here, but I mean, they were these are some of the best jazz records of the time, and I feel like they have lasting power. So this is Clifford Brown, Max Roach at Basin Street. Mm-hmm. This is a great one. And this is not a live record, even though it says it's at Basin Street. Mm-hmm.
Is that on the Emerson box set?
Yes. Well, not box set, it's Emerson, and I have just if you're interested. I think this is the second label of it. I think there was an earlier label than this. This is a Japanese pressing that Joe Marino actually sent me. So thank you, Joe.
Yeah.
Early pressings of this are really going up. It's not like crazy, but you know, you could easily spend $80 on this record.
Yeah. And this is not the acoustic sounds, right, Mike?
No, this is Japanese. This is Japanese.
But I mean, is it the same record?
What do you mean?
Is it the same record that was reissued by Acoustic Sounds?
No. The next one is the acoustic.
Right. Yeah.
This is Study in Film.
Right.
And this one's good. I prefer this one because I really like Jordu on this. That might be my favorite of what they've done. But this is, I mean, if this is in stock, pick this up. This is a no-brainer. This is
all three of those albums, Mike. Aren't they included in the Mosaic box set though, or are they?
Probably, yes.
Yeah. Okay. Good.
Yeah, I think so.
Look at they're in a closet. It's just, and Brownie, the best. Honestly,
nice
I mentioned this on the live stream I did on Monday, but I watched the Brownie documentary and I really walked away from it extremely sad and upset because he died. I think he was like 25 or something stupid, and it was his second car accident. I don't know if you guys know he had a car accident when he was in college, and that was a huge thing. And then this was his second one. It just
he didn't learn his lesson.
Well, look, I mean, who the hell knows? I mean,
just joking.
But it's extremely sad. I can't hit I think the more I learn about Clifford Brown, the more I understand how he shaped what everyone after him did, and then how they shaped it. Like he was something all trumpeters looked up to. Anyway, I'm doing a shitty job at this, but I just wanted to show those. So, Mike, now, what was the question, Felipe?
That Max. The Max was basically. I don't know. I don't want to.
He changed his style. He became a different person actually after Clifford Brown.
Yeah, I think Clifford's death was part of that. But I imagine part of that. But you also got to remember after Clifford, Max was like two trumpeters, that he played with pass away really early.
Yeah.
Clifford and Booker Little.
Yes.
Yeah. So and the times were changing. I think Max was I think his style would have evolved with Clifford. I don't know. Would he have been?
Who knows?
Yeah. So
I agree.
Would he have been the Max Roach of We Insist, and then with Clifford? Would Clifford been able to be in that group?
But what was interesting about them compared to like a Horace Silver and Art Blakey is I don't think Clifford Brown or Max Roach were using like heroin. Definitely
Clifford Brown definitely wasn't.
Definitely not. Right. And I don't, who knows with Max Roach, but that was the other thing. I feel like Clifford Brown, he was so if there wasn't elements that killed him, he would have he was focused, and it's the way they framed it in the documentary was that he was just obsessed with music. Yeah. Like from an early age. Like he would practice beyond what he needed to. Like that's what he did, type thing.
Mike, you should look for this one.
Oh, I've seen that before. And you know what? I went to a place.
Did you listen to it and not like it?
No, it's not that I didn't like it, but it was a bigger group than I thought it was, and I was balancing it with buying other stuff, and I just put that one back.
You guys mentioned Booker Little, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Okay, here's my prized possession.
Yeah,
I got a nice one at Record Store Day too.
I love that.
Hold on, John. Let me get you here. God, my computer is so slow.
That Booker Little is like if someone says like play me a record that'll get me into jazz, I play that one.
Yeah.
They don't know jazz.
Nice. It's the real deal.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Yeah. That's my big one.
That's a good one.
That's my bragging right.
So yeah, I'm jumping around now, but I was listening to this earlier. I haven't listened to it in a long time. This is Art Blakey and the Jazz Messengers, Night in Tunisia.
Mm-hmm.
This is fantastic.
That's the best Blakey.
That's what I was listening to.
This is pure grit.
It is the title track with it's just so goddamn good. I mean, I want to listen to it again and again, but like, I just, it's just funny. Like I have this on my shelf and I haven't listened to it in like over a year. And then I put it on, like, oh my God, why am I not listening to this?
It's
really good.
It's hard bop from start to finish.
The reason I'm not listening to this, I do feel like I'm spending all of my energy, and I want to do this, so I don't want it to sound negative, but like I'm really trying to look into like later stuff. I say that, but I mean just like not Blue Note, like Strata East or like all this other stuff. And today I pulled up what the hell was it? Oh, shit, I can't remember. I pull up discographies and I just the titles in YouTube and I just listen to them. And the more I think I won't like it, the more I want to hear it, because usually I don't like it, but like every once in a while it's just like, glad I didn't dismiss this because it's fucking awesome.
Well, I know that like when I started, I guess, really collecting jazz on CD, it was like 1990, and it was all Blue Note and Prestige. That's pretty much, and it was all from like 56 to like 66. That's like pretty much everything. So that's all I knew for like a long time.
I'm just getting out of that.
And what's cool, and then because I went insane for Blue Note and Prestige and Verve and the kind of classic, the hard bop era and the modal, hard bop and modal. And then, but what's great is as it got really expensive, I got more into like later stuff, and it's maybe more interesting and it's cheaper. It's like great.
Oh yeah.
It's like you can keep, the Blue Note stuff has just gotten out of control. So it's like I'm really into my cutoff used to be like 75, and now my cutoff is like there's no cutoff. It's like I'm listening to more and more. So I guess it's great because I feel like I was a little snooty about where jazz was. It was I had put it into an era, and this is really good stuff. It's
a continuous.
So are you guys all fans of the Strata East stuff? Is that some a label that sticks out to you as something, or are you very selective with that? I'm finding myself pretty selective with it.
I like some of it a lot. Like there's a Charlie Rouse 2 is 1 on East. That record is probably, that's my favorite Charlie Rouse record, and I would probably put that in my top 20 of all time. It's just so groovy.
What about that Gil Scott, the Winter in America? Do you think that's his best, or better than the most famous one? I can't think of the name of it. The really famous. Gil Scott.
I forgot the name of it too.
Yeah, it's I can't think of it. He's got a lot of spoken word on that one. He has a lot of spoken word on this too.
The revolution will not be televised.
Man.
Yeah. To me, Winter in America is better. I like it better.
Yeah, I definitely like it better than the previous one. Yeah,
and it's not that expensive either, from what I'm seeing, unless I'm looking at the wrong pressing or something. It's not an expensive Strata East, but it's considered the most popular seller for Strata East. From what
I didn't even know it was on Strata East.
Yeah. It's not that expensive.
That is like the most affordable Strata East.
Yeah,
well, probably was pretty cool.
You can get it for $20.
How about First Impressions by probably butchering this name, Shemek Farah? First Impression, you know that one? That's really one that it's very hard to get, very rare.
Because I want to jump back to your first question, John, because I feel like where I'm at right now, I feel like this really resonates with me. And you were like, are you a fan of Strata East? And I feel like that's not how I'm thinking about listening to Strata East or any of this later stuff. I just want to know what these guys are doing. Like it's almost like a discovery for me.
Right.
And even if I don't like it, like maybe I won't buy the record, but I want to hear what that is. And I think that's the best thing about what I'm doing right now. Like I go through I went through the ESP disc discography once or twice or whatever. I mean, I do multiple passes. But there's stuff there's no way I'm gonna spend $150 to buy.
Right.
But I want to know it. I want to know it. I want to know what it sounds like, what it is, who's on it, what they're playing. And I feel like that's and it's interesting. What I love about the stream is I feel like Joe from Analog Archive, and there's I do feel like there's a lot of, and I don't know if this is Joe, honestly, but from my perspective, I got into this. I feel like I identify, and I feel like there's a lot of people like me where just a few years ago, I started getting into all of these reissue series, and I latched onto it probably a little bit more obsessively than other people. Right. But the thing is, I got into it then, and I feel like people who are obsessive about that stuff like me, we're now, if you're on the same kind of path as me, it's like we're looking to move now. I think this is why when Mike shows, for example, those Art Farmers on Contemporary, those are really good to buy right now. And in 5 years, those might be a lot more expensive because now I'm buying those. Right. It's like people are advancing through the decades and getting things. And I think there's a lot of people that were brought into this hobby through the tone poets and just record collecting in general. And then all these great things. And it grounded people. It showed people the early stuff. I'm ranting now, but I guess my earlier point is that it's not that I don't consider myself a fan of Strata East. That's not what I think about it. I'm just interested in discovering what they did, and I feel like the reward is, this is more times than not, there's just a record that really is just fucking awesome.
Yeah,
you have to go through the weeds to figure out what you like, because what I like might not be what Felipe likes or what Mike likes, or
you'll find your nugget. You'll find
absolutely.
Yeah,
I wish the Strata East were a little less expensive. But I don't know. I mean, because Strata East, I don't know if I would say it's like a genre as much, because it does go a lot of different ways.
That's true.
I'd say I'm a big fan of Charles Tolliver, who's on Strata East. I'm a huge fan of Stanley Cowell, who's on Strata East, and I'm a huge fan of Cecil McBee. So the guys that are on Strata East, I love their music, and I have them on other things that are quite a bit more affordable. But I want to get there's a few. I want that Cecil McBee Mutima Strata East. I want to get it, but I'll be happy with their. I think I'll just get a reissue because it seems.
There's a copy on a seller that I really I love buying from this seller because he is just great.
He's honest.
Don't tell us.
He undergrades, he grades how you should grade. If you get a VG from him, that is a VG and it plays great. It's just that's what a VG should sound like. And then, but that, he has it, I think it's for maybe 120 or something like that. And I was thinking of getting it and I streamed it. It's just hard. I know that Cecil McBee. Mike, do you know that Cecil McBee on Strata East with the bass?
Yeah.
I
mean, I will say
that's pretty free. I don't know if it's freeze right.
That's hard for me to make a decision on that kind of thing because I go back to, it's kind of a weird comparison, but Mike at the In Groove said something because I was trying. I'm a huge Townsend Band fan, but anyhow, they're very hard to get his records as far as the old poppy records. They're very expensive. And what he said, I don't even like Townes Van Zandt. He said, but I'm keeping all those because in the future, I may like them. I'm like, this seems crazy, but right now you're like, oh man, well, I want this Cecil McBee like 10 years from now. Will I be as more advanced in my understanding?
Because that will be like a $400 record.
Yeah, so I struggle with that too. I struggle with that too because unit structures, that's kind of my cutoff point of understanding.
I like unit structures.
That's what I kind of go by as understanding.
I don't have a copy.
And I'm not going to go above that 10 years from now. And all these records that I'm, blowing off at Strata East, I'll be going, man, I love that stuff. I should have bought it then. Yeah. It's a conundrum. Yeah.
I will take my example is, when I first bought Ascension.
Oh yeah.
12 years ago, I didn't get it.
Yeah.
And then I went through some stuff and I started understanding it more and more, and now it's almost like a record I have to play once every 6 months, and just sit there and listen to it, because there's something about I don't know how to say it, but he's going through something heavy, and you can feel that.
Mike had a story, didn't you? Didn't you have a story about this?
Me, Mike, or Notes and
No, I
Tones?
think you had a story about it, didn't you? About
Basically, my Ascension story is whenever the wife and I get into like a big argument, which from time to time you get into an argument, as people who are married know. For whatever reason, I will put that on, and I fucking love it. I fucking put that on. It's like I'm in a mosh pit. It's so like cathartic and like energy releasing to me.
Yeah.
I mean, that's like.
Well, does anybody like that album here just for the music's sake?
Yes.
Yeah.
I mean, no, but
but
it sounds like you have a visceral emotional reaction towards it,
but the thing
rather
is, like,
than the music itself, the structure of the music.
But I
you
would,
know what I'm saying?
I would just push back and say, like, if it's Saturday morning tomorrow and you want to hear an album, your environment is going to say, like, I don't want to hear Love Supreme at 9 a.m., but you might say Love Supreme is one of the best jazz records ever, but like, that's not a 9 a.m. record for me, at least. And, I want to listen to maybe something a little more approachable. So I feel like I don't want to dismiss the context of it, because I am so happy that John Coltrane made that record, because I cannot tell you like the memories I've had of that and how much that has helped me.
Felipe, do you like that album, Ascension?
I don't have it.
You don't have it? Okay.
A lot of people don't like it.
I'm not going to say I like it or dislike it. I don't understand it.
Oh,
it's just that I get it. I understand. I see what he's been through in his life, his late career. But to me, I like Coltrane ballads. I like Johnny Hartman. I like Lush Life. I like Blue Train. That's what I like.
Yeah.
It suits me. I mean, I don't want to get into his mind. That's it.
Yeah.
I like his ballads. Ballads is one of my favorite Coltrane records that people kind of dismiss because there's no originals.
You like that one?
I think that record's fantastic.
I do too.
Oh yeah.
And it's still the Jones, and I love the one, the Atlantic Coltrane, not the. Although the Prestige one is amazing as well.
Mm-hmm.
But I like that one. But here's like how Ascension is like.
Yeah.
It's almost like I understand what that feels like, and when I play it, I'm like, holy shit! Like this is what this is withdrawal. This is it. This is how it feels.
Okay.
And it's incredibly. It's really one of those things where I play it and I'm like, it doesn't really feel good while I'm playing it, but it feels good when it's over.
Well, damn it! I need to go out and get in a fight with somebody.
I don't even know how to do.
I realize that generally as we get, well, that may not be true, but
tie on a real good drunk.
Like generally as I get older, there's less points where I want to grab a pillow and scream into it type thing.
Yeah,
because I can kind of control.
I like your mosh pit analogy. It's like you feel.
It's a fucking punk rock record. It's a punk rock record. I feel like it's more punk than jazz, in my opinion. I just do. I feel like it makes me want to fucking throw down in a mosh pit.
Yeah, I mean.
And then, what the hell was I going to say? Anyway, I forget. But I feel like I don't have a copy of it because it's an expensive record. But I really want a copy of that, and maybe I'll pull the.
But you don't like unit structures, Mike?
No, I like unit structures.
Okay.
Yeah. Well, I haven't spent that much time with it, but the little bit that I've done, the thing with Blue Note is with like unit structures, for example, it can get a little pricey. So I'm just gonna wait until I'm sure they'll put it out. If it was this like a 75th anniversary, they're probably gonna do it as a classic.
See, with that album, for some reason, I didn't understand it until I caught the dialogue. I caught the dialogue between the instrumentalists. Then I got it. I don't know. It clicked in really quick when I started hearing them answer each other, talk and answer each other. Before that, it just seemed like a cacophony and stuff. So with Ascension, maybe where it's so fuzzy to me right now that I haven't heard the dialogue. What's going on? What exactly is going on within the structure? So, so and it may not be. It may not be. That may not be the direction that the album goes in at all. It may not be a dialogue. It may be just a shouting at you kind of thing.
It might be.
Yeah. Well, I'll tell you this: when people come over to have a barbecue, I don't put on Ascension. I put on Blue Train.
It's a very personal album to you. Yeah.
I'm sorry to jump in, Felipe. I just want to say one thing about Ascension. I feel like what I use it for is like, this is going to sound like crazy, but like, like when I get into when I get angry, okay, like in my head I'm like, should I go and confront and like make this a bigger thing, or can I use this as like some type of intervention and like put it on, put my fucking headphones on, and chill out for 30 minutes, and just let this thing just destroy me.
Nice.
Or something like that.
No, yeah.
Exactly. Honestly, this doesn't happen all the time. This is a rare instance.
Well, it's a rare album too. I mean, would you consider that to be Coltrane's most out there album? I mean, basically.
I'm not sure.
No, I think his stuff with his wife can get pretty out there.
Yeah.
Afterwards, but, it's not. I mean, it's out there in a certain way.
But him and his wife are more melodic, are they not? I don't know all of Alice Coltrane's catalog.
There's a couple records with her and Pharoah Sanders that are pretty out there.
Yeah.
I don't think Ascension is as far out as he could get or did get, but it's pretty out there. But Ascension is very it's still constructed and as like almost like from it has a starting and an ending.
I'm always going back.
It has a middle and a beginning, a middle, and an end.
I'm always going back and visiting things, so I'll try it again.
I mean, just a couple things. Going back to Cecil Taylor, I mean, you mentioned unit structures. I listened to it. I never bought it. I think it's just a little overpriced from what I'm willing to pay for the record, like early pressings.
Yeah.
But I have Cecil Taylor's Conquistador, and that's amazing record.
I like that one better too.
That pressing is ridiculous. It sounds amazing. If you can get an OG of that, it's not expensive and it's really good.
Yeah.
Does it go in the same direction, or is it?
I think it's a little more structured.
Yeah, it's not as out there.
Sounds more like a Tony Williams record.
I've heard the name. I've heard that name of that album. I may have listened to snippets, but I think I just got off on unit structures because I was bound and determined to understand that record.
And,
I don't know why.
And I think regarding those recordings, like we're just talking the Coltrane, the out there stuff, the spiritual, whatever.
Yeah.
I think Nicole has just put a comment about seeing Peter Brosman live. I think that has a lot to do with live music. If you see something like that live, you might really get it, understand, feel it along.
Yeah, that's true.
And I think if you're not in the mood to just play something like really crazy, weird like that at home, you just might not connect immediately.
Did Coltrane do Ascension? Did he do that live? Did he do any live recordings?
I'm not sure.
That would be amazing to see.
Because I have that Live Supreme in Seattle record that a lot of people, just talk shit about it. I liked it.
Yeah, I like it too.
It's kind of weird the way that was mic'd. It gets a lot of the drums. It's mostly the drums.
Yeah.
But you can feel the environment. You can feel them playing.
You can imperfect recordings are often great. And I think
did you guys pick this up finally, please?
Picked on that.
Yes, I did. I love that album. Yeah, I like that a lot.
I picked this up. I listened to it once. This is just an example of getting too many records and not being able to listen. Like, I listened to it one time and I put it on my shelf. I didn't listen to it.
Maybe give it another shot. I like it a lot. I didn't at first, but a lot of albums I don't like at first. There's a lot of stuff that I just don't understand. To me, one of the reasons why I got into jazz was, I don't know, psychologically does something to me as far as arranges my thinking in a different way, and
it connects me to something.
Yeah, I don't know. It just it organizes my mind in a different way, and I like that. So a lot of times I'll just hook into an album, and I'll be like, okay, I'm just not. My mind is not ready for that, so I'll do it later.
When I listen to an album, it's like I try to think of like, what do I know about this time period? What do I know that like my friends think about this album? Like it connects me to like a whole line of thinking in addition to the music.
Well, and that's what I'm learning from you guys, especially you, Mike, is that connecting the band members, connecting like what you're talking about right now, having a solid thread throughout to where you say, okay, this builds on this builds on that. I see how this is going. What's the history there? What's the historical like we insist album. I didn't like that until I kind of knew the historical background and what was going on with that album.
And frankly, Mike, when you were telling me about why the mono was so abrasive to the current thing, and somebody came, like Max Roach punched Ornette or whatever the story was, that makes me want to listen to the mono again and think like, because I AB'd that shit like 8 times because I wanted to sell my defense. Here's my defense. This is Ornette Coleman, Shape of Jazz.
No, I'm sorry, I was muted.
Well, so the thing is, I got the Vinyl Me Please mono, and that thing, the packaging is beautiful on it. They did such a good job with the whole thing. So during one of the auctions, I was like, well, I'm going to sell my stereo Speaker's Corner because, it's not as good. And I was like, well, before I do it, let me A/B it. And I did it. I did the first song. First of all, the Speaker's Corner has a shittier jacket, and they put labels on backwards. So side A is side B. So this thing is already just out the gate, not the one that I would want normally. But I just listened to the music, and I thought the Vinyl Me Please one sounded excellent. This was not an easy decision. Right. But I think what it came down to, I thought that I did think that Kevin, and I realized it's stereo and mono, so this is you're not supposed to do that. But I did think Kevin Gray's did sound just a notch better, and it might be my own bias, like placebo effect thing there. But I did think his sounded better. And then what I was thinking was, Ornette probably wanted this in stereo because he was like a complicated guy, and just like for whatever reason, I was like, this makes sense to be in stereo. And when I heard the separation, I was just like, I thought it sounded.
What year was that record?
59.
59. Okay.
I just thought it was a way to compartmentalize a little bit more.
I mean, I didn't have the speakers. I have the ORG, which is Bernie Grunman.
Is that a 45?
Yeah, that's 45. I mean, I'm not getting rid of it. I'm not gonna. There's gonna be a time, times when I sit down and I listen to it just maybe because of their spaced apart,
Yeah.
But when I want to really feel the emotional impact of that performance, it's going to be the mono. If I want to be, I don't even say analytical, but it's a different type of analysis. Then I will listen to the Bernie, the ORG, because they're so separated out.
The reason why I mentioned that, though, is because, John, to your point, now I have Mike's data point, right? Like why he likes the mono. Right. So now I can go back and enjoy listening to the mono.
And that is exactly why I asked the questions that I asked.
Yeah.
Not to question people's taste and, well, you shouldn't like that. You should like this. And you know what you're talking about. No. I want to know because I want to educate myself on what is this person who knows jazz a hell of a lot more than me. What is he? Why is he liking that? And that way I can kind of say, okay, I see what he's saying now. I didn't get that before, but now I get it. Or I can say, well, I see what he's saying, but no thanks.
So John, So if you think about all the guests in consideration, right? First, getting more information about something definitely changes the way you appreciate it.
Yeah.
Your experience. I think the presentation and Mike notes and tones is a good point. I mean, it feels like live music. It connects to you. It's very immediate. The mono, probably it was the way it was originally done in mono, and also it's an emotional connection. It's a physical experience. Sometimes even if it's raining or not outside, it might impact the way you listen to a sound.
Right.
Right? Yeah. So I think for most of these records, late 50s. I mean, that's the way the music was intended to be, in my opinion.
A
So
lot
that's
of
why
it.
I think the monos they really. I think if you get too much separation on that type of recordings, it might sound a little thin, a little soulless in a sense.
Yeah.
The way I see
The
it.
mono sounds. I mean, I have the mono sounds great.
Yeah.
How dare all of you disagree?
I have to say that when the mono came out, I have to say that that was the one.
I'm telling you guys, if you don't have the Speaker's Corner stereo by Kevin Gray, I'm telling you, I did like at least 8 ABs and just sat there like with my head in my hands, just hearing it, and I was just like, I'm not selling the stereo. I think this is the one. If I need to listen to this, this is what I'm going to grab. Now that's
fine.
Of course, yeah.
But anyway, I may not do it tonight. I probably won't do it tonight, but I will listen to it again. I do feel like that extra context is interesting.
Yeah.
And I mean, I listened to the Bernie, and I back and forth. And this was actually, I haven't listened to. Actually, I don't. Yeah, no, I have. I have, because I didn't have the mono cart when I first got the mono shape of things to come, and then I think that was the thing that maybe pushed me to get the mono cart. Just saying, maybe I should really start hearing these with a mono cart, just to to get whatever all that I'm supposed to.
Are your turntables both the same, Mike?
No. One, I have what is it? The Project Evo Classic.
Oh, that's the new one.
And then I have. No, this has been around for a while. It has the like the wood around. It looks like a turntable.
Oh yeah. Oh, that's really nice.
Yeah.
Yes.
And then I have a Techniques, and the reason I got I have the Techniques is just so I can swap out cartridges. I mean, I don't know. I've sort of gotten into that lately, and it's like so my mono cartridge is on on the project, and I can just leave it on that, and everything else I can with the Techniques I can just swap out cartridges.
That's very audiophile, like how we're discussing mono.
No, I don't necessarily consider myself an audiophile, but I can I don't know. I like that. I like
different flavors, Mike. Just different flavors.
Yeah.
Flavors, yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I just feel like our mono stereo debate could easily just be like, do you like this cartridge or that cartridge? Like,
So now it's a good hook actually, because John, I think he actually asked like 3 hours ago and nobody replied. How do we judge what sounds good or not?
Yeah.
Right?
Oh yes, I saw that question. It was something like, when you say it sounds better, tell us why.
Yeah, tell us why.
So John, when I go for, I think it's like a normal thinking process, like most of the reviewers or people are gonna do. First, I want to make sure the record is silent. I'm gonna drop the needle and I won't hear a thing. That's I think it's a very
condition
point.
For you is paramount.
Not only condition, but the quality of the plastic being used, right?
Okay.
To me, some of the best presents I've ever heard. If you guys have any of those AP45, the Verve ones, they're better than the Blue Notes, everything they ever did. First time I dropped a cartridge on my Billie Holiday, the AP45 Verve, I thought my amp was dead because I didn't hear a thing. So first I look for silence. I think that's the most important. Zero background, signal to noise. ratio, right? Then I go for dynamics. I want to hear everything as low as possible, as high as possible, but balanced, kind of flat. So I don't want to hear anything like being overwhelming or going over.
What do you think is a good example of a high range for that? Because I noticed that classical has a significantly larger range than
Oh
jazz.
yeah, because they have more instruments. That's yeah, you just can't go with yeah. I mean, classical music is the best test because they have hundreds of instruments there all playing at the same time. You got to be able to isolate, identify, and hear them. So
And you can go very low, and then
yes,
like in a way that it's just different.
mm-hmm.
And when you
Yeah.
hear dun, 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 bum, bum,
Yeah.
you're gonna have
just
that.
yeah.
Yeah.
Just on the Darko podcast a couple of weeks ago, he was interviewing the guy from Warfadale. He was talking about their new release. They're making big speakers. How this tendency from making big speakers is coming back, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because these small ones, they thin, they sound so sterile in a sense. And he says, and he was saying something that was I thought it was really cool. He said, you know, it doesn't matter if those speakers says they can go down to 30 hertz, 20 hertz, but I don't feel that drum in my chest. Right, and I think that's what a good pressing on the low end should get you. You gotta feel the air being pushed against you. I think that's a very important thing.
So dynamics is a key to you.
I think so. I think so because
What do you mean by the air, Felipe?
I mean you cannot get a good drum sound from a 5-inch woofer. You can't. It's physically impossible. Right?
Okay.
You won't get that low. You're not gonna hear like a really low instrument in an orchestra or those lowest tones on a bass. You have to be at least a 10-inch woofer to actually get that. It's a physics thing. You just can't. But depending on the construction of the cabinet and everything, small room emulates. But that's what I look for in dynamics. I want to feel the air being pushed. I want to be like emotionally connected to the music and hear that very clearly. I want to hear the hi-hats, the cymbals. Now that I'm using a moving coil cartridge, I can tell which drum is being hit. If it's the snare drum, is the kick drum, or any drum, I can tell the difference. It's just incredible.
Yet it's cohesive.
Yes, in the other 5 releases, and I can get this in originals, for example, because of all the compression and everything that Van Gelder did to those recordings. They're great, they're emotional, they're compelling, but they're not detailed. That's absolutely true. But that's what I want. I want the dynamics, I want the separation, and I want to hear a silent plastic. So those things come true, at least to me.
So if somebody, just for fun, if somebody who's not into the hobby were to come over to your house and you were to bring them into your listening room and you were like, check this out, what record would you, or records would you pull to kind of to show how great like a listening experience can be?
Jazz, non-jazz, doesn't matter.
Oh, well, I was thinking jazz, but if you just on
Okay.
like, how would you? How?
Okay.
I mean, yeah. Let's
on jazz. I will get the ORG. That's Diana Krall live in Paris. That's one of the best sounding records you can possibly get.
I'll tell you which one I would do, and it's going to be a goofy choice, but just to interject a little bit, it's pretty pap probably to you guys, but it's an amazing sounding record, and it's John Clemmer's Straight from the Heart.
Oh yeah,
that album, as far as something that's there right in front of you, that the saxophone is completely, it's direct to disc. First off, the music aside, I know it's a little bit pap, but
you're right, John.
Just everything, that thing is just whoa.
Most of just John Clemmer's. I would get some Music Matters ones. The Hank Mobley Quartet.
Are these mono or stereo, or does it matter?
The Diana Krall is a stereo. This Hank Mobley is a mono, 5066 on Music Matters. Hank Mobley Quartet, still very accessible. Don't sleep on it.
It's the black cover or the white cover?
The black cover. Lee Morgan, Lee Way 33 on Music Matters is also like fantastic.
I've never what style of Lee Morgan is that?
It's hard bop, straight hard bop.
Oh, that's my favorite. I love that.
On SRX, I would say something else. The way Miles comes across in the record is ridiculous. Yes. And the UHQR 45, Miles Davis, unbelievable. Yeah, so some records I would recommend to as testing for jazz. Yeah. At least to my taste and from what I know. There must be better stuff, different stuff. But right off the bat, yeah, this will be a really good one.
What I find myself going back to listening to, of course, Dynamics. Dynamics to me is the quiet and the loud, you know, to the recording. What I find myself listening for when I compare, because it can get ridiculous, you know, what you listen for. You can get so wrapped up into it. But I will listen to the guitar and drums, and the drums, especially the snare. If I can hear the snare actually have a natural sound to it, the decay, the snap, and it doesn't sound like, you know, dead sounding, and I compare it to another, because you can get a reissue that will sound not as good. Some sound better. I would say that Abbey Road half speeds are a good example of, and this is not jazz, kind of going off in the weeds a little bit, but Exile on Main Street, when you listen to the snare drums on that, it's horrible. But if you listen to the artisan pressing, oh my gosh, you can hear that snare. It's alive. It sounds like it's a real snare. And the guitar, the plunk, the strum, that you can hear him hitting the strings on that guitar as far as Keith. So people say, well, you know, then people will kind of make fun of that, saying, oh, well, you know, yeah, that's exactly what I want to hear, John, is that pick hitting the string. Well, the thing is with that is it's not so much that quality I'm listening for, but since that's present, then I know that quality is going to transfer through the whole guitar tone. It's gonna make everything else come out more, most likely, and it does. The various flavors of the tone come out, and so it's more of a tone thing with me. I think that I'm listening for more than anything, because dynamically, I just don't want it brick walled. I don't want it all the way to the top, or I don't want it where everything's been dynamically crushed, which doesn't happen so much on record so much. But so to me, that's one of the things that I find myself now tuned into to decide which version I can say, yes, I think that's the best version.
I think those are great examples, John.
Yeah.
As you said, people say, I don't want to hear that. But if you're canceling frequencies and decibels here and there, you're canceling actual information as well.
So in terms of the record sound, it was mentioned direct to disc is maybe an option here for like
not always, but
how great, you know, you can do music.
The problem with direct to disc is this, Mike. The recordings can sound very good, but unfortunately, the performances on most direct to disc suck, because it's hard to put a band in front of somebody and just have it. It's not like a classical band. Jazz is not like that, right? I mean, it's very feeling and improvisational. And man, when you can find somebody to that measured of a situation where you're saying this is the take, you got to be perfect on this. Well, what happens with that? It comes out sounding perfect and boring. So that's the problem. But strictly on a sound quality thing to test your system, I think some of the direct disc like that Clemmer, some people might say it's kind of boring music, but it will test your system like nothing else.
Oh yeah, John, there's a great example, the Thelma Hudson. Do you guys have this one?
Yeah, the Sheffield stuff is.
That
And
stuff
that's
sounds
actually a
amazing.
good one. Thelma Houston's actually a good something about the music in me or something.
Yeah, I got the music. That's a great example.
Actually a good album. That's actually a
Oh
good
yeah,
album.
yeah. And I think where are they? Are they in New York? I don't know. Daptone Records, where Sharon Jones recorded most of her stuff.
Okay.
They record everything single take, direct to disc.
Yeah. Yeah, that's a hard thing to do. You have your, the DMM process and all these different types,
Yeah.
but nothing is
Oh yeah.
really ever matched just a straight practiced group to lacquer
Yeah.
to lacquer.
Exactly. And then it goes back to the point. Depends on the engineer.
The best direct to disc I have, and I'm sorry, Brandon and Mike, do you guys want to jump in? I feel like you're muted, man.
You're probably going to say what I'm going to say, Mike. I think.
Go on.
No, you're going to say your best direct to disc. Which one are you thinking about? The same one?
Well, I only have a handful. Well, it's classical, so.
Oh no. Okay, sorry.
I do. So my favorite one, and I've really had really good experiences with this with family that have come over that have like stayed the night, and I'm like, let's listen to some like classical and chat. This is like I have Vivaldi's 4 like fucking string quartet in my living room, and I know it's like I'm overly stating it, but my God, this sounds.
And with classical music, Mike, that's the way they recorded it, from what I understand, in the 50s and 60s. It
and
was
there are
live done,
and you can hear like if you really critically listen, like you can hear like little bits and of mistakes and things, but it's like you're listening to a live concert. It's so good. So I really like this one. And then Mike, if you were recommending a jazz one, well, I'll let you.
It's this one, and you can find it. It's inexpensive. Cedar Walton, Pentagon. It's Cedar Walton, Clifford Jordan, Sam Jones, Ray Mantilla, Billy Higgins.
Okay, yeah, I think Rob was auctioning that one time.
Yeah.
I passed on it. I didn't even know what it was, so I just didn't know. I should have passed on that.
Excellent.
Should have got that. Yeah.
And this is directed. You open it up and they have the whole pictures of the whole studio and the process.
Nice.
And I don't know. I think I got this easily under $20.
I'll
but
check
it's
that out.
great. And it's on Eastwind, which is a Japanese label that does, that did some really good stuff. I have a lot of their jazz recordings.
Yeah,
direct with this.
I'm looking at a VG Plus one for $7.71.
Yeah.
Because
part of the reason I think it goes for that much, the cover doesn't say like Cedar. It says the Pentagon. You have to look at the back cover to find out who's playing on it.
So that's an example of great jazz and great sound.
Yeah.
Yeah. Let's go back to the questions, Mike.
Because if you can enjoy the music, if you're enjoying the music just as much as you're enjoying the sound, that can impact how you're listening to your system too. If that makes sense.
Yeah.
Loki, I don't know if you're talking about me, Mike, or other Mike, but that freaking Vivaldi one is just. It was that was recorded in some like chapel in England, and it was done by Mike Valentine. I forget the details, but the details are fantastic. It's just great. But I did want to. I'm going to jump in here. We're going to switch things up. I wanted to give for anybody who's hanging out this long. I want to give a shout out here, and I wish I did this earlier, but that's okay. Let me. I have to. Oh, sorry. I'm gonna share my screen here. Give me 1 second. There is a gentleman named Richard Capeless, who is also known as Deep Groove Mono, and he's a record collector, and he has his opinions and he has his preferences.
I've seen him on Discord, right? Discord.
Oh yeah, he's on our Discord.
Talk to him,
he's been really having some great conversations with us. But the reason why I mentioned them is not just to promote him. I want to show this article. So when I was chatting, when we interviewed Joe Harley, and the conversation was talking about the Sonny Clark trio, mono stereo. This guy Richard, Deep Groove Mono, he was at the session. He's been, I guess, in communication with Kevin Gray, and they invited him out there, and he flew out to go to the session. And he wrote up a little article about it. And I obviously won't, I'll drop a link to this. I won't read it, but there are some really great pictures in here. 2 pictures in particular that I think are interesting. So he just gives some background, like what he's doing, how he got out there. There's a picture of Rudy, obviously, doing his thing in 1962. This is a picture he took of Kevin Gray's house. And the reason why I think this is interesting is when you think of like Rudy and his Hackensack house, and what Kevin Gray's doing with his house for his new label, Coherent or whatever it is. It's an unassuming house. You don't think this is where all the great Blue Notes are being mastered, right?
Mike, I have the answer for that.
Okay.
California.
Yeah. Doesn't he live in the Los Angeles area?
I don't know. What does it say?
And he rides a motorcycle, huh?
Yeah, he's definitely in California. I don't know. I guess if Joe Harley, he's probably close enough to Joe Harley that he can drive to him, that Joe can drive. But also, he does have not a car in his driveway, but a motorcycle. So that's
right.
Another joke. His lawn looks very, very well. Okay. So anyway,
Kevin's coolness factor just went up.
It's just interesting. I mean, just a very unassuming house. I mean, it looks beautiful, honestly, to me. Obviously, no central air, so that's a demerit. That was a joke. Okay. And then the other thing I want to show is this picture. So that is Mr. Harley, and this is a crate of fucking masters of Blue Notes. And I don't know if you could see it on here, but this one here, if you can see my cursor, these are both Lee Morgans. These next 2 are Duke Pearson.
What is the title on the Lee Morgans?
It doesn't say. I can't read it.
Because he's gonna do Infinity, which was the LT.
I can't read any of them. And then there's another Lee Morgan back here. That looks like it says Lee Morgan here. So anyway, so I thought that was just because if you read the article, they say this was just under Kevin Gray's desk. And when Joe Harley came over, he like pulled it out. And it's like,
I'll stick this on Steve Hoffman forums, and somebody will blow that up, and they'll have every number on there figured out. I promise you, we'll figure this out.
Here's the article. Anyway, that's all I really wanted to show. He goes into more detail. This is Joe, Kevin, and this is his friend that lives in California that went out there with him. And obviously, Joe's in the sweet spot right now. He's listening. I think in this moment, he's comparing the So what it says in the article is that they put the mono up, the tape up, and then Joe brought the Japanese stereo record, and they were swapping back and forth because obviously to put the mono tape up and the stereo tape up, you can't swap. It takes a while. So Joe had his own Japanese stereo copy, and they were swapping between the 2 of those to compare. And then
I think that's the one I have, the King.
This is I think that's right. And then this is Joe looking at the notes, and I think what he says here is that in the notes it says that the mono has some type of distortion somewhere. So he talks about that as well. And what else? This is Kevin making notes. Obviously, he's making notes.
He's making notes. I'm gonna kill Jasmine Mike.
So Mike, how is this Deep Groove Mono? How is he associated with these?
So Deep Groove Mono, he is the creator of rvglegacy.org. I think it is. It might be .com. I think it's .org. He has done because he's, from what I understand, he is a math professor. And so he's very much an academic. And his approach to this rvglegacy.org was very much a work of citation and research.
Okay.
And he basically created this website with all this information, and through that he reached out to Kevin Gray and I'm sure other people and developed relationships because he was looking for information. So he's developed these relationships over a long period of time.
So he's rather a promoter.
What's that?
He's kind of a promoter.
Well, I mean, I think he's just I wouldn't call him a promoter, but he's I would call him an academic, honestly. I think he's very academic. And he has his own collecting preferences, and I think they're interesting. And
but it's funny just watching it, and they sort of, you can see how even his preferences, I don't know, sort of changed.
Yes,
When they first started doing this stuff, I was like, dude. I was like, you need to get a life. I just thought he was just so limiting. And then but then you watch his videos and you see, his preferences change.
I agree. Agreed. Yeah,
it's really engaging. It's actually really engaging to watch his videos because of that.
Yeah. So the other thing I wanted to say is, if you go to the link I dropped, he has a YouTube channel that is different than this. He does new content for that. And he has an Instagram, and you should just follow. And he's on our Discord, and he chats, and he's very engaging, and he's interesting. I mean, he has unique experiences that like this. It says in the article, he asked Joe if he could sit in the sweet spot, and he sat there, and he basically talks about that experience, like how listening to that Blue Note tape in that spot, like how just incredible it is. So anyway, this is Kevin this is his cutting system here, and it's a really fun article to read. I highly recommend it. And
oh look, he's got the Sonny Clark shirt.
Yeah, and he has a Sonny Clark, so that's the record that they're actually listening to.
That's nerdy.
It's great. He does a great job.
That's cool. That's cool. I'll check that out.
So I was trying to. He was A/Bing it with a Japanese record, or with a Japanese tape?
Yes. So the stereo Sonny Clark trio came out in Japan first.
Right. I think that's the one I had.
So Joe had the first stereo copy, which was a Japanese pressing.
Oh, okay. I thought. Right.
So that's what it says in here that he used. But actually, I was talking with Richard Deep Groove Mono about this, and he said actually the same year there was a U.S. pressing. But it's funny because if you listen to the interview, I didn't actually know about this. I knew that he was there because I saw Joe Harley post the video of master tape, and he was in it, so I knew he was there. But I was doing my own research because I was like, is this going to be a mono or stereo or yada, yada, yada. We get a little bit into this with Joe Harley on the interview. I forget where I was going with this. But yeah, I even said in that interview, I think it came out in Japan first. And then I read this, and fucking Joe Harley had the Japanese pressing. And I was like, this is very validating. But then Richard said that there was a US one, but maybe it's not in Discogs or something, because I thought it was a Japanese stereo first. And Joe Harley had that too. So anyway, I'm like rambling, but anyway, I wanted to show him because I think everybody should follow him. Honestly, I think
who Deep Groove Mono.
Deep Groove Mono. I think.
Do you have an Instagram?
Instagram.
Yeah,
I'll find him.
You know what? I know he did a really good video also when he was in Japan. And he was record shopping in Japan. It was really cool.
That was cool. Yeah.
I've had a couple of interactions with him. He's a smart guy.
Yeah.
Yeah, he knows his stuff.
His wife is also a jazz record collector, so
nice.
They're just gangbusters.
Yeah, that's like a double barrel threat right there when you have a wife that's also into that.
Could you imagine?
Sorry, West Texas terms with double barrel. We talk that way.
All right, I'm going to show you guys. I showed that Teddy Edwards. I got this is another fairly inexpensive Teddy Edwards that I would highly recommend.
Yes, agreed.
Okay, you guys know it. Okay,
I've seen that so many times. I didn't pick it up for some reason, but
that is still, you can still get that for like $20 or less.
I think I got this recently, recently as in 2 years ago.
I better buy now or cry later.
50, yeah.
It's I really do feel like, John, like when I listen to Brandon and Mike and like people who collected like 10 years ago.
Yeah.
And I'm sure back then, like the prices were what they were, and like you still didn't want to overpay. So like if you saw, But like now it's like Brandon, you were saying, like collecting original Blue Notes is like a rich, like
it's kind of like it's like buying a, it's like you don't want to. I don't want to be like, like. I feel like it's like the neighbor that says like, well, houses back in 2012 were cheap and whatever. Yeah. I don't want to be like the person who's like, you paid way too much, Sylvia. Yeah. It's like it's all relative, because like I was looking at that. I'm kicking myself because I didn't get that Joe Chambers, the Almoravid, when it was like, because I was like, $70 for a Muse, I'm not gonna do that. And now that's expensive. And now it's like $250. So it's like, well, I should have grabbed it for $70.
Well, like a good example, like this is, I mean, when I bought it just like 2 months ago, like this was, I can't remember what I paid, but it wasn't cheap, but it wasn't like $80 or $70.
Right.
This is a title that I feel like the next couple of years, this will probably be more expensive. Those Muse titles, I feel like those are probably ones to get when you can get them for a decent price, because they're not reissuing them. That's the other thing.
Yeah. Well, also there's some, like, it seems like there's so many people now collecting that like the deals that you used to sometimes get on eBay because nobody would bid or like something like my main Blue Note is like a second pressing deep groove Blue Note, and it was on eBay. Like I sold my other ones, but it was on eBay, and it was like a French guy, and he had no rating, like as far as he didn't grade the record, and it was like obviously like the only record he had. It had a little French stamp, and he said plays great. That was it. And it was buy it now, $100. And I was just like, man, that could just be awesome. And I clicked buy it now, and it showed up, and it was like unplayed, and it was like, holy cow, it was like, and I feel like those deals are not that frequent, like it's like you never see those anymore. I mean, I guess that guy who does the thing, occasionally you see it. What's his name? Watkin Brown.
Yeah.
He got a Joe Henderson for like $25, like, and it was great because he took a chance. But those times, it's like,
it's just
you have to just kind of go. What is it? Buy now, cry now, right? Just get it. Just get it. Yeah. You're gonna sit there, because I sit there and I regret. I'm like, damn, why didn't I buy that? Like,
well, I find myself sometimes chasing the expensive stuff, because I'm afraid it's going to disappear. But I really try to right now, because of where I'm at, I try to go for the things you guys are suggesting that are like $10-$12 first, because who knows what that's going to be like in 5 years.
And so here's the other ones that.
Nobody's going to reissue those Art Farmer contemporaries. Those
no, it's not going to happen.
Just, I mean, of course, maybe, like, there's always a possibility, but if you, once they dry up, those are it.
That's why I started buying OJCs like crazy about 10 years ago. I bought that's the only real thing that I did. I think it was a really smart move. I bought a lot of those OJCs.
I wish I hadn't sold. I sold so many of my OJCs, and I wish I hadn't, because they sound great.
Used to get them over there at Acoustic Sounds for like $7-8. I bought them by the piles, man.
You can still get them if you find them in record stores. I rarely find them over $15 in a record store. Online, things can get crazy.
Yeah.
I went ahead today. Like today, I bought. I've been wanting Live at Peps. I just said, I'm just going to get it, and I probably overpaid for it, but it was like $45.
That's not bad.
It's not terrible, but it's not great. But it's in really good shape. But I'm pretty sure that album's probably gonna keep rising, man. And 3 years from now, that's probably gonna be an $80 record.
This so I've gone into the trenches of eBay, and I have my searches, and I honestly have not been. But I know that this is an expensive record. And this came up. I can't remember what. It wasn't. It was enough that I was just like, I'm buying it immediately. And there's a little ring wear here. The back looks great. I mean, the spine is. I mean, it's all good. It's the record itself is perfect. Like, it's so good, and it's such a killer session. And I'm not like a huge Zoot Sims fan, which maybe I'm just ignorant. I probably am because he put out so much stuff. I'm sure there's plenty of stuff I'd like, but this is really good, and I get why it's expensive. And it's more than just that it's rare. I think this session is killer.
It's a combination for sure.
So it's a quartet. It has Zoot Sims tenor, Dave McKenna piano, George Tucker bass, and Danny Richmond drums. And they do a bassy song, Evan song. They do a bunch of different things on here. But anyway, the reason why I show this is because this was a recent one where I got a good deal on eBay, but like it was listed, it was up for a couple of minutes, and I bought it. Like, this wasn't hanging around, or maybe it would have. I mean, I don't know, who knows? But I knew what it was, and I just grabbed it. So
that's an original, right?
Yeah, it's first press.
Nice.
Yeah, it's really good.
Did OJC put that? I think I have that on OJC. I think.
No, OJC didn't do Bethlehem.
Didn't do that one. Okay. Oh, it's a Bethlehem. Okay.
But it's really good. I think it has. I'm certain it's been reissued, but the first pressing is. I don't know. It's expensive, and the funny thing is sometimes these Bethlehems, these early ones, they use styrene in their pressings.
Yeah.
I have at least one that I was a little disappointed in because I paid like $60 for it. So I don't know.
They don't last as long if they've been played a lot. The styrene.
I know, but if you have a good setup, like if you play it on good equipment, I think you can get enough out of it if it's clean.
But that's what I mean is people have usually played them and the styrene ones wear out easier.
Has that white hazy look to it if it's styrene?
Here's a here.
It feels hard. The plastic feels hard.
Pretty killer
and brittle.
I had a Japanese pressing that I sold that, but yes, I agree. I did like that. I
like a lot of Zoot, and the Zoot Sims Yuta Hip records are really good too. And that classic records mono that they did sounds really good. Like, I haven't been a huge, I love the Tone Poets. I haven't gone crazy for the classic series. I think they sound great, but I don't think they sound, but that Yuta Hip Zoot Sims. And they did a mono version because I think it just sounds really good.
That was my first classic series that I bought. If it wasn't a BN80, but it's really good. There's a little bit of cheese in it, though. I will say. There's a little bit.
What is it, like 59 or?
But
that record is 1530. I think it's even earlier than that.
I think it's earlier.
I think it's 57.
But it's a really good record. To me, it's like almost a quintessential jazz record for like someone who doesn't know jazz.
I just think I was playing. What was I playing the other day? I'll think of it. But I was having like one of those this is like people in like 1957 must have just been like, holy shit, like this is so like going through your body kind of music. It's just like you can just imagine like what bop really was just it was going through people's bones, and you're just like you're like, that's just great. That's just so cool.
What pressing do you have of it?
Of what?
Of the Zoot Sims Yuta Hip.
I have the classic series, or the 80, whatever, the 80.
Yeah,
BN80. Yeah, that was an 80.
BN80. Sorry, Felipe,
because Felipe was watching an OG on eBay, and it was so funny because when it first came up, Felipe's like, I'm gonna get
this for $300.
Yeah, he was like, I'm gonna go in on this. I'm gonna go deep.
No, I mean,
sold for.
But it did so far. But it's so far.
I'm realistic. I was willing to go $1,000 on that record, but 3,000 was too much.
What?
That's how it's sold for.
And I'm saying it sounds cheesy.
But just while we're talking, getting good pressings, finding good deals. So to me, it comes to checking the reputation, see if the guy's a reputable seller, if you have a good connection, good communication. I always ask for pictures and an honest opinion how it sounds.
Yeah.
So I got this last week for $200, and the guy didn't play much, and he said, "Well, I saw the picture. I said, I'm buying this," and he plays like a PG plus copy.
No, yeah, that blew my
Wow.
mind. I'll trade you.
$200.
Big old tick in one of the songs.
$200. He plays.
That's amazing.
It plays like a beast.
Talking about rare ones, does anybody have Barney Weiland's Tilt?
No, I don't.
So you just got a $2,000 record for $200, basically.
Exactly.
Wow.
Yes.
That's a good deal.
This is not the Lexington. That's the New York 23rd, 23.
Yeah.
But still, who cares? It's the same metal.
Sounds exactly the same.
Exactly.
That's crazy.
Sounds better than mine.
Congratulations, Felipe.
I have to keep my Japanese King because I got like one of the tracks I have on my original has like a big old loud tick all the way through it.
I think even a King on this one goes like close to $100, right?
Kings. Well, you know what? That's what I was gonna say because Mike was talking. So King was the only. What King did in the late 70s, early 80s, or like I guess they started in 78.
Yeah, they licensed the whole thing. Yeah.
They got basically a tape from the tape. So they got a second. It was a second, but it was from the master. They got a high quality copy from the master to make their vinyl. This is from my friend Jacob, who's like this. He's a trumpet player. He has perfect pitch. He's been to Van Gelder's studio. He has like similar like gear, not for recording, but like he has like tube Altec. You'd like his gear, Felipe.
Mm-hmm.
He's got like 8 different vintage tube amps that he switches out all the time, and he's got like Altecs. He's got a lot of the same kind of stuff that Van Gelder, but he's like, yeah, King got basically a copy of the tape, and then they made their own masters, obviously, when they cut the lacquer. But that's one of the reasons the Kings have a really good sound is they're from a really good source.
I need to get
Yeah, Kings are great.
I do want to give a shout out.
Sound a little bit different because the mastering is slightly different.
Just quick shout out to John Bandy for his Barney Weiland Tilt comment. I did hear that when I was walking away. What was it? That is a fucking awesome record, and it's like a French label on Swing. And I don't know how you came across that shit, but like that is a $1,000 record easy.
Oh, I don't have that one. I don't have that one. That's a unicorn I'm looking for.
Well, to me, I like, and maybe I'll change, but I like early Barney Weiland. I don't actually like his later stuff. There's like a weird gap in his career from what I remember. And when he came back from that gap, I remember I honestly didn't like anything.
A little too schmaltzy for me.
A little too schmaltzy, but his early stuff like is incredible. Like really cool bop. Like
Tilt is that's a holy grail for sure.
Yeah. So John, you were talking about Coltrane before.
There you go.
This is the record. This is probably the Coltrane record I play more than any other.
I do too.
This is because I just play it all the time, and maybe it's because I played Blue Train like a bazillion times.
And that record was recorded so good.
But this is the record I grab to these days.
That's a reference. I mean,
I just love it. So that's the one that's probably playing. But when I get speakers or like I change some gear, it's always Blue Train and In a Silent Way by Miles Davis. Those are the 2 records I test. Like I always put that on. And there's a Brazilian record by Caetano Veloso that I play because it has like really intense acoustic guitar and like reverb off the strings, and like you can hear the wood. It's like one of those things where he's strumming and it's just vocals and a guitar. And that's one of the ones. And I also because it's such, even though I'm not a big disco fan, I put on the beginning of Saturday Night Fever because the way that album is mixed,
Mhm.
you can just hear everything. So it's like, it's really good for like testing out speakers or a new cartridge or amp or whatever. So, but Blue Train and In a Silent Way, those are the jazz records.
Those are good ones.
Because
I've really gone in terms of, not that I demo gear, I don't get new gear ever, but I have really become a fanboy of Music Matters, the 45s. They're not.
I like the 33s.
I won't say all of them, but like I have some mono 45s that are just unbelievable. Like I know we were talking about earlier, like you don't want to say like you're in the room with them, but I feel like what the conversation went to is like it feels like when he's hitting that ride cymbal, you can like it sounds like it's
you can hear everything.
Not in the fucking
I mean, I have a lot of Music Matters too.
Incredible sounding, and I have Curtis Fuller, the opener, and I have to say, if like family comes over and they ask, like that is what I would put on, like that would be the record I'd go to, and not side one, it would be side two, because side one's a ballad. Side two, when they get into like a bop flow, man, it is just unbelievable sounding.
Yeah,
and it's mono.
When when people come over, I'll put on Blue Train, but a lot of times I'll just put on like Bill Evans because it's, it can.
This is my favorite one.
Sort of just cruise in the background.
Is that it? What pressing is that?
I love that record.
Music Matters, or not? Yeah, the MMJ.
That's like a really expensive record.
It's become really expensive.
They have. I wish I'd have bought like 5 or 6 of them. To be honest, I'll be greedy.
Yeah, I bought.
Which one is that?
I picked up like 6 from them, or actually no more than that.
You see it, Felipe?
No, I'm not there.
Happenings.
Oh, okay. The 45 or 33?
45? Did they come out with 33? I don't even know.
Yeah, they did.
Did they? Sorry for the Japanese seals.
I've never streamed that record. I just know that it's so desirable. I love the cover. I just want it.
Yeah.
I love all those Bobby Hutchersons from the late 60s.
Yeah, I have a copy here.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah.
I do like Bobby Hutcherson. I'm not.
I actually just got my record back.
Sorry.
That's okay.
So Patrick had it. He ripped the record.
I knew you were the one. I didn't say anything, but
wow.
I said, yeah, I bet it's Felipe that test pressing belongs to.
Wow.
And you sent that all the way from where you're at to him, huh?
Insured, yes.
Wow. Yeah, I knew that was you. I didn't, I didn't ask or anything, but I was like, wow, that's crazy.
No, Patrick actually, he ripped some of my Music Matters for his stream.
That's nice.
Yeah.
Well, my favorite, actually, Bobby Hutcherson was one of the first jazz musicians I saw live, I think when I was a freshman in high school. So he's kind of,
cool.
I don't know. It's just like the first. Well, no, I saw Buddy Rich before that, but it was like a festival. There was, so he's kind of like my introduction into a live show, and then that kind of stuck with me. And I just thought the vibes was such a cool instrument when I was young.
It's nice, right? It has a nice sound, yeah. And I have a 33 too. I have a 33.
So anyway, and he played some of that stuff when me and my dad saw him.
But that's
I would have given anything to see Bobby Hutcherson live. He's probably my next to Joe Henderson. I would guess he's my favorite artist.
It was pretty awesome, and it was like 98 degrees. It was so hot.
And that's the weird thing about it. I never thought I would be like a vibe kind of guy,
I got so into vibes after I saw Bobby Hutcherson. Like
it's weird. It's weird because I don't even consider it the same instrument when he plays. He plays it so differently than anyone else. I don't know.
Well, I got really into vibe players after that.
So who are other vibe players?
Yeah, that's a good question.
Walt Dickerson. Walt Dickerson, amazing.
Milt Jackson.
Yeah, Milt Jackson. Yeah.
And Joe Ross.
Those early Milt Jackson 10-inch are they're just fantastic sounding, aren't they? They're just these really, really early stuff. It just sounds so pretty. I think didn't Classic Records, I think, put out some early Milt Jackson stuff that sounds really nice.
Could we talk about Joe Ross for a minute?
Yeah.
So he's I don't have his stuff, but from what I understand, he's a young, current jazz musician, and he has a couple of records out on Blue Note. Blue Note signed him, right?
Yeah, I think it's 2 or 3 records, right? I have one.
And he has some pretty cool stuff. Like, God, I can picture the records. I can't remember the names though.
I'm gonna get one.
Okay, but
excuse me for a moment.
They're really conceptual, from what I remember.
Yeah, well, it's very open sounding, in my opinion.
And his most recent one is very conceptual. Actually, I really, it's something that's really grown on me. And there's actually a really nice live performance of it on YouTube. I wish I had the link, but that he did with the same group of musicians that recorded it. And it's really good.
I'll get you Big Felipe.
That's the one I have. That's who are you?
Yeah.
And it's a double.
Is that his? Which one is that? Is that his first, second, third?
I think it's not the last one. It's not the latest one.
No, the latest one is Parables, I think.
So both those albums are highly recommended then, huh?
This is 2020.
He's a vibe. Yeah, he plays vibes. He's a vibe.
I almost bought that. I remember Joe was mentioning that. He was mentioning that.
I mean, his website is themanwiththevibes.com. Yeah.
And
really
so I have a friend that lives in Felipe's area. He likes Joel Ross, but he doesn't like his recordings.
What? What does that mean?
He's seen him play like with other people and stuff like that. He goes, I love his playing style, but I
can relate to that. I like I know I've said this before, and sorry if this is annoying to hear, but I like my Kenny Burrell generally. I like him as sideman, or I like my Grant Green as sideman. Their lead stuff to me it's a lot of guitar, and I don't necessarily need that much guitar.
I have two friends that I like, that I love their taste in music for the most part, but they like a ton of jazz. Like, I mean, one of them used to have a radio show, and neither of them like the Hammond organ. Like, once the Hammond organ's in, they're like, nope, I'm not doing it.
So
it's just a trip, because it's like they'll look, they like everything, but once the organ's in there, they're out.
Yeah, but that's so dumb.
Well, like,
well, I'm just saying, like, if you don't like Jimmy,
you don't want the electric guitar. Like, you don't want the electric guitar as a lead.
But here's the thing: if they love a ton of, and look, this they probably know this already, but I'm just saying, if you don't like Jimmy Smith, that doesn't mean you're not going to like Larry Young. Like, that is like a totally different style of organ. It's just
no. It's just, trust me, these guys are knowledgeable.
I'm sure
they know it. It's just they have a visceral reaction to it.
I feel like I really sort of.
But you just said you don't want Kenny Burrell or Grant Green in the lead. You want him as sideman. That's almost the same thing.
Yeah. No, it's not.
Almost the same thing.
No,
you want him up front. You want him on the side.
That is not.
I don't want my guitar up front. I want it.
All right, that is not even.
But in mono or stereo, guys.
I won't even give that a response, because it's not the same.
I like
what you're saying is like they don't like organ. Period. I'm saying I just don't need it to be like present all the time. I like him. To come in on a groove. Like my favorite Kenny Burrell is when he's with a jam session and he comes in on a long ass solo and then he's out. That's what I like my Kenny Burrell. I don't need him on my Blue Note just all guitar all the time.
You like your Kenny Burrell like your butter, right? Like on the side.
Exactly. I don't even know what that means, but it sounds.
I don't either, but it's just hilarious hearing you talk about. No, I need my Kenny like over here.
John,
do a solo and then sit down. Sit down.
Here's another album. I've shown this before, but it's called The Vibes on this. This has vibes in it, and this is some guys. I think they're from Amsterdam, but this is excellent, and it's on this label. The label is JMI, and they do everything. They do it all analog, and I mean, I bought it, and they're not that expensive. This is maybe I got this maybe $21, something like that, from Dusty Groove.
Yep.
And
and you said they're European guys.
Yeah. But
all right, so Mike always gives me stuff because I need new records. I buy way too much. I don't buy enough new stuff.
And this is a great label. Like they're actually doing. There's another vibe player. His name is Warren Wolf. He's recorded an album for them that's supposed to be coming out soon. So that's an album that's featuring vibes.
I love learning about new albums that I have no idea about.
Yeah,
so
I have to get because I don't really know the new stuff that well. So Portland has a jazz station that I listen to all the time called KMHD, and they do a show called Taken Off, and it's pretty much everything. And it's that's the show I watch, but that's the only way but most of it's like 60s and 70s jazz. Most of it's 60s and 70s, but that's how I found out about Brad Meldau. That's how I found out about Julian Lage, is because I heard something and then waited and listened for the DJ to tell me what it was. Cause I was like, wow, that's amazing. Like I haven't heard a piano trio that good in a long time. And he's like, that was Brad Meldau. I was like, wow, that's really cool. And it was the same with the Julian Lage or Lage. Yeah. I don't know if anybody knows how to say his name.
No, I can't pronounce it.
But without you guys telling me new stuff to get, I wouldn't know, because it's like I go into the new record store, and there's all these new Blue Note artists, but I don't really know them.
Yeah,
and I want to check.
I think I've spoken about this with Chris and Felipe, but Walter Smith III, Kendrick Scott, and I can't rattle off the names.
You love Kendrick Scott. I know you do. The
thing is, I just feel like they're playing on each other's records. It's very much like a scene.
It's like Blue Note. Like
that's what I mean.
I want to get this record.
That's why I feel like the thing is, maybe if I got that new Walter Smith III record alone, I wouldn't appreciate it as much as knowing who the drummer is and then having his record.
To me, the coolest thing about jazz and collecting jazz is all of this starts very small, and starting with Blue Note, it was like, I'd get like a Herbie Hancock record, and that would make me want to get a Bobby Hutch. It's like I heard this guy playing on that,
and I know I'm biased, but I think these new guys have something, because it's almost like they know all the old stuff, and like they just I don't know, like they're. I have a hard time saying like this record is hard bop. Like it's not like Mike, and correct me if I'm wrong, but it seems like they just take everything and they just use everything.
They take everything. Some of these guys, like Kendrick Scott is from Houston. He went to school with Jason Moran, and they know Robert Glasper III. They grew up listening to the hip hop and all this stuff, and all that R&B, all that's in it's in their stuff outside of jazz is in their DNA. I guess their musical DNA, and it's not like Glasper is doing more stuff that's really good stuff that's more R&B. But they're not necessarily trying to do that. But you hear different influences. It's just not I just heard all jazz all my life, and this is how I have to play.
Right, like kind of like. And I don't know if this is how I felt in like the late '80s, early '90s. is almost like Wynton Marsalis was like, this is what I'm going to do. And he wasn't going to take new influences. He was kind of doing more just, I'm going to do something from the past at that time. Whereas, and I don't think he thinks that way anymore, but maybe, maybe he does. The younger guys are incorporating more stuff.
Yeah, yeah.
They definitely are. But also, I think it was, because it's sort of my generation. This sort of, it was where we were sort of in between. You had jazz. It just wasn't. I don't know. It just didn't seem like there was.
I agree, and I
guess guys coming up now have consumed more information. Let's put it that way.
But here's the thing, and I don't mean to be like cheesy or whatever, but like at the end of the day, this is a really good record. So like you could, whatever Marsalis was doing, like saying, representing.
No,
this is a good record. This is a really good record too.
That is an outstanding live record.
Do you want to?
Right?
Mike, I'm honest.
The point is,
I had all those records, and I was drinking the Marsalis Kool-Aid.
I guess what I'm saying,
I was really believing him what he was saying. And I don't think I do as much anymore.
I think the problem is that Marsalis was the figurehead in the public sphere of like what jazz was or whatever.
Yeah.
And I feel like that just that was like an enormous burden on him. And I think that if there was somebody else that like people paid attention to and he was putting these records out, that these records would actually be received. I feel like people would be more receptive to them because I just feel like
on CD.
Me personally, as a new jazz collector, I had a ton of baggage with the name Wynton Marsalis, and it made me not listen to these records until Mike basically said, "Stop being an idiot and listen to these records."
No, I have.
Anyway,
don't listen to those critics, and because there are just other things outside of the music that were going on.
It gets in the I asked a question on Jazz Vinyl Lovers, and it was like I got like 1,000 comments, and because it was like I was asking what people's opinion was on abortion on that.
Right. I was really
part of that is
I was really into the Marsalis brothers. I saw Wynton twice. I saw Branford. I saw Wynton play at. I think he played an octet with two of his brothers back around '92. One was on drums, one was on trombone. The younger brothers, and
and Jason.
And I was like, I had a lot of Marsalis. What was his piano player, Marcus?
Marcus Roberts.
Yeah, I had his solo records.
Marcus Roberts.
Yeah, Marcus Roberts. I had his solo records. I was really into that thing, but then but at the same time, I was listening to Blue Note. I was getting into Blue Note at the same time. But that was like Marsalis was the thing, and I guess maybe he was a little preachy, but I think it was just the place he was put in.
He was very preachy. Yeah, but he is. Here's the deal. No, here's my thing with it. He definitely is. He's very opinionated. He talks, and a lot of times he talks about stuff he doesn't know. He doesn't know jack shit about hip hop. Why does he even bother to talk about it?
Yeah,
he just doesn't. So why even bother?
Right.
So, but then I listen to the music. I can put that aside, just like any other artist.
Yeah.
Keith Jarrett talks out of his ass a lot too.
Yeah.
So that's
put it aside.
Miles Davis says,
if you want to talk shit about Wynton Marsalis, go listen to this fucking Live at Blues Alley. Like that's
I'm not talking shit about him.
No, not you. I'm talking I'm talking.
I like him.
What is the term?
I mean that's the way I look at it. It's just like any other.
That was me. I was the asshole on the call saying, "Yeah, Wynton Marsalis sucks." What is he?
Well, I'm kind of, but he's an interesting thing because
don't listen to his shit. It's good, and this
I know it's good.
Not you. I'm not you. You know it.
I feel like,
and also you gotta
who's on
realize
first?
That's
talking to the person in my head. Okay.
That thing with Wynton Marsalis and stuff. That was the last. You could say the last gasp of corporate record company. Large scale record companies being behind an artist.
Yeah, makes sense.
That was the end of it. That was the end of it.
Interesting.
He had the whole Columbia publicity machine. His publicist was the same publicist that worked with Bruce Springsteen. They put you don't get that anymore. Those days are over. He didn't have he and he still is basically critic proof. He didn't need guys like Leonard Feather and stuff like that. And Leonard Feather hated his guts.
Right.
Because when he came up, when they came up, they were saying, "Oh, this guy's going to be the savior of jazz," and then he had his own opinions, and he didn't need to listen to them. And they were like, "Wait a minute, we've controlled all this in the past. Now this guy doesn't need us." And they all of a sudden, their criticisms became really negative because he didn't need them, and the world was changing, and
Can I just jump in here real quick? So Shoji Productions has a benign comment, but I'm going to answer it. So it says, at the end of the day, will Wynton Marsalis be remembered as one of the greatest jazz artists innovators of all time? What I would say is, no, he's not. But what he's going to be remembered as is part of the jazz canon. Like, he's part of it. Like, you cannot be an educated man or woman or non-binary about jazz and not know what Wynton Marsalis, that whole story of his is. Like, he's part of the canon. So
I mean, I think that the family name has a mark in there.
Like, you got to know Marsalis if you're gonna.
I'm just not sure about innovator. I don't think.
I mean,
but what do you guys think about my response? Come on.
No, I mean, innovator. I mean, okay. I mean, I could count. I don't know how many great jazz musicians I would say are not innovators.
No,
there are a bunch of them. See, this thing with jazz, and people, they always get caught up so much in innovation. Well, innovation's a rare thing. It's not.
It's not. I agree, Mike.
I feel like
they're give me a can of innovation.
I mean, the old school innovators are. I mean, Parker was absolutely the definition of innovation.
Yeah, it's the genius. Parker.
I almost don't. I'm sure there were other people that contributed to Parker, that influenced Parker, that worked with Parker on stuff. Maybe not, but like, I'm just saying, like, that whole thing, that bebop thing, when that first came out, that was fucking innovative.
Yeah, but he was
I think also, with jazz being over 100 and some odd years old, people got spoiled, within a relatively short period of time. You had like major movements. You had Armstrong, coming out, innovator. Then you had the whole swing era, Duke Ellington. Then you had Charlie Parker. All that is within like the first 60 years. And people got caught up on, oh, is it innovative? Is he innovative?
That's interesting.
Does a person play really well? Does it move you? That doesn't mean they have to change the game. The game doesn't have to change every 20 years.
Right?
So
everything innovation. Sorry, Mike. Monk or Parker, they were rupturing with the orchestra, the swing era to the bop era. So they came playing totally weird stuff, different, and then people started to get into it, understand it, and that became okay. So these guys are doing something, new here.
But those guys also, and most of even the innovators,
they had a base.
They don't come up in a vacuum. Yeah, they don't come up in a vacuum.
There's a backup.
Yeah, you know, Monk had a background. You know, all these Parker. Look at all the bands Parker played with coming up.
Yeah,
you know, it's just
Yeah.
I don't know. I just
I mean,
realized
yeah,
that when people
I mean, from my perspective, the kind of work I used to do, the guys that won Nobel prizes, were you know, that I've had the chance to work with, they didn't come up with everything out of the blue. They just figured out everything around them, put everything together, say, guys, this is it. And
I think that's why I'm so sad about Clifford Brown dying young, because I feel like he seemed like he could have really. I mean, he did impact things, but it seemed like he could have had a larger impact, and he would have had one than he got a chance to, and it's just fucking. It's sad, honestly.
Yeah.
Who knows what would have happened?
I kind of feel the same way about Dolphy. Like he was about to do more.
Yeah.
Really, his stuff was gonna get like so good. It was already so good, and it was just gonna get better. And his death was tragic too.
In my mind, Wynton is also a tie to the overall history of jazz, right?
Yeah,
he's a historian as well.
Just such a, for people who maybe don't know of any other jazz that's accessible, and like you said, his playing is impeccable. So, and sometimes impeccable playing comes across as too perfect, and why that is, I don't know. I don't know why that would be, because isn't that what you're seeking? Is the perfect tone? No, you're seeking creativity.
I think it's a combination, John. So let's say Freddie Hubbard is a guy that's regarded for hitting perfect notes,
right?
But he had an extra there.
Yeah. So would you say that Wynton had a lack of personality to his playing?
So there's a passage on Herbie's book. I think you read it, right, Mike? They were touring in Japan, and you know, Wynton was at that point so full of himself and everything, all those issues regarding stuff that he said about other people. And then one day he's sitting in the hotel bedroom and kind of almost like sobbing, crying, and they go there, talk to him, and they say, "I just can't do what you guys do. I play really well, but I can feel what you guys feel." That's what he said. And Herbie said that's the only time he ever said that.
Listen, Jason, this is
how old was he at that time? You know?
Hold on.
Right? Yeah, exactly.
This is slander.
I'd be saying that if I was playing with those guys. You know, I'm just a teenager.
Exactly.
Jason,
yeah.
This is not an analogy.
Exactly.
Get out of here with this analogy. This is not.
I think back to John's point. No, trying to play perfect or do something perfect is not necessarily the ideal to strive for.
Right.
It's not.
Right.
Because
it was a rhetorical question, but yeah.
Right. But you know, you want sometimes
it doesn't matter.
The mistakes are part of it, you know.
Yes.
Yeah.
It's just, and that's kind of what's cool about
it. Miles Davis is the perfect example of that, right?
Yeah, he was against perfect.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, because
so is that wrong though that people, you know, overall would enjoy Wynton?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, a lot of people enjoyed him.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
I mean, he was. I'm kind of thinking about. There are certain, like, almost like, you know, like the ECM of the 70s, like they're perfectly recorded and a lot of them are awesome, but some of them are pretty kind of boring, even though they're recorded perfectly. And I'm thinking about like some of the Garbarek, Terry Rigel, like some of those records, they're recorded perfectly. Like the sound is incredible, but they're kind of dull, you know?
It's like lifeless.
It's like some of, I mean, there's some of those ECMs that are great. I'm not saying that they're all boring, but some of them are just kind of like technically good, but not very interesting, you know? So you can be perfect and boring at the same time.
Yeah, at the time
that's the thing. People, it's funny because, you know, people use that, you know, say that things about Wynton in that vein, but now like years now that the years have passed, especially like in some of those albums that Mike showed, from Black Codes all the way through Live at Blues Alley. All the young musicians that are coming up, they revere those recordings.
Well, I bet you they're really good.
Revere.
I bet you they're really good to learn too. Like, like
they're good. I mean, people listen to that live recording, and people talk about not having emotion and all that stuff, and that's just total BS. That
you know what?
Dance good time on the bandstand, and the crowd is reacting to them, and you hear that in the recording.
Jason,
I think, like I said, a lot of other stuff got caught up in it that overshadows.
Yeah,
actually,
there's a lot of there was a lot of, now that I think about it, like 1990, there's a ton of corporate bullshit that's happening, and
also,
it just wasn't. It just wasn't with Winton. This is great. I remember this great thing. There's a saxophone player I love, James Carter. He's going to be there's going to be a new album of his coming out on the same label I showed on Maya. And he was signed to Atlantic, and it was in the summer, and they had like a little jazz festival in Bryant Park, which is behind the New York City Public Library. James Carter was like headlining it. Who opened for him? Gary Bartz.
Oh, nice.
And it was funny because I'm sitting there with my friends, and we're listening to these people, and you could tell they worked for Atlantic. They were talking about how great James Carter is, and James Carter he's fucking great. But they're talking about how great he was and he is and stuff like that. They had no clue, and these were people that worked for Atlantic. They had no clue who Gary Bartz was. Gary Bartz came on and probably played the set of his fucking life. He played like 40 minutes straight, did not stop, didn't say anything. This is what tune. He just burned through the whole set. It was freaking amazing. James Carter had to follow that.
And he's like, oh man.
And he played a good set, but it wasn't what Gary Bartz just, without like saying anything, just laid down.
It's like,
I'm Gary Bartz, and
he's like, here you go,
and
here you go, Mr. Carter.
Yeah. And James Carter was cool because when he came out, he said, he talked about Gary Bartz before. He said, the great Gary Bartz, and he knew Gary Bartz's work, and he knew he wasn't, but but James Carter was signed to Atlantic, and actually Gary Bartz was signed to Atlantic at the time, but the younger guy, because it was a better story. It was a better story. This young guy from Detroit, in his early 20s, this whole revival of jazz led by these young guys. It was a better story that corporate record companies could push. And that's part of what it was about, and that's part of the backlash, not only against like Wynton Marsalis, but against all those young guys that came up.
So
right.
hold on.
I should have known if I brought up Wynton Marsalis that was gonna.
Well, hold on. I have some questions. So number one, where was the stage in Bryant Park? Was it by the library or was it on the other side of the park?
Right where the grass is, where they put all that stuff there in the skating rink, and they have the movie theater.
Okay. So was it on what avenue is that out there? Was it closer to the library or to the avenue?
It is. It's right behind the library.
Okay.
The grass field, where you watch the movies and where they have the skating rink at. Okay. That area.
Okay. And so was it standing or was there seating? What was the venue like?
You can sit on the grass, and they had a stage, right up, backing up, sort of, I guess, the library.
Oh,
and you just sat on the grass.
That's cool. How many people were there? Was it packed?
was pretty crowded. It was a good crowd.
That park is always crowded.
Here's
because it's free.
It's free and it's right in like next to Times Square. It's insane.
Yeah.
Okay, speaking of shows, I was telling Mike about this, and I'm going to tell Mike. And Mike Notes and Tones is probably going to like know all about this already. But I've been getting into Billy Harper for the last year, and my phone has decided to let me know that Billy Harper has a band called the Cookers. That is Billy Harper, Eddie Henderson, David Weiss, George Cables, and Cecil McBee.
Yeah.
And Billy Hart.
Mm-hmm.
And I was like, what? These guys are playing together? But unfortunately, they're only playing 2 shows this year in November, and it's in New Hampshire.
Yeah. Billy Harper, I mean, he's touring right now with a group of his own. And I think they're somewhere around here. And
West Coast shows.
They did a West Coast show not too long ago because I remember Rob was saying that they were in near him. So I guess they did that swing already. They have one. I think they have the last recording they did was on Gearbox Records. So that's available.
I mean, what's it like? Are they playing sort of post pop or?
Yeah, post hardball. Yeah. The stuff that it's Billy Harper is like the spearhead of that group,
right? And Cecil McBee's and George Cables have to have their influence.
Yeah.
I mean, it just sounds to me it's like it's basically everything I'm listening to right now.
Yeah,
this sounds amazing, but I don't know. I guess they're not doing a show till November 23rd and 24th in Portsmouth, New Hampshire.
Because they're all doing separate stuff now.
That's the 2023 tour. 2 nights in Portsmouth.
Yeah.
Mike, are you going up for it?
No.
Oh, I'm not.
We should go.
Let's
go. Boys' night. Let's go.
Go. You're only 3 hours away. You should go.
You know what? You're talking about Billy Hart.
I don't care because you see shows.
I might Monday. I'm debating on doing this place called the Jazz Gallery. They have these things. They do it in I think this is the second of 3. They're like vinyl listening sessions, and it's gonna be this drummer who's really good, Nasheed Waits, who is he is the McCoy Tyner that's coming out. Time for Tyner on drums is Frederick Waits. Nasheed Waits is his son.
Oh wow!
And he plays with Jason Moran.
He a drummer as well.
Yeah, excellent. Oh, he's a phenomenal drummer.
Okay.
Him and Billy Hart are doing a vinyl listening session on Monday. So they'll play records and they'll talk about them. So I might do that to try to go there.
Oh, that's cool. That sounds cool.
Yeah.
But guys, I think I'm going to cut out. Man, thanks for inviting me up. I enjoyed it. Anytime I come up and cause some trouble and arguments, please let me know. No, I appreciate the company and the talk, man. I'm always learning stuff from you guys. You guys are awesome. See you guys later, okay? Bye-bye.
Take it easy, John.
I'm going to crash too, guys.
All right.
Yeah.
Happy birthday.
Happy birthday, man.
See you, Felipe.
Hope I didn't get too crazy tonight.
I'll get some of that stuff out. I'll get that stuff out to you soon, man.
All right. Nice seeing you guys. See you tomorrow.
All right.